Boom. All right, sweet. Well, I wasn't planning on doing this, but PP said he had some stuff to do to get ready for the big burger bet with Pulte. So he's not able to do the show tonight. So I figured I'd throw this up. Also, because I had a conversation with OK Bets, which I already felt really zen, but I feel even more zen now. So um, yeah. Am I a plant? Actually, my brain just went to the phylogenetic tree and the difference between a human and a plant. Let's see, I might be closer to a plant than an archaebacteria. So depends on perspective, I guess. uh, it's actually kind of funny. All right, so yeah, if anyone wants um, to come on here, that'd be great. Also, I think I'm going to be the one running the computer for the Pulte live stream. So this is also going to be practice for that. So um, where's Thunder Squeefer? Yeah. All right. So I guess I mean I can just repeat it I guess later once more people get in here. But in short, what got me really excited was talking about the expert market because for me, I can kind of see theoretical roadmaps going forward, but I'm not a finance person, which is why this isn't financial advice. I didn't need to say that because I'm not a financial advisor, um, but I can see like theoretical roadmaps forward. I don't know which ones are actually industry standard or possible, and it made sense to me that all we needed was to have, um, 10Q filing, have those financials filed, and then we'd be right back on the OTC. It seemed as if the 8K that we had from yesterday would have been enough to satisfy that because it had so much financials in it, but it wasn't, and so that seemed kind of odd to me. And so I thought I saw that as an obstacle. But when I was talking to OKBet, he said actually it just isn't. That it's actually in the best interest of Bed Bath and Beyond, um, or uh, or Ryan Cohen, to actually be in the expert market because it halts trading. Some people, I posted something because I woke up a little late and I saw the price was down 30%. And obviously it feels like, kind of a gut punch at first, but then I was like, oh, like nothing's changed. And it actually got me excited because then I looked at the cost to borrow and I was like, oh, the cost to borrow shot up. So no one is able to buy, but people are still able to short it. I actually looked that up a couple days ago. People are still able to borrow and sell shares in expert market. Not the common folk, of course, but the people trying to um, pull in the strings. And so basically, what we saw in the price movement today was just a bunch of people, people in power, um, shorting the stock and no one buying. And someone was like, "Oh, you can buy on Moomoo," and I'm like, "There's no way." Like I had set up a Moomoo account, still had a few dollars because the account was active, and I was like, I'll try." And I actually was able to buy, so I was like, "Huh." So that seemed really odd to me because uh, Moomoo. I mean, in the words of of OK Bet, those shares aren't real, right? Yeah. So I was like, why in the world would Moomoo be still selling? It made sense when Robinhood stopped selling because if they don't really have the shares, then that's just adding risk, right? But then when Fidelity and Charles Schwab stopped selling, that but like it's like, oh wow, they're scared. So why would Moomoo not be scared? if they don't actually own the shares and it's oversold. So there seems something sus there, and I figured the only person that would know would be okay, bet. So I called them. We were talking about that, and but then, um, but then I was also asking about the expert market, and I was like, "Well, do you think they need to just file the 10Q?" And he's like, "No, like they." I mean, he's like, I can't remember what form he said they have to file. He's like, "Well, they just need to file that," but he's like, "I don't think they will because it's not in their best interest." And it's because he said that um, in order to in order to move to a decentralized exchange or a semi-decentralized exchange like T0 slash BSTX, they actually need a fresh count of all the shares. That way, they can issue a share for all the shares available. And I was like, well, but isn't it oversold? And he's like, yeah, it doesn't really matter. Like they can still, um, it's still better, but also I mean, there's more details in that, but that that in order to have the right amount of shares, they need there not to be trading, and so there essentially isn't any trading going on. So as they in these days where it's in the export market, they can get a real count. Um, Sorry to anyone who's on Moomoo. I mean, I bought some. I mean, put another like $100 or whatever that I had on there. Um, I don't know what's going to happen to those shares, but I mean, it's worth the $100 for a gamble. I mean, we'll see. But um, yeah, so they can, but of the actual shares, they can get a count of them since the trading is halted, and that makes the transition to the next stage better. So it's in their contracts stipulations about how they can do that, even, and have a few more details. I don't know if I necessarily want to share, but the judge approved that they can move um, straight to they can issue shares however they want and whenever they want. So even the date of what's called um, execution date. Wow, getting nervous. How many people there? Even past that date, the confirmation date, he's like, it doesn't actually matter because it's signed into their into the plan, which the judge signed off on, that they can do it whenever they want. So it could be now, it could be in 10 years, it doesn't even matter. It's not gonna be 10 years. And I was actually thinking about that. He said that they need actually 10 days. So all they have to do now that they have that, stamped from the judge in the plan is that they have to tell T0 or BSTX, and then they have 10 days to be able to go on there. So when would that 10 days probably start? And I don't want to be a person that gives dates or whatnot, but also, I mean, it is coming, and in my opinion, it's not a coincidence that Bill decided to do. I mean, yeah, it's not a coincidence that he decided to do the burger bet party on Monday because. Um, so when would they be allowed to tell T0 that they're going to move their shares over? And that comes to the most pivotal part about this whole play has been the 14% bondholders, right? They had a stranglehold on the company, and um, since day one, right, with Glenn and his arguments, right, that was their best chance, right? Because like JP Morgan, it had a stranglehold, but they immediately paid that off. And they even probably paid that off. They might have paid, there's possibility they paid that off with the warrants that were exercised in that first part, or the preferred A shares that got, you know, uh, anyway, so that they had some way of doing that. That obstacle was not at all a problem for Holly Etlin. JP Morgan showed up and they're like, yeah, you don't have any business being here. And they're like, wait, what? But the 14% bondholders, that is kind of difficult because they have a claim, right? And so you can't just wipe them out. We still see value in the company, right? And if there still is value, you can't just wipe out someone's claim. And so, however they did it, I mean, the Kirkland Ellis lawyers are some of the best, and they are one of the CEO of M3 used to work for Kirkland Ellis, so it's quite a big group of people that really know what's going on. And so when those 14% bondholders finally their claims got extinguished, they had a lien on Bye Bye Baby. And so, in that court, the lawyer said, "Look, like right now, like nothing, we don't have any value here. There's nothing to distribute to people. But if the lien on Bye Bye Baby was lifted, maybe there would be more than enough, right?" And that's true. That's been the whole situation. Is they prepared the carve out. They can do that, but they couldn't sell the car. They couldn't sell Baby that because it had a lien on it. And so once that lien was lifted, which was officially Thursday morning, um, they can start, actually making plans that involve selling the carve out. So I probably should look at a calendar, but 10 days from Thursday morning uh, would be they could announce, hey, you're going to be issued new shares on T0, right? So I should pull up the calendar and just look real quick. I someone messaged me like 10 minutes ago and was like, "Hey, you should do a stream." And if PB's not going to do the show, and I'm like, "All right." um, so let's see, Thursday. So we got Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Wow, that would come out to be Saturday. So as of this Saturday, that's 10 days from the first day they could possibly have um, said they're going to offer Teddy shares. That's pretty cool. So Monday is definitely after Saturday. And yeah, so it looks like we could be all on ramps to T0 anytime between. Oh, actually, he said, do you say it had to be a month or had to be during the week? Um, okay, Bet said uh, most of the confirmation dates are typically on a Monday. He says a few of them have been on a Wednesday, but he's like they've never been on a Saturday. So it makes sense that it was never supposed to be a Saturday. And yeah, so all right. Man, I feel anxious trying to look through the comments. Does someone else want to come on here? Maybe either has a question or like I feel like overstimulated pretty crazy. But I'm super excited and I can't think of a better group of people to be part of this with. I mean, this is and OK Bet was also saying another thing. Because he said a while back, he's like, "Oh, when he's like, when we go up, like it's gonna like the whole rest of the stock market's gonna go down." And I remember thinking like, like I don't usually like it when anyone reduces anything down to like one motive or one, influence, right? And so I could see it happening, right? But it didn't seem as likely. But when he started explaining it today, it made sense that basically all the clearinghouses and the market makers and the hedge funds are all in bed with each other. And so there's this lie that's going on, and they all have to perpetuate the lie because they're all in way too deep. Like they can't stop it. And the regulators don't necessarily want to stop it either, because if they did, uh, it could crash everything, and so they're scared. Um, wow, I just had a mind blank. Oh, we got EB. So sweet. Hey, what's up, man?
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Okay. Hey,
thanks.
I just you're doing a great job, and I know you're a little nervous, and I'll definitely come and hang out. And I've got some questions for you, but I think you're conveying a lot of really good information that doesn't, I think, kind of gets missed on the PP show because there's so much stuff going on. I really haven't heard what you're saying, and I think a lot of people are enjoying it. So I encourage you to keep going, and you're doing great, man.
Sweet, thanks. And thanks, the cheese with the two. Actually, for today, if anyone does want to put a tip, if you could actually use my Cash App or my Venmo so I can actually use it to buy my return ticket, that'd be great. Because I won't see that money for a month if anyone actually I won't even see it till it gets to $100 on YouTube. Um, but uh, but yeah,
So, so a
go ahead.
couple things. So I was just, I think, I mean, if you could continue, it'd be awesome. But when you're done, I'd like to talk about, there's a lot of shills out there, and I think there's a lot of daggers they're throwing, and maybe someone we can address some of them.
That actually hold on. That actually reminded me of what my thought was. Okay,
Yeah,
so they're all in this position where they all have to perpetuate this lie, right?
right.
And the same thing happened with Archegos, and I'm not sure who the first person to pull out was. So basically, Archegos had shares or whatever, they had their capital. They leveraged that with six different I think with six different people, and I think it was Morgan Stanley that was the first one to then cash out, and they're like, we don't want to keep holding this position, so they sold either a little bit at a loss or somewhere around neutral, right? And then that caused panic. Everyone else was like, oh crap. And then
Mm,
everyone started selling. That's why one of the main stocks they had was it Shopify? I think it was Shopify. And so that's the thing is that everyone is in these short positions way too deep. Like
right,
the
right.
only reason it can keep working is because everyone's in it together. I actually found that if you look up, there's a German clearinghouse, just one, Clearstream, and they have $4.5 trillion worth of FTDs just from last year, right? And if you look at the percentage of where all those FTDs go, less than 100th of a percent, less than 100 or about 100th of a percent of the time is they accidentally fail to deliver stocks like Apple, but up to 20% of the time they fail to deliver with stocks like Bed Bath and Beyond, AMC, you name it, right? And so that's not a coincidence. So when you look at that number of that 4 trillion, the vast majority of that is all just the meme basket, right? And so when that all comes unwound, I mean that means that almost all that $4.5 trillion is in our basket. And I don't know how many are in there. It might be all the small caps. I'm not really sure. I'd have to go through and do the research. But there's a lot of money on the line. So there's a lot of people invested in this not unraveling, because
Right,
as soon as they
right.
do, let's say someone like Virtu, their hedge fund, I don't know what their hedge fund's called, but let's say like Citadel, right? So not only do they have short positions, but um, uh, they also have long positions, right? Maybe they have a long position in Apple, who knows, Nvidia. And um, as soon as the clearinghouse ends up having to do it, OK Bet says it's automatic. So he says automatically it will liquidate all their positions. So all their positions will go on the market at the same time. So you can imagine like all these hedge funds and will all get margin called and then also get liquidated. Even if they're not like directly have a short position, they also still might get liquidated because
I,
so like, yeah,
well, does it give you pause? I mean, I love the sound of that, but it just, I mean, this is like atomic level, right? This isn't like one hedge fund going down, or I mean,
yeah.
this is insane, and I, you know, I don't know. There's so much money on the line, I can't help but think there's so many bad actors that they will stop at nothing to not let this happen.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's people they're going to lose everything. I mean, it's
Right,
not like,
right.
um, I mean, it's similar to the, okay, bet said that was how it happened in 2008 was, once it went through the clearinghouse, it was an automatic liquidation.
Yeah,
So,
it's crazy.
um, that's just kind of a thought. I mean, I don't have enough money to have a ton of anything else, right? Like, so, I've got, basically 100% Bed Bath and Beyond. That's
I
it. So,
I threw a little into GME when it's like, well, I can't do anything with Bed Bath, so I got a little bit
yeah.
of money, throw it at
Yeah, so
GME.
GME will be fine. I think
Uh,
anything in the meme basket actually will be fine. Eh, I mean, there's better ones in the meme basket. I think that, obviously Bed Bath is gonna be the best. But
right, absolutely.
yeah.
I mean, it's just
Um,
like I'm chomping at the bit. I mean, it's like I think Travis pointed it out. This is like the most excitingly boring place. He's like you're bored, you're waiting for it to happen, but you're excited, and it's like I liken it to like a kid before Christmas. Like a week before Christmas, and Christmas is going to happen, and you're so excited, but it takes forever to get there. It's only a week away. And
and only Santa knows the timeline of Christmas.
that's right. Only
Right.
Santa.
But what we can, there's a man. People I don't know what people think my religious views are, but I do like reading and I do like philosophy. So I have read a lot of religious books, but like, it's like blessed are those that look at the times and that, see the leaves falling and recognize that it's the season has changed.
Sure.
Thanks, Thak Blanos for the $2. Says we need your Venmo and your Cash App. Yeah. Yeah, so if anyone wants to support the trip, I know some other people actually going on the trip also could use some money because the tickets are going to be kind of expensive. Yeah, because they're last minute, right? So
So
thanks.
I mean, I've kind of missed a little bit. I know PP's going. I know Mrs. ABC is going. I guess you're going.
Yeah,
Okay.
Rock Solid's going.
Rock Solid. That's right. Yeah, Rock's going.
Travis is going.
Nice.
Control Chaos is going. I've been in contact with him. And I think actually, I don't know if I should be the one to announce it, but I think Plur is going too. So
Yeah. Well, that makes sense. Plurte.
yeah.
So he's got to go.
Yeah, that's what I said. I actually talked on the phone today. I was like, bro, like if you don't.
All right. So you were kind of alluding to it, but you didn't say anything. You
Yeah.
basically said you couldn't really talk about
Well, no, I mean just like exactly the language.
dates.
I don't know. I don't know if giving like the enemy the exact language, so I'll just leave it. Just a trust me,
Okay.
bro, is
Fair
that
enough.
put
Yeah,
into the plan was the permission to offer securities whenever they want. So
blink 10 times if you know.
I am not that scared because I mean I don't know. Like one, like at this point, I've kind of realized there's just giants fighting, and
Yes, that's exactly right.
yeah.
We're the
So
bacteria on a flea on a dog that's having a fight. You know what I mean?
as of now, though, but think about this. So let's just say that,
That's right.
we go to the moon, right? I mean, we'll just say, whatever price, we'll
Sure.
just say somewhere between $30 and 200, right? Whatever, it doesn't matter. When everything else goes down, let's say that you could buy Apple stock at, $120 a share,
Mhm.
right? Say you could buy Nvidia at $120 a share. So it's like it goes to the moon. I mean, we'd be owning a significant portion suddenly of all these companies.
Right.
And when Pulte said that we're leaders, I mean, if we all did that, and then now we take that knowledge that we have into those companies, and we're like, look, now I'm actually going to care about what is going on in this company. It's
Yeah.
going to change things, and so this is kind of a once in a lifetime event, and this wealth transfer is going to happen, and that's why they're scared. That's why you have billionaires or whatever like Doug Shifu or Sifu or whatever
Trying.
um, up at 2 a.m. in the morning trying to spread FUD, and it's like
Yeah, it's remarkable.
they're scared.
Yeah. Well, they should be.
Yeah, they really
Mhm.
should be, and it's like but we have there's giants fighting in the time um of the I don't know. I mean, like they need us to be like mushrooms where you keep us in the dark and feed us
Sure.
crap. And that time is kind of over. And now with YouTube and and just how fast information can get out there, right? Like, I mean, I just decided 20 minutes ago to put up a stream, and now suddenly there's over 200 people here, right?
I was hoping you would actually. I thought when I was on Reddit and PP had that message. Oh, I'm not going to stream tonight. And I was like, damn it. Yeah, I kind of live for it. I thought, I'll bet you Michael's going to do one. And then I went right over to yours. I thought, oh, shit, nothing's going on. And I don't know what made me look again, but I'm like, oh, he's live streaming. What the? And so, anyways, that's what made me jump on.
Sweet.
But no, it's really enjoy your perspective on things. Um, it's just like you said, it's an exciting time to be alive, and you know, the thing that's interesting about the people doing the FUD, I think it's like, I mean, I know you've invested a lot. There's people that have invested a lot of money, and I've invested a lot for me.
Mhm.
But at the end of the day, it's like, if this goes south, it doesn't go the way we want. We've all been led down some weird path. Our position is recoverable. You know, maybe with
More
some
than
work and some time, but theirs isn't.
so, but more than that, let's say that you get a letter in the mail saying your shares are worth zero, right?
Right. Sure.
That letter is going to be worth a lot.
Yeah,
And
that's an interesting
one
point.
day you'll take that letter, let's say we do go to zero, you take it to Ryan Cohen and be like, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
and he's like, hey, I tried, man. And
Right.
so I
Well,
think, like,
what?
I think that this is bigger than just a regular finance play. Like, this is literally, we're changing the fabric of the world. And so right now it's not just like they're testing our faith, right, to see like who's with us, who cares about being a builder rather than a destroyer.
Right.
But in a way it kind of does. I mean, you think about, like, Pulte invites us out there. Well, which one of the people going out there actually can throw down $1,000, right? Like,
Yeah.
to get a plane ticket to just go talk to someone, right? And that you can't immediately monetize that. And so I think uh, I think Pulte understands that.
I hope so. Yeah, I hope he
I think
does
he
too.
sees it as the widow's might, that it's like, they are making an effort,
Yeah.
and
No, man.
they're going to see
Absolutely.
it through.
Yeah, absolutely. No,
And
I love that you're getting emotional about it. This is don't, don't, yeah, don't. That's pretty cool. That it shows that you care. Um, no, this is, the one thing that kind of bugs me a little bit is if we do go south on this,
yeah,
it's the fudsters are going to say, oh, well, it was the dockets. Oh, you guys are idiots. And I think it's just because Ryan couldn't get it done for some reason. It's not because we were necessarily wrong that he was trying. Does that make sense? Like, he's fighting, in my opinion, he's fighting for this, and we're going to win. But if on the odd chance that it doesn't, it's because something like there's a lot of money on the line. I mean, there's a
yeah,
lot. This isn't like these guys aren't going to roll over and be like, oh, gee, you got us. They're going to do whatever it takes,
yeah.
and we can speculate on what that is. I mean, they're doing it right now, obviously, but Jesus, I mean, we're not talking about we're not even talking like an Enron collapse. I mean, this is bigger.
But even that, it's like what makes me sad. There's been people I've talked to, and it's like, hey, maybe just take some out of your 401k or something just to be, part of this. And they're like, oh, like, the person managing my money, gets mad at me. It's like,
Sure, sure,
the fact that that's normalized, that people are scared
yeah,
scared to invest their own money, that it's like someone has control of their money. And like, I mean, I won't say names, but someone close to me, right? Like, their portfolio goes down by half,
yeah,
or more, and yet that money manager still gets paid their commission.
yes, that's criminal almost, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
So
that's always, yeah, that's what was that right out of Wolves of Wall Street, right? I think it's one of the scenes. No matter if the stock goes up or the stock goes down, and we still get paid.
oh man, I'm my Venmo's starting to blow up.
Well, it should blow up, dude. I mean, listen, you've been a key component on the PP show for quite some time now. Um, I hope it does blow up. People people like you. I mean, look at the people that are on this show right now. The comments you're getting. You're getting a lot of love, dude, and you
Thanks. I
deserve
can't
it.
even read them fast enough.
Yeah, no, I mean, I see them coming in, and I'm just like, wow. I mean, people are saying prayers for you. People are, Venmoing you. People, look at this. I appreciate you, bro. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of love for you, dude, and you deserve it. You've. I can tell you right now, you've been a lot of sanity for me. It's been an emotional play. I can't sit there and, I mean, what a liar I'd be if I'm like, oh yeah, I've got, as a who's this? What's his name? So is it Salvador? Unwavering conviction.
Yeah.
God, I'd like to be that guy. Jeez, this is like, late nights, waking up, what's the stock doing right now? Early on, right? Pre-market, I mean, I'm on the West Coast like you are, so it's anyway. It's not easy, and you and a lot of others have provided a lot of continuity and um, you know a lot of logic and a lot of DD that's just been beneficial. I wouldn't be in the play, to be honest with you. I mean, I've been in and out of this play a few times. You know, um, the last few times it was because I thought it was going to be really smart and like as it was dropping, I thought I was going to sell out and then buy in lower, to get more
Yeah.
shares. And I think I people that may know me on the TV show, I kind of admitted that I did that twice, and I literally lost. I literally sold at the very bottom, and then reversed on me like you son of a bitch. But I laughed. I was like, I don't know if people get this feeling. Sometimes it feels like the stock market is personal, like it's personally like waiting for you to make that move so I can pull the rug on you.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah. So that's my sad story. So I'm
Well,
basically half the shares I had at one point, and I was like, when we went to expert market, I was watching it drop, like, oh, it's going to drop a little bit more, and then like I'm going to buy the next day. It's going to go down to 16 or 15, whatever it was, and I'm going to
yeah.
jump in, get some more shares back, and then we went expert market, and I was like, oh my god, these are the only tickets I have for this ride. I kind of screwed myself, but
We're all going to be good. I mean,
oh, I
this
know,
is bigger than even owning shares. Like I don't even care if someone owns shares, like they're part of the transformation.
yeah,
And the thing is that like we care. That people throw around words like narcissist and sociopath too much, I think. But in the sense where if someone can just they say it's just business. It's my nine to
yeah,
five. Whatever you go, money in, money out, and they're like you can't think about it. You just do it. And I think that we're done with that. We're done with that mentality of putting so much control in the hands of people that are sociopaths. They don't care.
no,
It's
they
just
certainly
a
don't.
it's just a game. It's not even a game to them. It's like less than a game. It's just a whatever. You show up, you do it, you press the buttons, and that's it. And so I think that people that are here, we're gonna be um, leaders in this new because I don't believe that selfishness exists. We're all self-interested, right? But there's a difference. Some stupid lazy people see it as a win-lose game, and
Hmm.
other people that are smart enough, they can see it as a win-win, you know. And we have to support those that are also self-interested, but that at least are smart enough and hardworking enough to make it a win-win situation, because in the long run that is better for everyone. Why would you not think, hey, I want a world where everyone's better? Looks like
Yeah,
we got Tendi in here.
heck yeah,
Hey Tendi.
Hey, I'm not going on camera though,
That's
because that's
fine.
terrible. Yeah, I just wanted to come on and throw some support at you because I mean you're amazing. You're
heck
part
yeah.
of the team. We rally together. That's who we are. I think that just, helping out, I can't remember his name from last night, the one that does the DD.
Oh, tinfoil guru.
Tinfoil, yeah. I was like, this is an amazing group of people. I mean, we are just, human beings trying to survive in this crazy messed up world. So, like I look at this as, we are more than just a, group of investors that don't have hearts. We throw our hearts and souls into this play. This is, honestly, it's like a part-time job. And in your case, Michael, it's probably more like
It,
a full-time
it is a
job.
full-time job.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
So, getting DD and reading DD in itself, like I wish I had more time where I could just like dedicate, trying to do more research and things like that. But unfortunately, I don't. I wish I, had more to bring to the table. But I think that everybody comes from different backgrounds and perspectives, and as a group, man, we're unstoppable. And I just don't see how we can fail at this. I mean, this is a risk that we were all willing to take. And the closer we get, the scarier it gets, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, we all are feeling the tension, but like, um, at the same time, just think of all of the things that we have gathered, all the knowledge that we've gathered, everything that has fallen into place as predicted. We knew that the 8K was probably going to say this, right? We're just waiting on the 10Q and to find out like the final plan. Now, the big question is, will they drop it when you're with Pulte on Monday? It's interesting timing. Who came up with Monday? Was it him?
Yeah, it was Pulte.
So that makes me kind of believe that maybe, just maybe, because he's friends with RC, right?
Yeah.
Maybe that's when it's going to happen. I mean, I
Yeah.
don't know.
There's
You guys,
two
oh,
there's two good newses, right? So one could be, oh, we're just going back to OTC. I mean,
I'll take
uh
it.
OK Bet says that still isn't good news. He's like, oh, they can still just short you down. But like, it still would go up, right? We still
Right.
would make money, but it wouldn't be like this mega squeeze. Like he's like, if Seed and Co is involved, we're just screwed. So we got to get away from that. Um, but I mean, it's still, I think we still would all make quite a bit if it went back on the OTC. But it does seem likely in that we will be going straight to T0, which if that's the case, I mean, this will be
Oh, yeah.
historic. And that 10 days from Thursday, I think it's Saturday. So anytime after this Saturday, we could get not just the announcement, but the best announcement ever, which is go make your T0 account and, transfer your
Right.
shares over.
And my question is, I mean, and I don't know the legitimacy of it, but Kelly M in the chat shared it with me today, and it was posted back in July, and it was I thought it was interesting. I did link it today in one of the spaces. I put it up in the space, and someone said that they were questioning the legitimacy of it. But it was a guy that was talking about, I don't know if he was like a former short seller or like what his exact role was, but he was saying that this is happening. Like there's going to be the biggest transfer of wealth, and it's going to happen the end of September. I can actually, I don't know how to send you the
I
link.
saw that it was I think they said it was a banker.
Yeah, banker. Okay, and I just thought that was pretty interesting. Like, how would he know that? But he may have some inside knowledge. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, well, they have to. I mean, the whole reason, the whole reason, like, I don't know which example I want to use, but when you're doing something really bad, you have to make sure you have dirt on someone else, right?
Right.
And
Right.
so they're all in it together. They all know, it's ride or die. Like they have to double down, and because the first person to betray the rest of the group, they're going to make out pretty good. And OK Bet said that. He's like, that's how you're going to know that it's game on. Is he's like, as soon as like some of the subsidiaries or whatever of these big players start taking long positions on Bed Bath and Beyond, that's
Yeah.
Michael,
Yeah.
yeah.
And also the
which
FUD that
which
has come
not?
out.
Oh,
Oh, I'm so sorry.
just to throw something in the chat. Wits not that asked the question, what's zero or what's I'm sorry, what's T0?
Teaser.
Excuse me.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, that's the blockchain that it started with Patrick Byrne. Oh, I'm sorry, I just jumped right in there.
no, you're good. Go
For
for it.
Michael.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it gives me a chance to read the chat. It's like a lot to keep
Yeah,
up with.
yeah. So T0 is a blockchain because Patrick Byrne was, a huge part of Overstock, and I believe still is. I'm not exactly sure what his role is now, if he's like on the board or what, but back in the day, um, he took on the hedge funds and was trying to fight it in court. Basically, I don't know that anything ever came to fruition other than, um, usually hedge funds just get a little slap on the wrist. But he decided, then I'm just going to create like this blockchain, where it basically makes it impossible for them to like naked short a stock or short a stock. They're gonna You're gonna own the share basically. Am I right in saying that, Michael?
Yeah. So what we need for the problem is that so I had a debate with a former SEC enforcer. Like I didn't even realize. I was like saw like, oh, SEC ask me anything. I was like, oh, I'm gonna go, ask him some hard
Yeah.
questions and see what he
That was
actually
fire,
says.
by the way.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah. And someone said, "Who is this?" It's Tindy. It's not Eileen.
It's EB and Tendy. So, and if anyone else wants to come in, I'll send.
Yeah, I don't think that our names are showing up, and like it just shows our initials for some reason.
I think it's because it's small. I'd have to make it a little bit bigger.
Oh, there
So
it is.
with so the problem is, like, I remember explaining this to my dad recently. Um, I was like, well, they can just short it. They can just borrow as many. He's like, how do you know that it's really like oversold, right? Like, it says the short interest is this, and it's like, well, they it's called rehypothecation, right? They don't know, and this is what the SEC guy was like. I was like, well, he's like, naked shorting doesn't exist. Sometimes he's like, sometimes they just don't know whether a share has already been borrowed or, how many are there, and it's they accidentally just borrow too many. And I'm like,
We're
how did,
innocent.
how is that not naked shorting? Like,
Right,
but,
exactly.
Right.
and to what degree are they doing it? It's like, well, no, it's just completely reckless. Like, if you can't even find a share 2 days later or 35 days later, you did not have reasonable expectations you could find that share. Oh, thanks. Let's go.
They're
Thanks for the
playing
holiday
loose. They're
space
playing
for.
loose with the rules there, or the interpretation of the rules, I
Well,
guess.
because guess who regulates them? They regulate themselves.
Yeah,
It's called de
exactly.
minimis. That was one thing I was really. Let's go said first. Thanks for the holding the space so close to launch, truly. And oh, PP show the $50. I want a bottle of soju strawberry when I
Nice.
land, Michael. All right. Well, I guess that puts me over the $100. So now I'll actually be able to get money from YouTube. So, so
Also, if we give you money on YouTube, you're going to get it now?
I mean, it will take a month. So, I mean,
Oh, okay.
I don't care if people call me a shill. Anyone who
What?
sent me, I'm going to read off all the people on Venmo. I think it actually shows, and Cash App. The Cash App updated, and we got Robert, Michael, Sacktown Gang. Heck yeah. But so the oh yeah, so the thing is with the shares, if they don't even know how many times it's been borrowed, if you have a blockchain technology, you can put a contract in there, and each share has an identity, and you can say whether it can be borrowed more than once or whatever, and so that just wouldn't be a problem. You could never get a stock that would be borrowed more than 100%. And we got Iwi Williams with a 2, barbecue to the moon day. Help Michael out, guys. Yeah, thank you so much.
You have a
So
Zelle, Michael? Sorry to interrupt.
I do have a Zelle.
What's your Zelle? I don't have Venmo. I've got Zelle.
Okay, I'll put in my. I'll put in my. I'm
Michael's
probably
putting
going to get a
all
lot
his
of
secrets
spam.
out
This
there.
might be. That's my. It's my email address is my.
Yourself.
So I just put it in the chat. Actually, I'll put it in the private chat as well. Yeah, I mean,
I got
Zelle
you. I
actually
already
is
got
the.
you on Venmo. I don't know if you got
Yeah,
mine.
no, I did. Your name was like one of the first ones that popped up.
Ah,
Some of them actually, I'm
Yeah.
not sure if I want to read it out loud because they're not like name. I don't
Yeah,
know if
your
everyone wants their
actual
name
name
out there.
shows
So
up. So yeah, you gotta be careful on
yeah,
those things.
I'll be careful. I don't want
Like
to
I think
dox
that we
anyone.
all know your name now, 'cause
Yeah,
but at least it's a common name.
it's true. It is true. So um,
So, like if I put my name out there, it's not as common. So, yeah.
I'm the same way. My name is not that common.
yeah.
I've probably run into like two in my life.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how many of my name is out there, but I'm sure there's a couple, but probably not as many.
Yeah. Um, sorry, I just kind of I was got lost in the chat for a second. Love the chat, by the way. Thank you guys so much. So oh yeah, back to the T0 thing, right? So when you have a contract able to be built, contract technology built in, so T0 isn't actually decentralized. It just has, contracts built into it. And so that's why, okay, Bet says he just really wants it to have loop ring in it. Either way, I'm fine. I think that there might be some regulatory
I
kickback.
thought that he didn't like loop ring, or he didn't like the capability of loop ring, or maybe I'm just
I mean, I think he sees the pros and
making
cons of each
change
side,
his mind.
but
Yeah.
he does want it to integrate loop ring. And but I mean, for me, and that's why I think that is what we can do is, this is a democracy, right? And law has to be enforced somehow, right? And if we actually,
Right.
I mean, when there was the march on Occupy Wall Street, right? That was what everyone said. Like their message was incoherent, and I just hope that I'm not saying we should march on Wall Street or whatever, but just that when we can explain to people what the problem is, that it's like, look, we need transparency. We need some sort of like the fact that the fox is guarding the hen house is insane to me.
Yeah. And
That
oh, Michael, we are
yeah,
going to get Wall Street's attention. Trust me.
yeah,
This is going to be the biggest wake up call for them because they've buried their head in the sand. How many times have people approached Gary Gensler with this over and over again, and him saying that there's no proof of naked shorting? Um, there's plenty of proof. There've been plenty of proof. And no, I'm not Cindy Barron. You guys stop. Oh my gosh, no.
I think that that's how you know who's a shill and who's not, is if they that's the main thing, right? That's what we can all the common ground, right? Is
Right.
do you believe that naked shorting exists? If they say no,
There definitely is Jill,
they're
yeah.
definitely a shill. If they say yes, okay, they might have some other ticker. Great, but we need more people that understand naked shorting is unacceptable. And,
Right.
and
And we need more control over our own investment money. Like you were saying, like you can give permission to short it 100%, but no more than that. Like you can't, I mean, for them to do what they've been doing over and over again, it's just kicking the can, kicking the can, kicking the can because they've been able to get away with it for so long.
yeah,
And they short good companies into oblivion.
yeah.
They kill good brick and mortar companies and they disappear. And a lot of them have a lot of sentimental value. I mean, look at Sears, man. You get him talking about Sears and I mean, the passion the guy has is unprecedented. Um, I mentioned on a space the other day, like Toys R Us was a big deal. Like taking my kids when they were little to Toys R Us was just like a really inexpensive way of like their imaginations would go wild. They get so excited. They want to look at everything. And I'd be like, well, tell me what you want for your birthday or Christmas or whatever. It was just a big deal. And it's gone. It's not the same showing your kids' pictures on the web. It's like, it's not the same walking into a Target in the toy section that's only two aisles. It's just not.
And it's one thing to
Um,
let the market change gradually, right? and it's
Mm-hmm.
another to make money shorting it down. Like the thing that, when they had the zero interest rates, people were buying things. They buy a mall or
Right.
whatever it is. They would get a rating agency to rate it higher, and then before it's ever made money, before like they have a short-term loan that they can't even pay back, and then they do an IPO, make it
Mm-hmm. They
public,
pump and dump.
and
Mm-hmm.
then they short it down because they know it's going to fail, right? Because they're like, oh, dude, there's no way that's going to last, and they know it's like,
Mm-hmm.
and why do we let that happen? Like, we need like the best minds. I think that one of the things that should happen is the SEC should be decentralized. That it's like
Right.
we can't, when you consolidate that power in one person, that gets really dangerous. And it's like we need, if we have blockchain and people can look at what's all going on, then
Mm-hmm.
it's like all these people are able to bring up issues and we can fix it, because it's gotten so bad that now everyone's scared to fix it because it'd bring the whole thing crashing down. Whale-sized snail with the two says strategic fails to deliver as impactful as naked. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like
Mm-hmm.
they, yeah.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Tendi. What are you gonna say?
I was going to say he's absolutely right. In looking at the things that need change, how do people in politics make all this money off of stock?
Yeah,
It shouldn't be allowed. That should never be allowed. And then SEC, you look at how much a person's salary is, and then how much they get paid by people that are basically greasing palms so that they can get away and turn a blind eye.
yeah,
I'm sure Gary Gensler gets money or kickbacks from Kenny G that we don't know about. And that's why this has been able to go on for so long. And I'm just picking on Kenny G because there's a lot more players in this than him.
yeah. We got
It's just like there is no accountability whatsoever. And this has to change. And I'm glad that this is happening. I'm not going to feel guilty. They're going to already, Ken Griffin already tried to say that we're taking teachers' pensions away from them.
yeah,
Um, you know, no, you're taking teachers' pensions away from them.
and
You took away a lot of people's income for their family survival
and
because you're a greedy bastard.
and that's why I'm so excited that Kevin Malone is doing his new charity. Is that what he wants to do is educate people about finance, and it's because I think that they give themselves the liberty to keep doing this horrendous corruption because, like, well, no one else could do this job. They're too dumb, and it's like, well, let's educate everyone. Let's all get on the
Mhm.
same page. Oh, we just lost. Dang it. So let's get everyone on the same page, and so that we could have. I'll remember right now. We could have people participating in the public market because this is an asset of our whole country and of the world. And the public needs to, like, the whole reason we have a public companies is because we want to be able to build something bigger than an individual or a small group. Hey, Jam, what's up?
Check your mic, Jam. You have to give permission. I don't think he might
Thanks,
have.
Evie.
I think he might have to drop
Okay,
back
bro.
down.
Yeah,
Good,
thank you.
good.
Yeah, there just needs to be people need to be held accountable. There regulations on these things, they get like, oh, I shorted this company, $100 million, but I only have $1 million fine. You know what I mean? It's just like it's not right.
Yeah,
They need to fix this, and it's been a long time in the making, and something was going to eventually break the dam. I saw someone say in chat, our bank account's safe. um Good question. you know I know 401ks are going to take a huge hit. And, people probably will lose a lot of their retirements when the market tanks. But, you know, in rebuilding that back, I think it's going to be exponentially better and you'll be able to grow your wealth quicker because you're not going to have, hopefully shady characters in the background
Hey, can you guys hear
pulling
me?
strings and keeping things neutral.
Yeah, we can hear you. You're a little bit.
We can
Your
hear you,
volume's
but
really
you're a
low.
little muffled.
A little soft, yeah.
How about now? Is this better? Try this.
A little bit.
A little bit.
All right. Yeah,
There
I
we
just
go.
wanted to
Yeah, there
show
we go.
my support, Michael. I really like that you started
thanks,
your
man.
own show. Yeah, I was listening to a stream on X, and they were actually trying to kick you off. I'm glad that you have your own show. I think you should do more of these streams, man. Good luck. I wish you the best. Have a good
Thank
one.
you.
Take care.
Thank you.
See, Michael, you're getting love from everybody.
Did he say somebody was trying to kick you off?
Yeah, I'm not sure which. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't know, but there's a lot of haters out there. I know that I got Doug Sifu's attention, which makes me laugh. Like,
did you really?
Right.
Yeah, him and his either his alt account or his goons, and I think it's probably a goon. It's like someone was it was like sad. They had like a conversation with themselves, like, oh, like trying to like make it look like a real conversation when really they're just trying to establish a narrative, and it's like that's so embarrassing. Like, the age of the other guy, and it's like ironic because he says he's a libertarian, and yet he's supporting big business that's in bed with the big government.
Yeah,
it's like
not quite.
That's the most ironic thing ever.
Yeah. Hey, I got something.
Yeah.
This is a while back, but Scott in the comments, but Scott Garland threw up some numbers like that, kind of like that cipher the other day from that. Remember that it was something about the Bahamas. Like it's all about the Bahamas. Study it. Remember that cipher?
Yeah.
So right around, it was like 5:31:30. I took a screenshot of it because I'm going to play with that later. But just in case anyone's, any of you smart people that can do the ciphers quickly. I don't know who Scott Garland is, but
yeah, that's true. The cheese with the 5. One of us needs to run for president with our financial backing and insider trading, lobbyist donations, and pharmaceutical cartels.
PP says ban Ligma.
Yeah, it's actually Ligma. We on Discord we actually played poker, and when we do the big tournament, I'm scared of him. he's probably gonna win. Not scared like physically for my physical health, but just for my chip stack, I'm scared.
He just did it ban Ligma again.
The thing that makes me laugh, I guess the hardest is thinking, if they did come out and make a documentary about this show, some of the characters on here are just so funny. And I'm just imagining, them covering the DD written by Ligma Balls.
Oh my God. Right now, I want Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson to play me. I'm a very minor character.
There we go.
I want Dwayne. I want one of the biggest stars in Hollywood to play me as a minor character on the PP show, the movie.
I imagine it being a TV show, like
a series,
like one Game of Thrones, like where it just goes on for like several seasons, and like you see everyone's backstory, and there's like ABC, living his regular life. And then it's like, you don't even get to like the play for a while, like, or you have it go back and forth, and like, there's me on the beach of the Caribbean in medical school, like, and it's just like, how are we all going to end up in the same spot? Like
kind of
no
giving people a bit of a backstory to all these characters and like where they come from and
it's like
where they're at in life.
Drawing these weird lines of like of connection, right?
Yeah, Kais driving people around.
Oh my God, Kais! He's one of those guys that's like I liked him and then I didn't like him and now I like him again. He's just like he's such a character though.
Yeah, there was a time where I really didn't care for him. I think it was the time when he called the doctors, the OB office, and pretended to be Ryan Cohen and all that. And I was like, okay, you took that a little bit too far.
He's a nut.
Yeah, but
he
I do
he needs a
really
nobody.
he's got some passion and he's very intelligent, you guys. I know he comes
Yes.
across sometimes as a little bit of a wild man, but if you've ever had conversations with him, he
Yeah.
knows a lot.
Oh,
I'm
he does.
excited.
No, he's
Really intelligent guy.
he
I
is.
think
He's a comedian.
I think he's going to Pulte's house, so I'm excited to
Oh,
talk to him. I'm
Oh,
actually
see, that's
excited
so
to
cool.
pick his
Yeah.
brain about Tunisia because my
yes.
wife actually speaks Arabic and studied it, and so
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's
I
cool. Is
actually
your wife going to be able to go to Florida?
not on this trip probably, but
Okay.
I'm sure there's going to be another trip. I think this is probably just the beginning. Um,
Yeah. Well,
and
there's going to be a lot of trips to Florida, I think, pretty soon. I think that's,
So,
it's pretty much
so
good.
thinking about Florida. I mean, have you thought about some questions you want to ask Polte? Can you share with us some thoughts? Some where you're going to go with this, Michael?
wow. It's kind of interesting. I have, I mean, I have a lot of questions, but I think that I kind of just want to understand um, what the big players are already, the giants that are already fighting, what it is that they're focused on, and to see how, because like, you know, I'm new to this whole world, right? Like, I mean, um, I had no idea GME was squeezing. I had
Right.
no idea for months after it even happened. I didn't even hear anyone tell me, so I had 3 jobs at that time, so I didn't even have time to keep up with the stock market or even watch the news or anything. And so, um, then I started trying to really figure it out. And yeah, so I know that what's been being planned here goes back really far, and that was something that got me really excited. Is watching that Mark Vaden interview. Is like he was talking about the baby market, right? And that this has been, I guarantee, when reading the white paper from, sorry to keep jumping around, from M3, they were talking about these cycles where you have, quantitative easing and quantitative tightening. And in the quantitative easing, when money's essentially free to certain people, obviously, because you can't just give to everyone, you those people abuse it and they start a growth economy because they can have all this money to throw around. And then what you do is you privatize all the profits and you socialize all the risks.
Right.
And so they would make all these public companies and whatever, and offload all their bags and jump out with their golden parachutes. Because building an actual company is actually really hard. I definitely know that. I had a vending machine business with like 30 machines, and holy crap! I even had like the ideal location. It still was like insane to even try and make money.
Hmm.
But yeah, so that it goes through these cycles, and so the whole idea, like anyone that really knows, like Mark Vaden, or anyone that's been around, like they know that it's all about timing this cycle. And that's kind of why I brought up like the fact that it's like we're going to make a lot of money and we're going to have the opportunity to buy the dip on a lot of things, right? And so thinking about what you might want to buy the dip on, right? um, I think the idea of us, when Pulte said we're going to be leaders, it isn't necessarily even that he has to make us a leader, right? Like that we would probably have enough money to buy a decent stake in whatever company we want. And so we probably should then participate in the board, put ourselves on the board.
Sure.
So, yeah.
I mean, what else are you gonna do with your money? You're gonna, stuff your mattress. I mean, it's like,
Yeah.
you got to do something with it. Uh-oh. Look at PP wants to take out some shills.
Oh, I thought you said you want to come on a hostile takeover.
He should come on.
I was going to throw him a link.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, people
man.
should at least make a guest appearance. Come
Yeah,
on.
man, PP,
Keeping
you
it
got to make a
going.
guest appearance. You
How
got to
about
come on.
somebody
Pal.
else pop up here? Because I really feel like I don't have a whole lot to add tonight. I just
You
wanted to
tend to
throw a
get.
word.
I don't have a lot to add. I'm here for as an emotional support animal.
I feel it.
Yeah.
That's it. No, Michael's a star of this show.
I enjoy just like watching and listening in the chat and everything, but I always feel like I need something to bring to the table. I just feel guilty if I'm just sitting here and
You
just
bring a
talking.
lot to the table. For me, like that's how I feel about the PP show. There's so many heavy hitters on the PP show that's just, listening is enough.
Yeah, I really enjoy the chat.
Yeah,
And I think
The chat cracks me up. I mean, the chat is where it's at sometimes. It's just
absolutely.
so funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really enjoy the chat.
Lancer, what's
Lancer.
up?
Hey there.
Hey,
Lancer.
How's it going?
it's going great.
Nice.
Started a party.
Got in fast. I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a question. If anybody knows how to find if IEP has any shares that they're holding that they are allowed to issue out, I would be very apt to know what that information is. I'm just trying to do some math, and I can't find it. Free and fair markets, It's real easy to find that type of shit.
Well, it's also, I think that like they want to keep. They also don't want their enemies to know what they've got either, right? So
I guess that makes sense, but it would be in like a filing, though. I feel like somewhere.
I'm sure. Like I keep trying to figure out who these giants that are fighting are. So like I know, but our team keeps getting bigger, and they seem very invested. Carl Icahn is definitely one of them, and he has a lot of influence. When you look at everyone's portfolios that they're going to be bringing under the Teddy umbrella, and when I say under the Teddy umbrella, I don't mean that Ryan Cohn needs to own it, right? The idea of globalization is that economies are so intertwined that there's no reason to be at war. That it's just, there's an incentive to work together. And so I think that's kind of way Teddy is going to be. It's going to be a platform, but also, he's not. I don't think Ryan Cohn's going to own or manage all of it. I mean, you'd also have monopoly issues going on there. But when you look at all the people that are going to be moving over, I mean, look at all of IP's portfolio. Look at all of Dragonfly's portfolio. Look at all of M3's portfolio, like all the people they work with, right? Like you can start seeing these huge portfolios of people. And I think it's going to come together like that. Like literally it's going to say go. And then suddenly there's a full-fledged, Amazon competitor, even with its own streaming platform, Blockbuster, with all like, it's just going to be suddenly there. And, within a month, it's just going to feel normal that we buy everything on Teddy. So I think it really will happen, that we will be buying Christmas presents for this Christmas on Teddy, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah, and the timing of it all is very interesting too because it's going to be before the Mad Christmas Dash. You know what I mean? And if they can get this thing up and running and introduce it to people, then I think a lot of people are ready to jump ship from Amazon. Amazon just keeps getting a little bit more, I guess, jank is the best word for me to put it. I mean, I've gotten some things from there. I'm thinking, okay, I'll buy this and see, I'll give it a try. But like, I return things so often that I buy from Amazon just because when you get it, the quality is not there. It's like, you know, it's just not. I don't know. I'd rather walk into a store and buy something than buy something off of Amazon anymore because it's just not good. It's not good quality. But I also think that, you're looking at some pretty awesome stores we're all familiar with. We know the quality of them. And it's going to be kind of like, I guess the best way to put it is putting a virtual mall at your fingertips and making it so much easier for all of us to shop like one-stop shop. So imagine, jumping over to Sears, buying some stuff there, then hopping over to Pier 1, buying something from there, getting all of your Christmas shopping done without having to get in a car and drive to those locations. It's all going to be in your cart. You can purchase it. Boom, done.
Thanks, Dig Dog, by the way. He says, I
It's
like
going to be
mine.
awesome. And again, like I said before, you guys, I know I always am talking about my Tuesday morning. I love that store. It made me so excited to see that it's possible that they're going to be a part of this as well. I just find such unique things there. And plus, I'm artsy and I do a lot of art, and I find supplies and stuff there often very cheap and affordable, and they're, you know, it just makes it easy for me. And I really miss it. So I was like, when that went bankrupt, I was sad. Um, I've I heard somebody say too the other day, and I don't know if this is part of it or not. I just saw it in a tweet. Don't remember who tweeted it. That Payless Shoes was part of it. Have you heard about that?
So for me, there was I wish I could
I didn't even
remember.
know they were bankrupt because they didn't really shop there. But
If you look at it was like WB. I actually had it on a picture. Pardon me, I want to say WSB, but it was like something like that. It was a 3-letter acronym. So it's just one company that was in the portfolio, I think, of Dragonfly.
okay,
So Dragonfly also is with, man, it's been a while since I looked at this, but 2 other companies. And so just that one company in their portfolio has a bigger portfolio. And I remember noticing inside one of those portfolios was Payless Shoes.
okay, yeah, I didn't even realize it that it was gone. It's been a little bit. I mean, it's been a while since I've actually stepped foot inside of a mall. We have one of those like outdoorsy type malls that's kind of nearby.
Yeah.
And I'll go to that occasionally, but like Payless was one of those staple stores, not doxing myself, but I worked for Simon Property Group for quite some time, and I worked on leases.
Yeah.
And it was like there were always in every single mall, you had a Claire's, you had Payless. Um, there are just certain stores that are anchored in every single mall. And then, you had your big box stores, which were always on every corner. So, you would have like typically a J.C. Penney's, a Sears,
A Bed
a
Bath and Beyond.
Macy's, right? Bed Bath and Beyond. A lot of times, Bed Bath and Beyond would be in one of the outer strips. And these are your anchor stores. And when the anchor stores go, um, that's when the malls would fail, and start everybody would start pulling out, because what brings people into the mall are those big box stores. And then once you're there, hey, I think I'll skip down and see what's going on at, Yankee Candle or whatever. But those were when those start to go and fail, then that's when the malls start to cease to exist. And you start seeing other things show up, like in the case of Bed Bath and Beyond, Spirit Halloween. You know, these are the type of things that are happening all across America because the world's changing. People don't want to go to brick and mortar as much anymore. Now, there's certain things I prefer to go to brick and mortar for. So I actually had this conversation the other day with someone, and I said, it's going to be really difficult for people to like shoe shop. You know what I mean? It's different because you want to try them on and make sure they don't hurt your feet. Make sure they're the
I,
right fit.
I
Things
think
like that.
I think that's going to be the difference, though, is that I think that's what's one of the things that's going to help them beat Amazon is that I imagine they're going to leverage the brick and mortar that already exists so
Right.
that you can go sit in a chair before you buy it. They don't need to have all of them there, right?
Right.
They'll just
Yeah.
have like all the things you actually want to test out, and then the things that you don't, they won't really be there. And so you try on a shoe or that, and they'll do some of it in VR, right? So maybe you go there and they have a headset, like a really nice headset, and they put it on and like, oh, you want to see what it looks like or whatever. So I think they'll find ways of like
Exactly.
getting to either at least feel the material or whatever the product. That
Yeah.
way they
And then
can
you can
reduce the
place
amount of
an
people
order and
returning
have it
things.
sent or
Well,
whatever. Same
the
with
big
Toys
thing
R
too,
Us. I mean, it was like, well, looking at the things in Toys R Us with your kids, you weren't going to buy everything, but at least you got to take a look at everything.
and I think too, I mean, to kind of what you just kind of hit the nail on the head for me is return things. I'm kind of a bit of a rock solid in the house.
Hey, Rock
Heck
has a shirt
yeah.
on.
Hey, what's up? I'm already
Got a
yeah.
shirt on
Matrix
for you,
right, man. You
Michael.
guys are quick with it.
What I was gonna say, like
Right.
returns. I mean, here's something that I'm not a boomer, but I'm on the. I guess I'm a Gen X, but I'm more on the cusp. But returning things, like it's one thing to get something online and you're excited about it, and you get it, and you're like, this is crap. I like the idea of just driving over to my, to a store and saying, hey, I don't, so I ordered this. That's not what I want, and then going, here's your money back, sir, immediately, without me having to mail it back. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? To me, that's that's gold.
Yeah, it's huge.
I gotta give Chad what they're asking for.
Flip.
I don't want to disappoint. Sorry, keep going. I didn't mean to interrupt. I apologize.
No, you're good. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, sir. Welcome to the Michael Show.
The Michael Show.
I love
we
it.
need to have a title for you, Michael. We need you got the PP Show. Are you gonna be the Michael Show or?
So for me,
show?
someone asked earlier what A.M.E stands for. It stands for Anatomy of Mind and Emotion, right? So that's actually I plan on supporting, people understanding about the market and participating. I love the community, but my passion really is in psychology. And so, I will be, setting up a website and doing, I don't want to say therapy, because I think that it's just people, one, they need someone to sound a sounding board. And then also just I think people grow up and they don't really have any examples of what does a functional adult do?
So what you're saying is you're going to psychoanalyze all us regards after.
I was about to say, I'll sign up.
Right. We might all need a little bit of that after all this, because this has been a stressful time.
I mean, actually kind of funny is I have been, I'm not like it's like a study, I'm not and I'm just curious, right? And I found personality differences between the Bed Bath community and the MMTLP community, which is really fascinating to me, because I went on a space the other day, and then I don't know, someone was like, where's your name come from? And then they just kept asking me, and then I was and I started asking them their earliest childhood memories, and it ended up being this fun adventure. And I typed a lot of them, and I was like, wow, that's interesting that they have a different personality than us. And it made sense why, because if it's oil field related and whatnot, and a lot of military people, and I'm like, oh, okay,
so what you're saying is they're just not as cool as us. I get you.
Yeah, no, I mean, we're a little we're a little more creative, I guess you could say, yeah, in a strict sense, but they were really I don't know, they were super accepting and stuff. And I don't know, I love everyone. I love humans. I think all we need is the structure to be able to have more synergy and stop, making this a zero-sum game, right? We're smart enough to not make this a zero-sum game, and we just need to actually put the framework out there, right? And it's going to be hard, but I think that people like Ryan Cohen are, and Pulte are actually building that framework. That it's look, if you can't be a CEO and make enough money, I mean, even if someone took a smaller salary or whatnot, if you can't be a CEO and make your life work for, I don't know, only a few $1 million salary, you shouldn't be CEO. You're too dumb. If you it's just I mean, look at some of the best traders in time, right? And it's oh, they started with a couple $1,000s and they turned it into millions of dollars, right? If you're really smart, that each CEO, even with a $2 million salary, should be able to multiply what they're making, especially if they invest in their own company, which they plan on adding value to. So for me, as soon as someone, I mean, not everyone has the luxury like Ryan Cohen to be able to do it for free, right? But even that, he's still smart enough to still be making money, even working for free. And yet you have people that are taking tens of millions of dollars, and I don't know, it's just embarrassing in my opinion. And why does society support and look up to these people that they don't actually add value to society in an economic way, as far as So
Man, you're going to go down a rabbit hole of all of humanity. Why we have people look up to kings and queens, and we put people on pedestals all the time. And money just happens to be one of those pedestals that we put people. If you have a lot of money, obviously you have to be smarter. Obviously you have to be more attractive. Obviously that's just kind of human nature, is it not?
well, I mean, I think that we value like, so natural selection kind of pressures have kind of put certain types of people in positions of power, right? You have to be willing to do certain things. You have to be able to, one, recognize who's in power, two, be willing to do whatever they say, or whatever you need to either to move on, right? And so I think that what's good about us being leaders is we're all very different. We have some things in common. One is that like our ability to think tangentially in the Bed Bath and Beyond community is quite strong. And but we, even at that, that one of those commonalities we have, and the ability to deconstruct things, we're pretty good at that too. We're still very different. And when instead of having these one-dimensional businesses that just have a model, it's like, hey, you have a salesperson, you give, you have capital, boom, done. When you have all these people, I mean, I imagine like boards being bigger. Why not have more people? Instead of paying one person $30 million a year, why don't you pay 30 people $1 million a year? Like, and have more of a decentralized kind of thing. There are certain limitations, and I think that's something that we'd have to figure out. But I think that we're getting there. We're getting to the point where we can even like kind of discuss and decide how public companies should be run, right? Back in the day, all the way back in, each empire had its town square where people would discuss ideas and, what's the next big thing. That's where Stoic philosophy came from. Stoa was a porch. They're all out on the porch, talking about like what what society should look like, or what what gives how do we find value in life, right? Those are like, they would discuss them, and yet the system right now is set up to where we're so busy working hard to put food on our plate, pay our bills, that like we don't have the luxury to think about what makes a meaningful life, or how we can make our grow wealth. And I'm excited for that to change.
Yeah, sure. So what do you think about some of the desperate shills out there? Like for example, I kind of hang on StockTwits. That's kind of where I hang, and it cracks me up because I just found Reddit. I mean, I knew about Reddit. I'm not that old, but
yeah,
I kind of came onto Reddit maybe, I don't know, a few weeks ago. I guess who was it? Fleetwood Mac and Cheese. She kind of, I think, talked about it. Anyway, long story short, so some of the things that the shills are saying. Okay, obviously the easy one, it's going to zero. All the paperwork says it's going to zero, and I'm like, okay, yeah, cool. That's literally nothing that has been presented has taken us off of acquisition.
Hold on, was like PP says, are you wearing wire? No, I'm not. I did get some new mics though. They are coming. I got some wireless mics for the PP show. It's going to be great. And since people are actually sending me money, I'm going to buy 2 more, because I didn't know Plur was likely going to come.
People are sending you money too.
Yeah, hey, I'll forward some of that to you. No, seriously though, that was my plan. Yeah,
you're so good, Michael. No,
he actually did say that early on before you even came on. He was like, oh, he talked about spreading the love.
No,
yeah, no, I was super excited when Rock Solid hit me up, and I was like, man, we're gonna get to be roommates for a night. It's gonna be so legit.
Oh, keep your hands to yourself. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh my god.
Hey, if I'm paying for it, you better be putting out.
You're married, you're married too. No, but I met my first Bobby today, a real life Bobby in the wild. Like, we came across him. He told me he was coming in my place of work. Emotional damage with the $2. Shout out to you, my friend. It was so cool to meet you. I met him today, so.
You did? That's cool.
Yeah, that was like the highlight of my year, actually, because he's the first Bobby I've ever met in person. Like, I don't really talk about this a lot. You know, and I'm a parent, a young parent, I should say. I have 2 young children, 6 and 9. And I work full time, so it's like busy life. I don't have much of my social life. You guys are my crowd, my homies, the people I look forward to speaking to. And so, it's just cool that I finally meet someone who can relate and I can actually look at and know they understand. And oh no, it's just cool. It's just, regardless of how this story ends, I've met so many great people along the way. And it's cool to actually have a tangible like handshake with some of these people. It's just real relationships. It's been fun to develop the rapport with certain people. And a lot of people I had no idea had something nice to say about me have come out of the woodworks and said nice things. And it's just cool to see people helping people like we saw last night with people showing tinfoil guru some love. Like, how cool is that? I think
Yeah, that was amazing. I
Bill will
can't
be
wait to see
proud.
you all together. It's going to be
Yeah.
really
Oh,
fun to
absolutely.
watch
How about
and to
this
see
rock?
all of you.
How about this rock solid? I'm starstruck to be on the screen with you and Lancer and Tindy and Michael. Are you kidding me?
Aw.
No,
Hell
I'm
yeah.
serious.
Well,
Well,
I'm
I've always
serious.
been a fan of you, Rock, and you know that. I've always really appreciated everything that you've had to add, and I think all of us as a group of people and investors, and oh my God, you guys are all so funny.
Actually,
I would love to just like meet every single one of you at some point, but
P-
I know it's impossible, but
PP had a PP said, Michael, if you are wearing a wire, you got to tell us. He's starting to scare me.
ah,
Wait, why we're in a? I mean, I have.
If you're a Fed,
Oh,
you got to
Fed.
tell us.
No,
Wearing a wire,
but
you're a Fed.
taking notes over there.
I'm trying to. I'm watching the chat here.
I've been getting too anxious. I can't even keep up with the chat. So, yeah, I don't know how PP does it. He makes it look effortless.
He does make it look effortless. It's kind of like he's like a DJ, like
Yeah, you just have to throw in a couple. There you fucking have it.
That's right, the PP show. You know what I like about him? Like, he does this thing and he's so seamless with it. Someone will ask him a real technical question. What do you think about blah 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 blah? He goes, yeah, it's pretty interesting, man. Tell us about it. And he flips it back on him. I'm like, he does it a lot, and then the person starts telling. It's like they're asking a question they know the answer to, and he just magically flips it back around on them, and they talk about it. It's so, and he does it so effortlessly.
Well, PP reads at a first grade level, but he thinks at a 7th grade level. So definitely give the guy some credit.
I think PP's. I think he fakes not knowing how to read words, but he does that good too. That's the other thing too. People bust his chops about that. But he's like so good-hearted about it. It cracks me up.
Well, after Moaz, he can start a center for kids that don't read good.
That's right.
I think I posted
that to him one time.
Other stuff.
That's right.
It's a center for ants.
And we also all bring different things to the table. I mean, like, talking to OK-Bet today, he's like, no, and he's like, seriously, like the SEC and different people, like they really don't know anything about things like crypto. And you'd think that someone that made a career of, wanting to understand economics and whatnot, that they would be super excited and actively learning. It's like, no, that's just their day job. They just show up 9 to 5. They don't give a crap. And so I think that like it's like what we're doing, it takes more than just any one person could know all, like to it's too complicated because no one's ever, like, we're creating something new. We're pushing forward to a new, better economy, right? That's a big deal. We got Harris in here.
Hey, hello guys, how are you doing?
Hello.
I just wanted to know that today PP show is not there.
No, he's just had a bunch of stuff he had to do tonight, getting ready for.
Got a trip to get ready for.
Yeah.
Oh man.
And yeah, someone messaged me and was like, "Hey, you can do a show or what?" And I was like, "Oh, I mean, yeah, I guess I can just do a show." I didn't. So, and I had a good conversation with OK-Bet, which I probably should just reiterate real quick since there's probably some new people, which is just that the TLDR is I thought we needed to I thought we needed to come off of the expert market because that seemed to make sense. Like, how can we buy? How can there be a squeeze? And I mean, it is possible. I mean, there's just one filing they have to file. KBet said it was not a big deal. But he said that it's actually easier for them on the expert market because no one can buy. Like, some people, like on Moomoo, I guess, and Canada, they can buy, but I don't know that they're really even getting actual shares. And I'm not sure how that's going to be worked out. But on the actual books of who owns what, like, there's not any buying or selling, so, or any changes, any buying. So that means that they can do a final count of how many shares are out there so that they can get it ready. Attendee says she has to go. Do you have something you want to say before you leave? Any last words? No. Oh yeah. So
sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just wanted to thank everybody first of all because you guys are doing a great job.
Oh, thanks.
I'm always on the PP. I mean, I don't come online, but I follow PP and ABC and in fact Mike, everybody. In fact, I just want to first thank everybody for your effort that you're putting in, and thank you so much. And I hope everything goes good. Just waiting for the end game. I do not know much about it. I'm not in a big investor in the stock, but I invested in BBY because of PP because I used to see him since October, and I was following. I mean, Kais is the guy who actually got in because once I was watching Twitter and I saw somebody walking around and talking about Bed Bath and Beyond, and I said, hey, I need to find out what actually is happening.
Yeah.
And then I slowly started investing, and then I got into PP show. I saw this guy is, come on, this guy is at least innocent first of all. Second thing is honest.
Yeah.
So, and with that, I see a lot of good guys coming in, and that's the reason why I'm in Bed Bath and Beyond. And I hope we win. I mean, that's all I can tell you. But
yeah, the end game is just as far as the TLDR is, they would be ready to go to T0 as soon as they need 10 days after.
Wonderful.
The first day that they could have signed on to T0 to say they're going to make the change was last Thursday. And when we got when the 14% bondholders, their claims got wiped out. So we got wiped out at the same time, but the most important was they got wiped out. So the lien was lifted on baby. After that was done, they might have filed to be moved to T0 at that point. So that's probably why they didn't care that we went to expert markets, because it doesn't matter. And so anytime after Saturday, we could, get the announcement that it's moving to T0 and baby's being carved out and we're getting Teddy shares. So I think that might happen, that we might get that announcement maybe even on Monday. I think it's easier to do on Monday than a Saturday, but that it will be able to happen as soon as.
I have two questions for you guys. I mean, I do not know. That's the reason I'm asking you. So first question, do we have to create an account in T0? That's my first question.
You will eventually, probably. I mean, that's the most likely one because they're the only ones that have SEC permission. So, I mean, there's not a rush to do it. You don't have to do it today or whatever. I was talking to OKBet today. He said that they already did it with overstock.com, their dividend they did. And he said that lots of people said it was a really easy onboarding process. So there's not a rush to sign up. I mean, if you wanted to, because you want to check it out, cool. I mean, there's a chance it might. I don't know, because technically we're going through BSTX, so I don't know exactly how that works out. But either way, the people in the background that actually know what's going on, that are actually making it happen, it's they have it all taken care of. I'm sure. I've been watching the GameStop tweets, and like they're definitely like have secret messages in them, and saying everything's on track. So that's super. Like one was actually today talked about like separation, right? It's like going a different way or whatever. And so it's like talking about just that we're going to a different exchange, I think. So that would be really cool if that's
So yeah, here is the thing. What I did. I mean, I'm talking about myself. So let me be very clear. I have DRSed it because I see a lot of advisories coming out and saying it's better you DRS. So I've done like 40% DRS.
yeah.
60% is in Fidelity. So if you go to T0, will Fidelity connect to T0? I mean, I'm a little confused.
No, either way, I mean, I DRS some of mine just because, like, for me, actually, I did it just because I think it makes it easier on the company, you know, to as far as them saying, does the ownership change, you know, so, and just to have my account open for future things that I want to DRS. But yeah, basically, I think what you'll do is you'll go to T0, and just like if you want to switch your shares from one exchange to another, you just go on there and you say, hey, I want to move all my shares over from Fidelity, and then you fill out the information and click it, and then they move your shares over, and then they'll convert your shares and give you the dividend or whatever. Similarly with whatever other exchange. So I think I think that process can be fine. Yeah.
Thank you, Michael. Yeah, thank you, because it's all in a confused state right now.
Yeah, I would definitely not worry about anything. You know, we've already won. We're good.
Yes.
What's your rock solid about that?
See, once I have come on PP show as an astrologer, because I'm into astrology, not into stock market. So we guys will win, because remember one thing very clearly, because this is something which I want everyone. We have not won, but you please understand. We will celebrate once we have won. So there is some time. You know, it's not going to happen immediately. This is what I want to say, everybody. So just keeping that in your mind. Once we win, we will celebrate it. Until then, you know, we should actually do what ABC is talking, give the right kind of informations, and hold on. You know, that's the most important thing. You know, don't go and listen to all this Twitter. I see so many messages coming, and that's very confusing as well as misleading. Just follow PP, man. That's it. Because in Reddit, I don't go anywhere else. Just PP. If anything comes there, I just read it. All others, I just ignore it.
I mean, in my opinion, ever since Thursday, that was the one thing that could have stopped us. And I did read a case study of another company that the bondholders actually won, and you know, then the shareholders got wiped out. So, in my opinion, that was the only difficult obstacle for the whole process, was the 14% bondholders. And so, what the exact timeline is, I don't know. And I mean, you know, like OKBet said, we might get shares well past the confirmation date. You know, it doesn't matter.
I agree with you.
I do think they want to get the ball rolling. I do think they want to get it before Black Friday and everything. So I do personally think it will happen sooner than later. You know.
Yes, and we'll celebrate together.
Yeah.
Yeah, two quick point on his comment. Yeah, like I am so anxious, nervous that when that time finally comes, I'm worried that I will have a heart attack from how hard I'm fist punching the sky.
Yeah.
I know when that moment comes, I'm gonna blow up, like, because that vindication will be, and like I just can't fathom. But I'm also worried for my health. Like, bro, you gotta like make sure you don't have a heart attack here. I just think that's funny. But hey, I wanted to, on the DRS, I like a lot of people have waffled. And we don't need to go down these conversations that so many people have had. I just have quick questions if someone can help me out. I know AAA Jade has been a great resource here. My shares that I DRS left my account today, like they're no longer there. So they're going to, our AST's about to receive them. Now I know, since I'm starting my account, they're going to send me snail mail. Will have my account number, but it might take time. But did I hear her say, once you see that your shares have left your account at whichever broker, you can call AST the next day and request a statement, I believe was the term, and it would come quicker than the typical snail mail that they normally send. Is that true? Like, do I need to, I guess my question, and I'm sorry for talking so much.
No, your
your question is, should I call AST tomorrow as a first-time user now that the shares have left my account, or should I just sit on my hands still and wait for the snail mail
Why wouldn't
that
you
could
call?
come? You know, I'm a U.S. resident, so I imagine the mail should come pretty quickly.
I'm actually in the
Can
exact same
Can
spot
I
as
answer
you.
this question for you if you don't know? Because I just did it now. So I'll just tell my experience so that. So all I did is I just went to Call Fidelity and said them I need to DRS certain part of my BB. They did it. So now the thing is, it takes 3 days, 3 working business days basically to do your DRS. So once it's out of your account, yes, what you said is right. You need to go into your AST and get the details like where actually you see a share. And I think there is a Reddit post on PP Show where basically you can see all those details. Take that number, call them up, and then just 3 to 5 days is basically the time taken. But for me, it was 3 days. Let me be very
Right.
clear. So once it's happened, you can do it. And honestly, I really do not know how the sell process happens. I have to do a research on that. And again, I'll follow you guys
with
on
that,
that
man.
and then go with it. Okay. Guys, I have to drop. Thank you so much. Just wanted to wish you all a good luck. And thanks for all your help. Bye-bye.
Rock. I got a question. Why wouldn't you call? Like,
Well, you know, I think my understanding in the past was it's like, yes, it's easy. Like I'm a Fidelity customer, so yes, I've known it's easy to just get on, hey, send my shares. Thank you very much. Have a good day, and I get a letter a few weeks later. But I think with the heightened you know, the times we're in right now, I've heard more people kind of like, well, I don't want to wait that long. This shit could happen next week.
yeah. So here's my anecdotal story. I'm behind you, and so I was it. Here's my quick story on that. Last Friday, I called my broker, and I got on and said, "Hey, I want to DRS my shares." And the guy got really geeky. He's like, "Oh, you want to sell all your shares to BBYQ?" I'm like, "No, I want to DRS some of them."
I've heard.
And he kind of laughed. He's like, "Oh, okay." It was really weird. It was creepy.
Yeah.
I said, I don't know how to do it. What do I do? And so he sent me. He goes, "I'm going to send you some paperwork to fill out." I got TD Ameritrade.
Uh-huh.
So I filled out my TD Ameritrade stuff over the weekend on Sunday. And then Monday morning, I got and this is email with inside TD Ameritrade, so it's not emails to my account, it's secure email. And it says, "Yep, we got it. It's going to take 3 business days. We're on it." Then later on that day, I get this email that says, "Sorry," and I'm panicking, right? "Sorry, we can't DRS your shares, you know, due to some regulation, this, that, and the next thing, no shares are able to DRS." And so now I'm on the phone, right? And I'm like, and I'm talking to a guy, and the guy's like, yeah, no, you can DRS. There's a mistake with, they thought you wanted to send stuff from AST back to us. How did you make that mistake? Well, you didn't check a box. And I go, there's 2 boxes on the form I didn't check, and you're right. One of them says, "Do you want your shares physically in paper format? Give us $500, or do you want to set up a DRS account? You know, do you want to DRS these to AST?" I'm like, Jesus, how the hell did they make that mistake? So he goes, "Don't worry, we got you covered." Okay. Then I get an email from a different person that says, "Oh yeah, it's going to take 4 to 6 weeks to DRS your shares." I'm like, 4 to 6 weeks? What are you talking about? So then I get back on the phone, I call, I get hold of another guy. "Oh no, it's 3 to 4 business days.
1 second, Riker.
Don't worry, you know, it's going to go through." And then I said, okay. And then I get another email from another person. "Yeah, we got your shares." Oh, I sent the form back again. I go, "Look, I just want to DRS this amount of shares. Here's the box checked. Please, you know, let me know." So I get another person. "Yep, 4 to 6 weeks." So I'm in limbo right now. I'm hoping it's going to be a few days, but as of today, what are we, Thursday now? So brother, if I were you, I'd be on the phone calling just to make sure, you know, because you're right. I agree with you. It's a crazy time right now.
Yeah, and you know, yeah, it just makes me mildly nervous. Like I'm not too nervous in the sense that, like, as a Fidelity customer, if they fail, then like nobody's getting paid. Like,
Right,
Yeah,
exactly.
you know,
I agree.
you know, so it's like if I get screwed, we all get screwed, which sucks for all of us. But at the same time, you know, I've also, you know, like a lot of us, I've been listening to Bill a lot lately, and he's been pushing it hard. Like, why wouldn't you DRS? Like, especially with, like, he references computer share and like their arcade website and how they make it a little hard. Like, why do they make it so hard? There's got to be something to it, so why not? And I'm kind of adopting that mindset now. Like,
well, I didn't think anything of it either until all of a sudden, you know, 4 to 6 weeks. So if the DRS doesn't go through 4 to 6 weeks and something stupid happens, and you guys decide, for the sake of the company or the country, we got to liquidate people to save the, to save the hedge funds. It just, I don't know. Maybe I'm a worrywart, but
no, you have every right to be. I only sent a very small portion, so out of the 100% total, I maybe sent less than 3 or 4% over. But I just wanted to get the account set up. I know once you have the account up and running, as far as moving more shares over, it's pretty easy peasy.
Yeah.
But I just wanted the account, and the chance we're getting spin-off shares or successor shares or whatever it's called. Like, yeah, I would probably end up registering those to my name and holding them for however long, because RC's.
And there's somebody in the I want to say it was in the PB subreddit, where I think that's where I got it, where they were saying, and I haven't done this yet, is to go to your account and print off your statements, because they were talking about having issues with me, I think, where the transfer agent's like, oh, we don't know what your cost basis was.
Yeah, I heard Sears talking about that. He said, or maybe it was Sears, but yeah, someone was saying, like document everything, especially when it comes to like cost basis and things like that, because there's been some funky dunky stuff going on.
We have someone just came on also real quick. Pine Deep said emotional damage said to send you $2. Thanks, both of you guys. And also, let's see, Alarmed with a 2.79 CAD emotional damage with the 2. So thanks, everyone. You guys are all awesome. Also, if you want to, I haven't even looked to see the total amount. I just saw that it was pretty legit. But if you want to help sponsor the trip, there's a faster way for me to get the money. And so Come Pinga?
Come Pinga.
Come Pinga? Oh, you ate. I don't even know what pinga means, but
What do you want to know?
Dick eater, cocksucker.
It's eat.
No,
Chupa mi verga. Chupa mi verga.
Chupando verga is cocksucker.
I actually, that's interesting. I like doing the vending machines, all these kids kept saying verga, and I'm like, because I speak Spanish, but I'm like, I'd never heard, I guess that's a new term. Gravis with the 5 says, buy Rock a beer. Will do. All right.
Like that guy too.
You got yourself a beer, Rock.
Yes. Worth it. It's all worth it. $800. Worth it.
What's up, Dad Jokes? You're
Can you hear me?
Welcome to the show.
Yeah, I love your hat.
Oh yeah, that's my breaking news copy hat for the PP show.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, the great reveal. No, just I was looking for the PP show. It wasn't there. I'm like, where's the PP show? And I'm like, man, what am I gonna do? I've only got like one of my blue balls. I can't find the other one. This play's got me so pent up that it's like, man, I need something tonight. And then all of a sudden there's Michael in my YouTube feed. And I'm like, oh man, I got to go check it out. So I've been hanging out in the chat and enjoying the show, and likewise on the PP show. I mean, I'm one of those people that truly enjoys listening to the show. I love the show, and I love coming on and cheering on what we're doing, and because I believe that much in this play. And yet last week, I was in a kind of a dark little place, and I was like, man, feeling down. And somebody gave me another monthly membership for the PP show, so like, yeah, I got 3 months, but I've been coming to the show for longer than 3 months. It's just I didn't know what I was doing, because I'm like, okay, how do I do this chat stuff? But just, good times, and man, it lifted me up so much in that moment. So, our family that we have here on the PP show, and now here, Michael, it's like, it is truly a good place to be And I don't want to go into everything because Thule, he says it better than I can, and so does Tinfoil Guru. I just believe that we need to do the right things, after this happens, and just continue to try and do something good and something right. And I know that, I have a plan as far as that goes, and I'm looking forward to hopefully being able to do it, and
Dad jokes.
I just love the stock.
Dad jokes.
Yeah.
I'd be honored if you would rate this on a scale of 1 to acceptable. You ready? Every time I see a dartboard on the ceiling, I want to throw up.
Every time I see a dartboard on the ceiling, I'm going to throw up. Yeah, I'm a little slow on that. I'll call my sister in 6 months and tell her the answer. But
that was my dad joke. I wanted to. That was my lame dad joke. Every time I see a dartboard on the ceiling,
it checks out, man. You are a dad.
It took me a second because I'm not a dad yet.
Like
So
if I could get dad jokes to laugh at my dad joke, I feel accomplished.
I think mine are pretty horrible, to be honest with you.
You're like the king, dude. I mean, I look up to you, pal.
Oh, I just like, I know deep down inside, like, we sit there for hours. I have a large portfolio with TD Ameritrade, so I was really interested in what was just being talked about because I haven't DRS'd anything. And I hear this and I'm like, man, well, zero to hero, right? Whatever. What am I going to do? So kind of like just that natural heart, I think that we all have inside of us. I just like, fuck it. Like, I know we're all excited. I know we sit there and we read through shit. We listen to people read through it for us. And it's like, man, hunting too, like trying to find information is like insane. Like it's insane, hours and hours and hours. And I just love the PP show, and I see Michael's here. I don't know what's happening, but I'm okay with it. Is that okay, Doc?
Yeah. Well, that is the thing. We're flexible. Like we're flexible and we find creative solutions, and I don't know. I'm really excited for all the good things we're going to do.
Yeah, and I would say, it's okay. Like, I'm glad a lot of people are excited. I'm a little more gay bear. I'm not over leveraged. Like, if say this goes to zero, like, it's not that my life changes. Life goes on, but it's a big blow, and that thought is there, and it's okay to be honest and like, hey, I got this big old bubble in my head that's reminding me I could fuck up majorly here for me and my family. But I don't know. I could go crazy digging into, like, I could try to a different approach and maybe do what a lot of us do and dig through the DD, dig through the dockets, and I just honestly I don't think that would really change much of the outcome in the sense that whatever is going to happen is going to happen, and we're going to know about when we need to know about it. And I do enjoy the speculation, the community. That's what brings us all together, is exactly that. But I know for me personally, it's hard to be a part of it because it's like maybe it's the uncertainty in the back of my head, or it's just trusting the process. Like, I know this is my dream. The stock mooning is the dream. I'm holding on to the dream with, as Salvatore would say, unwavering conviction. Doesn't mean I'm not excited, but the anxiety is there. We don't necessarily know. But anyway, I don't even know I'm rambling, but I wouldn't get stressed out, dad jokes, like as far as like the dark.
Oh no. Yeah, no. The stress that I was going through was like personal issues, but that's the stock. Now I'm numb to the stock. I mean, even kind of now, I think I've got what I would say is actually have this different feeling in my gut this time around. After over a year of being in the play and the ups and the downs, it's like, you know, you get to that point where, yeah, you're okay. I mean, but you know, what I was saying about the family, Rock Solid, is the show. Like, I just really appreciate the fact that everybody's there when somebody says something like, you know, hey man, I was struggling.
Yeah.
I hear you. I really appreciate that, you know, you want me to look out for myself. I'm a veteran, so I really truly appreciate that. I need to be reminded sometimes to, you know, take care of myself sometimes.
The other thing I wanted to mention, and some people have touched on it, like you and Michael, like, yeah, when this moons, we all kind of have a plan. But one of the things I've been focused on is, you know, I've been listening to Bill a lot. You know, I'm not trying to dick ride him, but, you know, I respect and admire the guy. And, like, you know, I hear his message of, like, he preaches community. And so, like, when we look at the tickers, like, or the communities of GME and AMC and BBBY, there is, you know, a lot of us do a great job of accepting everyone. But, you know, I don't even need to wait for the moon to be a decent human being. I don't need to wait for this large sum of money to treat a fellow human being with respect. Like, almost everyone here in this community, for the most part, does. I mean, no one here is perfect, but I think what I'm trying to say is, like, we don't need to wait for this windfall to do the right thing or to treat people the right way. Or, yeah, some shill's coming at me on the internet, but I give zero fucks because I'm not going to feed into that kind of energy. I'm just going to ignore it or whatever. I would like to see more of that. You know, I have noticed that a lot of us will look up to people like Pulte, like Bill, respect him, but I feel like some people don't really take the time to hear what people like him are saying, which is preaching the unity and, like, let's stop with the secular ticker groups. It's, you know, because, and he's right, you know, if anyone listened to his X Space yesterday where they were talking DRS with Kevin Malone and the guys, like, it doesn't matter how we feel about these other groups. All of us are still fighting the same fucking evil individuals. You know, the hedge funds, the market makers, the naked shorts, the FTDs, the things that really fuck all of us as retail. And, you know, obviously they know what they're doing, and they've done a good job of pitting us against each other to kind of help keep us distracted and squabbling and not really keeping focused. And so I would like to see a change in that, whether you have money or not. You know, I would love to see people not really concerned what people do with their money, but supporting people in their decision to do whatever it is with their money. So, you know, I would hope, like,
I got an update.
Go ahead.
Number one, Rock Solid, that was awesome.
Amen to that.
Absolutely, dude. Listen, what you just said there, that's inspirational to me, because I'm one of those guys. You know, I didn't catch it, but I got on Stock Twits and I do battle over there, and sometimes they can get you down. You know, you're an idiot, you're a moron. You know, how much money you lost, that kind of stuff. But no, you're right. You know, we should not. I personally should not give as much energy as I do to that. So,
no,
but I got an update. I just checked my TD Ameritrade account, and it wasn't there earlier, but the shares, like you said, my shares are gone. That DRS. So I'm going to be calling tomorrow, pal.
Yeah, no, you and I both, man.
Yeah, we're in the same spot. So I was.
Me too.
Your shares disappeared. Well, let me check, and I go, sure as shit, they're gone. So cool.
Yeah, man. I wanted to add to what Rock Solid was saying. Also, something. I mean, I think that, you know, one thing is personality-wise, most of us have kind of an expansive approach, which means that we look for, I guess, the unlikely, like the long shot that could be amazing, right? And you know, which I think is a good skill because that's my personality. But also, when you're dealing with leverage, you know, it might take a while for it to land, right? So there's that. So that is one thing to be careful with, because that can cause a lot of stress. I know I've talked to a few people that have reached out to me. But one thing that has helped a lot is a parable I heard, and it's that there was you know, as far as like, we react so strongly to what we think is good news or bad news, right? When we're not even really sure whether it's good or bad. So there's a farmer, and his horse ran away, and his neighbors came by, and they're like, "Oh man, we're so sorry for you. What terrible fortune." And he says, "Maybe." And then, the next day, his horse comes back with 7 wild horse friends, and his neighbors come by and they're like, "Oh, what great fortune!" And he's like, "Maybe." The next day, his son is trying to train the horse, and it bucks him off and breaks his leg, and his neighbors come by and they're like, "Oh, what terrible fortune!" And he says, "Maybe." The next day, the military comes by to conscript him into the active war, and they have to pass him up because his leg is broken. And his neighbors come by and they say, "What great fortune!" And he says, "Maybe." And so I think we react really strongly to what we think good fortune or bad fortune is. But when I was in med school, right? Like, I love this community, and I would not have been here if right now I'd be finishing up residency or whatever, with all my classmates, working 120-hour weeks in a hospital. And, so I think about all the different ways I've grown and all the people I've met. And for me, it's worth it. I'm not saying everyone should have this, but like, I think that, we can't see the beginning from the end. And sometimes, what we might think is bad fortune is really going to be, good fortune. So also, as far as, I don't know, setting expectations, if we make sure our expectations are on things that we can control, right? It's kind of a bum. Yeah. So anyway, that's just a little 2 cents. I know that's helped a few people, that just to sit back when we think we get bad fortune dumped on us. That's like, maybe that's just the next step, and then who knows what's going to go from there. So,
Hey, Michael.
yeah, what's up?
I got a story for you. It's a true story.
Yeah.
Let's just say that there was this young kid who was like, I don't know, maybe 16 or 17 years old, and he was seeing a psychiatrist, right? And I said, "So what's your psychiatrist's name?" And he says, "Her name is Lynn Cobb." And I said, "Oh." I said, "The next time you go and see her, you should tell her this." So I was like, I whispered it in his ear. And he tells me, he goes and knocks on the door. Lynn comes to the door and he says, "Hi, Lynn. How's the Colonel doing?" She kicked him out of their therapy sessions and abandoned him and told him, "There's nothing wrong with you. Get out of here. I'm not going to send the bill." You're right. We can control the things that we can control. I love that. I have a real close psychologist friend that is in Florida, and we do a lot of Zoom. And one thing that I've loved about the PP show is the grammar, how we break down language and stuff on the show. And it just fascinates me because of the dockets. And that's the key, is the language, right? So, I mean, months and months ago, we spent maybe 6-8 hours Zooming and discussing the possibilities of all this new quantum language and stuff, and how it's going to integrate into AI, and be used, and how it's used academically, for studies and stuff now. And I'm just like, man, it's the greatest time to be alive.
It is. What were you going to say, Kay, from NYC?
Hey, how's it going? I was looking for a little pause in between to make my my speech and make a little entrance, but I guess you guys had a lot to say. So.
Yeah, sorry.
No worries, man.
This kind of all came together pretty,
Hey, you know what? I'm glad we're doing it, and I'm glad to see you all again. So I'm 32,000 shares in.
Nice.
And today was just one of them. I was just disheartening because you see all the shares, you see the price at what it is, and you're like, "Fuck." if we were back on the OTC. Can I curse on here, by the way?
Whatever.
Okay, just want to make sure. So you see the price, and you're like, "Fuck," I wish we were on the pink sheets back, back on the OTC pink sheets, so I stock up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you're like, and I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, "Oh man, are we gonna get a chance to to top up and add on some more shares, attack on some more shares?" And it seems as though, and today just I don't know, I just took a lot of air out of me, and a lot of the air out of the other shareholders as well.
I mean, it's a bummer not to be able to buy more. That's like kind of the only bummer, in my opinion. I mean, you can on Moomoo actually, but I mean, I don't know if they're real shares.
Are they really selling shares though, or
yeah,
are they
that's the
selling
other thing.
snake oil?
I wouldn't put a lot of money in there, but I mean, yeah.
I was thinking about DRSing at least 5,000 of my shares, just just to have it there. And
that's
so those
what
are
I also had 32, and I sent 1,000 over.
Yeah, I was thinking about that as well, but I hear like it's a shit show now when everybody's trying to DRS at once.
But
So
I mean, if you even just send, you could even just send 1 share or 10 shares or whatever, just to open the account. And that's what I'd recommend to anyone, like just because it doesn't cost anything. And
who's your brokerage?
I'm with Fidelity.
Okay. I mean, I just did TD and I was all worried, but it actually literally just checked and it went through. So.
All right, thanks. I'll check that out tomorrow. I'll try that in the morning. I appreciate it. And do you have anything to say or do you guys have anything to say to other shareholders who felt super disheartened today seeing the price drop as much as it did?
Yeah. So I explained at the beginning of the show.
I'm sorry, I missed the show.
No, it's all good. I mean, it's a good reminder because I mean, people are probably rolling in and rolling out. But so when I woke up, obviously I didn't want to see that when I looked at my account, right? But the first thing I went to go look at was because I know that no one can buy, right? And people can buy on Moomoo, but I don't think they're really buying the shares. Definitely not. Like, if anything, what they're buying is a locate for someone else, which I'm not saying they shouldn't do that.
Right.
But so the first thing I looked for was the cost to borrow, and sure enough, the cost to borrow doubled this morning. Right. So when you have no one buying, no one able to buy, but then people are still able to short it, because I actually looked at people are able to still short it. And so that's what happened is they know they're screwed. That's their only last hope is to almost like kind of like if like someone's going to take food from you or whatever, and there's nothing you can do, so you just spit in the food.
Right.
I don't know if it's that. I don't know what it is, because like I know that certain things like if like you can't transfer your shares from certain brokers if it's less than 25 cents. So I know that they are really wanted to keep that, but like I'm not sure why they would be shorting it so hard just to try and scare us and dishearten us. But you can see that the cost to borrow doubled, and
for sure.
and no one can actually buy shares. So
right. And that's the other thing. And that's one of the things I was remembering what UCopy was saying the other day. He was like, "Oh, we're going to go to 40 and then we're going to drop back to 20." I was like, "All right, great. Another opportunity that's an opportunity for me to double up, because when I double up, I don't think I'm buying anymore after that." You know what I mean? And it's like, okay, I don't think we're going to have that chance. I'm hoping and I'm praying, hopefully we can get back on the OTC before the 30th, but I don't think it's going to be.
There's a chance actually, and that's why actually one of the reasons I started the stream was because I called OKBet about something, and what he said totally set me at peace with everything. Is that there's a chance it could go lower, right? The price could go lower, because the price right now doesn't matter at all. No one can buy, right? And so, but people can short. And so, I mean, the price could go down to literally a penny. If it goes to a penny, yeah, I'll probably put some money on Moomoo just for whatever, just because $100, whatever.
Yeah.
But the thing is that, oh yeah. So I was hoping, my thought was that, yeah, all we have to do is get back onto OTC and we're good. But OKBet says like, yeah, it's just one form that they have to put in, and then it will put them back on the OTC. But he's like, that's not what we want. And he's like, that's not what Bed Bath wants either. because if Bed Bath and Beyond is moving towards a decentralized exchange, right? Overstock is in this play, right? They put money on the table to be part of this play, and T0 is most likely going to be central in this play, and so in order for T0 to work, they have to issue new shares. Our old shares get extinguished, right? But and they have to do that to issue new shares either way, whether it's decentralized or not. But so what's going to happen? But they need to get a share count, a final share count. And so the fact that no one can buy right now actually makes it easier for them to get an accurate share count so that they can issue only that amount, right? And it doesn't even matter if it's an oversold amount of shares. That they can still work that out later. And, okay, but I'm sure it could go into details on how that works. But so they need to get that final share count, and so that they can do the decentralized exchange. And the time frame is actually pretty cool because they weren't allowed to, like, we're going to be getting Teddy shares as part of it. We'll all probably be getting Bed Bath and Beyond shares, but or Overstock or IEP or whatever. I don't know how this split's going to go, but those shares are going to go. But they couldn't have made any of those deals or actually gone forward with that until the bondholders were out of the way, the 14% bondholders. So that was official as of Thursday in the morning, right?
Good stuff.
So that was the biggest thing of the whole play was on Thursday. And now that that's out of the way, they probably likely that day filed to be able to get moved to T0. And that takes 10 days. So 10 days from Thursday morning puts us, I think, at Saturday. So anytime after Saturday, they could just announce, oh yeah, by the way, we're moving to T0. And then it's just like,
okay, I'm sorry to interrupt. You keep, and I know the term in a sense, like T1, T2. I've seen it before. But every time you say T0 right now, I'm like, why is the Terminator gonna come? Like, I keep thinking of the T1000. I'm like, so what is this T0? Like, what time is, like, help me out here just to.
So T0 is a play on words about the time T+2, which is when the settlement's supposed to be, but for meme stocks, it's always T plus infinity. So it's the settlement time, and so Patrick Burns. He created a platform so that the settlement time would be instantaneous. So you buy a share, you bought it, you have it. No wondering, do you have the share or not? You have it. It's already in your name, everything. So he created that platform, and he went kind of the long pathway and got all the regulatory approval, right? So, so it didn't really like take off in a big way, but he had a targeted plan on what he wanted to do. And part of what he wanted to do kind of got stifled, I think, a little bit. So he learned lessons, and now a couple years later, he can then execute it the way he wants, and with Ryan Cohen's help and everyone else. So T0 is it's not quite a decentralized. It's not a. I don't say it's not a true blockchain because it's not decentralized, but it has blockchain technology where it's contract related and everything. They partnered then with BSTX and got even more regulatory approval. So as of November of last year, they could have any company move on there. They've been just slowly. I don't know what they're waiting for. It might be something to do with the loop ring. Not sure. But they got permission all the way back in November. So they've been using like private companies and kind of testing out how it works and how well, and just smoke testing it, because once we get on there, it's gonna be crazy, right? I mean, the trading volume is gonna be insane.
Oh, it's gonna be up there, because I know I think our average is around 3 to 4 million a day. When we were back on OTC, like on an average day, I think we were about 4 million. So, and then some days when it's like 11 or 12, it's like, okay, something's going on.
Yeah, and we had 1 billion in one day. So I mean, like it like right now they have a bunch of private companies on their platform, and they don't do much trading at all. So, but it's good that they are able to kind of smoke test it, just like Ryan Cohen is using Teddy to ship some books just to see, does the shipping process work? Can we get it all to work? And so T0, BSTX. What they might be waiting for is for Loopring to come into the situation as well. Who knows whether Ryan Cohen can use some of his money for GameStop to, I don't know, something with Loopring to get them involved in the situation. So the timeline as far as being extinguished or of like a confirmation date kind of doesn't matter, because it might be that Ryan Cohen is holding out for Loopring to be part of this. And that's the best case scenario anyway. We're going to get the biggest squeeze and everything, so it'd be worth a wait. But even if it's just the BSTX, it could be ready by Saturday. And so the fact that Pulte was like, "Hey, let's do the burger bet," show on.
I still think he owes us, man, because the next day it went down. I know he was talking about after hours, but it was barely green in after hours, man. He barely got that. I'm like, the next day, man, it went down. You owe us a burger, friend.
That's funny. I mean, it's true.
Just kidding.
It's also sad. Just shows how much corruption there is that they're, anyway.
Now the question about the T0 and what's it called? What's the
BSTX?
BSTX.
Skynet.
Now I'm just hopeful Skynet trading. Now that hopefully we'll be able to trade on that BSTX with Fidelity, TD, all these other big trading companies, and you won't have that delay like how it is for OTC, like when you want to add money and it's like, oh, you got to wait 4 days for it to clear and all other stuff. You know what I mean?
Mm.
So and then also when you try to buy right now, even a couple weeks ago when Party City, I was just trying to like mess around and put $100 here just to see what happened if I pick it up at 3 cents or 4 cents or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe if it squeezes to a dime, I'll sell it.
Yeah.
So
yeah, with Party City, I did a paper hand last December.
Mm-hmm.
$4,000 paper hand last December. I was really confident about Party City when I got into the play back in August, right? Because of the momentum for the holiday. And if you looked at their cyclical history, on the charting and stuff, they average about $6. So yeah, I mean, it's a great play to make some money going forward, like possibly like you're saying with 3 cents or 4 cents if it goes back up.
Mm-hmm.
But just historically, like from what I looked at over its history, totality of it was, $6 is like its average high point,
right.
So, but I felt like, man, I'm going to make some money because I got in at like, I don't know, $2 or something like that. So I'm like, I'll make a nice, decent chunk of change, $4,000 into it. But I was like, I just had no confidence in it. And I held on to it until it was down to like 24 cents, going towards the bankruptcy. And when I felt that I'd learned enough to just be like, whatever, man, I took whatever I had left, which was like maybe $275 or something out of my total investment. But yeah, good luck with Party City. I keep thinking about it, but I don't know whether or not I want to buy the stock right now.
I got $2,000 in, and like my 2,000 shares are worth about $3 right now.
Okay,
but I bought it.
Cool.
Like a dime, almost close to a dime.
Okay.
So,
yeah. Okay. Cool.
Okay, well, all right. Well.
I mean, they will start.
So have you held it? Have you held it through the bankruptcy process?
Yeah, I held it. I think I got it a couple months ago.
Okay. So you got in when they were long into the bankruptcy then.
I mean, they exited bankruptcy, but nothing's really happened to the stock. Like occasionally, it'll jump up. I'll jump up to like 0.7 of a cent, and I'm like, great, maybe do this.
Right. That's why I keep thinking about getting back in. So
to the point, I just don't want to interrupt you. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
What I was trying to get at was like when you try to buy Party City now, because you see it's down to like 0.003, and you're like, oh, maybe I'll buy up $100 worth and just fuck around a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But Fidelity, you can't buy shares on that. You can't buy those shares now anymore, just because of the risk and volatility, blah blah blah. I think you might have to call your brokerage, and they have to go through jump through hoops and ladders for you to buy that shit. And I'm like, it's not worth the headache if you're just trying to throw $100 in and you got to pay to buy it, and you're just like, you know what, forget it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think if you're in Bed Bath, I mean, I think Party City will probably also join. I mean, I'd have to look to see if they have, you know, OKBet said whoever is filed trademarks for NFTs is probably doing the same thing, you know, and I mean, we're going to be the first ones to go to this platform, but you know, then there's going to be others. I mean, I think people, you know, like companies like Tesla will want to move over, you know, so we'll probably see, you know, once this goes, you know, not saying buy Tesla, but like if this goes and it's successful and everything, I mean, at some point there'll be like some mega Tesla squeeze when it moves over to, you know, the T0. So I think it's going to be kind of crazy when like all these big companies and are on T0, and then like the NASDAQ and the NYC are just shrink into, you know, it's going to be cool.
They'll have to clean their act up,
and they probably will. I mean, because at some point when they realize how much they're losing, they're like, okay, fine, okay, yeah, we're going to be transparent, because like it's like that or die. But yeah.
You know, that report that's come out of like the whole panel of them, it was on one of the feeds today of, you know, all the bigwigs and the money about Ukraine and stuff. And I mean, I sometimes think like, man, they're so confident, you know, in what they're doing. These large banks and all this money that they're moving around, and yeah, I would think that they would be smart enough to figure out like they don't want to get left behind either. But that old saying, you know, like if you can't beat them, join them. Well, they don't want to join us, so we just need to move forward without them, right? And I mean, that's what we're all hoping for, is a way to move forward without them, and it be revolutionarily changing in its way on a global scale. You know, my shout outs to Thule, and everybody overseas there, you know, because it's a global thing that needs to happen financially in the marketplace, for sure.
And we see this change like in you know, in countries, right? You know, like you usually see a coup, you know, someone in the military takes over, right? And I think like, you know, you'll start to see, you know, say someone's working for Ken Griffin, right? And he's like, oh man, like we really got to make sure they don't win, because like if this blows up, like, you know, it's going to be huge. And it's like, oh, I'm going to secretly just buy a bunch of Bed Bath shares, you know, like, you know, and I don't know. I think that's why we need competition in the market, is because, you know, what we're suffering from is there hasn't been competition for a long time. And now there is. So it's going to shake everything up.
Did you guys see Sifu this morning? Did you guys discuss that yet or no?
A little bit. I mean, it's just kind of.
It was just, you know, I
What's
can't.
he on now? What did he do today?
No, he was just talking shit online, of course, on the Twitter. He was talking about, you know, complaining about the BBY and why it should be turned off, and he's protecting investor crap, and you know that company of his is in trouble.
And then there's Ken Griffin is like, yeah, like, you know, stop buying meme stocks, start buying, you know, good stocks like Apple and Nvidia at the top.
Yeah, meanwhile, that's companies that they have like options on too.
Yeah,
I got my the PP Show's mod chopped me. I put up a post. I wasn't, you know, I was insinuating that if when we moon, that Douglas Seafood, some people might want to short Doug Seafood stock when we.
Oh yeah.
I was thinking it just now. I'm like, man, I don't really want to be that guy, but man, like I was talking earlier, like I don't want to feed into this hate circle that we kind of see online. And, you know, some people like Moran's guy, I'd tear into that guy, but I'm trying to like keep myself in check. Like, you know,
Rock, I need you on like hot dial, because I get pissy, and before I unleash on this shill, I should call Rock and have him step me back.
He's calming energy. Rock does have a very calming energy.
Yeah. I mean, I don't need to engage, you know.
I want to. I should say it like that. I want to engage, because the shit poster. You know, I'm like, my kids have mellowed me out. I'm 37, but you know, like, you know, I was a gamer, you know, for a long time. So I've been on the internet shit posting for a long time, or I used to at least. But thankfully, I've matured and gotten better. But yeah, the thought is there, and I would love to do it, but I'm going to be better. And I think like Bill does, leaders lead by example. And so if I ever want to consider myself a leader of any kind, I have to set the tone and set the pace and set the example.
You're a dad. It's your job.
This is my job, man. I don't really get a choice, and you're right. And like that's one thing I'm proud of myself. I haven't made it big in a career, but I show up every day for what's important, and that's something I hang my hat on. Like no matter where I'm at, doesn't matter. I show up every day regardless.
Boom. Hey, I'm a bit older than you, Rock, or a lot older. But oh, by the way, I'm not Jeff Bridges. Whoever. Thank you for the compliment. I'd love to be Jeff Bridges, but I'm not.
The dude.
No, hey man, you were holding the future in your hands there, dude. So.
Yeah, that's my youngest. He's a good one. I got 2 boys. I'm very grateful for both. That was my. He's 5 right now. So he's got his 6th birthday party on Sunday. We're gonna go bowling. It's gonna be great. And I'm
How old's the oldest one?
He's 9. He's in 4th grade. Yeah, he's 4.
Enjoy it. Enjoy it while you can, because pretty soon they're going to be, I don't know, 14, 15, 16, 17.
That's the truth. Everyone tells me, and I kind of brushed it off when they were younger. I'm like, yeah.
Dad jokes knows.
But when they get older, and you kind of really like, oh shit, they were right.
Only the young.
Only the young, man. It's the truth. And I'm proud of my kids every day, and I'm very grateful for them. They are my family, my center and force, and I will do everything I can for them. That's why I'm here, man. This BBBY dream is my dream for my family. Like this is
right.
So
when this moons, I'll be able to go on Millionaire Matchmaker.
Wait, he was talking about earlier, feeling nervous with the price action today. It's the stuff like my family that kind of keeps me centered. Like this is why I'm here. This is why this is why I'm saying 0 or hero. Like fuck the price. Like I've committed to this, and I'm gonna honor my commitment.
Right now,
I'm okay with the price. I've been, I think, for about a little more than a month now, doing some Saturday breakfast with Uranus. Realize, and for over a month, I've been waiting for it to go to 10 cents. And in chat on PP, every once in a while, I'll bring it up and mention it. So when I saw it today, yeah, it was disheartening, but I've been expecting it to happen, and now I'm starting to think that, maybe it could go lower because of what's going on. Maybe down to 8 cents.
Hey, we've been there before, baby.
Yeah.
But something is only worth, like you have to sell it for it to be worth that. Like the price isn't real because no one can buy it. So like if it goes to 1 cent, it doesn't matter, because as long as it's on expert market, no one can touch it. It's just an artifact. Go ahead.
Can I throw a shameless plug out there for you, Michael, and Rock Solid, and anybody else who's traveling? I know you guys have seen Michael's throwing up his Venmo up there, and for those of you who can throw some cash at them, they need, it helps to get them out to Monday's meeting. I threw some cash out towards Michael, so he's not going to say it, but I'm going to say it. If you guys got some cash you can throw his way, I think, Michael, you said that Venmo is probably the better way, and then you can help.
Yeah, Kais, where you at, man? I know you came across some extra cash recently. Help the crew out. No, I'm just kidding. I just like that shit.
Yeah.
Thanks, Evie. I really appreciate it.
Real quick,
I missed the Kais hype videos.
He hasn't been on, has he? As much.
No,
he hasn't. He did one today. And it's been a while since he's been on.
I'll check it out. Even today, like
sorry,
they were having a field day on what was it, remastered on that, and then I was looking at the thread and I was like, you know what, I can't read this shit. I gotta leave. Let me just turn off. I don't want to read anything BBY today. Let me just go about my business and do what I have to do. Go for a walk, something to clear your head. Something positive and some kind of other self-care thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right.
I wouldn't even worry about, literally, I wouldn't even probably look at the price. I mean, it sucks when you open your app and it's just like, but I mean, you have to like remember, what is it? What was the thesis, right? The thesis is that Ryan Cohen is coming for baby, right? And he's taking us to the moon. It's in the Teddy books. And, that, I mean, I was going to take a picture of my neighbor's house, because they had this, like, literally a stack. Like, it was huge. Like, it was like 5 boxes deep and then or wide and like 4 or 5 boxes tall, and it was all this baby stuff. And you know, that's what Ryan Cohen wants. He wants to be the destination for baby stuff, and he's going to be. You know, literally, I was going to take a picture, but I don't want to be a creeper. And then, you know, several days later, boom, there's another big old stack of boxes, and then next to it is a Chewy box, and like literally, there's a PetSmart down the street. And so I was just like, you know, this is what, you know, Ryan Cohen has been planning for a long time. Also, you know, the value of, you know, of customer acquisition, right?
Mhm.
There's two different ways to get it. You can just make it clickbait, you know, you can try and manipulate people into just impulse buying and whatnot, or you can actually have customer loyalty, customer delight. And, you know, the cost of that manipulation is at least 20% of your revenue. That's a really hard thing. That means that everything you're selling is 20% more because you have to try and trick someone into buying it. And so when you use customer delight, you get to pass on that 20% to savings to your customers. They're going to appreciate it. They're going to tell their friends. And it takes a lot of faith, right,
Right.
to do that. But in the long term, it's definitely a better investment. I mean, people are going to have to feed their pets. They're going to have babies. And, you know, even something I didn't realize about Bed Bath and Beyond is they actually have patents for registries, wedding registries and baby registries. So not anyone can just make a registry. You know, like I don't know exactly what part of that they have patented, not like the whole thing, but you know, that there's barriers to entry to buy things, right? Like just like Evie was saying, you know, barriers of, you know, Roxelle and I getting to, you know, the show on Monday, you know, is cash, right? But then it's like, okay, well, then other people can help out. Well, same thing when someone has a baby, right? If you have a baby registry and then boom, other people are
Yeah,
just like,
you can donate money and stuff like that.
yeah. So it's a super lucrative thing. But also like he wants us like for a lot of reasons, we're going to be like after this moons, we're going to be, I'm at least I can speak for myself. I'm going to be a very loyal
Yeah.
customer for the rest of my life.
Real
And
talk, dude. That's the
and
understatement of the year.
and think about how much it costs to acquire a lifelong loyal customer for
Right.
any
That
business, right?
20% you get back all over time, either through like customers or friends of customers. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, he's paying what per person to get, you know, 1 million people. He's paying $100, $200 per person to get, you know, that upfront cost. Yeah, it's kind of brutal, but to be able to pay that upfront and be like, look, I'm investing in you. I hope that you see it valuable to invest back in me, and then I'm going to reinvest that back into you and see how like this goes back and forth. We can both win, and it'll be great, right? And you know, and so we get to be part of that. We're at the beginning of that, and so that's someone else just. So that's bigger than even the money we're going to make on this. Is we get to be part of this new. I mean, I don't even know what to call it. This new ecosystem.
Conglomerate, yes.
I think
Yeah.
ecosystem is a good term to describe it. It's going to be a shopping capitalism sort of ecosystem because it's like you said, that's the whole idea behind like trade and stuff is like everybody has different things and you benefit each other. So the fact that we don't live in that right now is almost as hilarious as the fact that people mostly still don't recognize it.
And we have the technology to do it, right? Like there's no reason why certain things have to be as bad as they are, right? Like we why not, you know, leverage the technology that we have to actually make everyone's life better?
I can't think of a reason. So maybe we should do that as soon as the MOAS is done.
Heck yeah.
That sounds good to me. I'm going to be focusing on entertainment and energy, like mass energy production. So nuclear, hydrogen, you know, that general stuff, as well as animation, because that's my passion. So,
yeah.
Speaking of which, sorry to interrupt, but I am in need of memes. Lots and lots of memes.
Oh,
so I'm asking everybody in chat and everyone else if you guys don't mind sending me a shit ton of Bed Bath, Superstock, GME, all the memes about this entire saga, everything that everyone has had over the years. Just send them to my Twitter at Anisthera. I'm in the middle of making a video and I'm at the point where I need the premium choicest of memes, you know, finally aged over many years of all of this waiting for this.
I've been in this play for a year, and I'm a Discord. Yeah, everyone has their space. They love to chill. I am a Discord guy. So, you know, I've been a Discord guy since 2016. But, you know, from the moment I got into the play and found the first server, you know, we would sit in Discord every night. And there's a website called Make a Meme, I believe it's called. We would just sit there all night and talk stock and do rounds of Make a Meme. And so, long story short, I have like probably like 300-400 BBBY related memes sitting in a file on my.
So what you're telling me is you have a treasure trove of memes that
Yeah, some are specific to specific members of the community. You know, like there's been some big talking heads that people love shitting on.
Is this the real life relationship?
This has got to be crap. This has to be crap.
I think you have to do an honorable PP slap for this guy.
I don't have any screens to do it.
There's only one person I could think of that would want to troll life, and it's Crab.
Okay, Michael, I'll give the PP slap if you send them out.
Oh gosh, I did a. It was a lightning speed slap.
But that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about, man. You know, hey, life, if you are watching by chance, hey, man, good job doing what you thought was best, regardless of what people feel about what you're doing. I'm not going to take a shit on you because you're doing what you think.
Right.
So,
yeah,
you know, like I said earlier, you got to practice what you preach. And then, like, that kind of trolling you see, like, it's funny in a sense, but it's also like, fuck, man, you just look stupid.
I think, like, that's the thing. That's why, you know, back to what I kind of said earlier with Kevin Malone doing, you know, education and finance is like, I think that part of what made it difficult when what Life Relationship was doing was that it's like, I felt in the dark, right? I'm like, what's the goal? What's the motive? Like, what's the roadmap? Like, I don't know any of it. And, you know, that's the thing is, I think the more we all know about things, we can, you know, there'll be less fear because we'll know what's going on and be able to understand someone's motives. So I don't know if he's like wants to do if it's a political thing, like it's like, oh, well, I just want to get, you know, legislation for swaps and transparency. I don't know. I have no idea what it is. Like,
you know, my guess is he was protecting his investment. I don't know. You're right. He could have a secondary agenda, but you know,
maybe still a good agenda if what he wanted to do was change the market as far as laws for swaps and stuff. Like, I mean, because like he wanted to dig into that, but you know, if it comes at the cost of changing the whole timeline of, you know, they could just potentially filibuster the whole Bed Bath Beyond thing. That might be their only chance, was to maybe filibuster permanently, you know?
Yeah, I hear you. And my thought with the whole life thing was always, if some motherfucker who's holding stock could file an objection and potentially derail this shit, hedge funds would have that guy on like at a snap of a finger to do it. And so, you know, like, whether he is that guy, I don't know, don't care. That's going to happen regardless, and it's outside of our control. So
yeah, I don't think that all of this happening, there's no way that they were ever going to let just one random dude throw interference. Like, you don't so my perspective is he literally doesn't matter. So like, I don't think.
And we all saw what happened. He showed up to court and he got eviscerated. So at least he tried, and hopefully there's a learning lesson there and whatever. But I'm not going to hate the guy for trying. I don't need to know his motive for trying. I just know if one guy could derail the process, this probably wasn't the right play for me to be in from the get-go. I think people
exactly.
You know, they have 17 different plans, and if life comes in and tries to derail Plan C, he's probably going to move on to Plan E, F, G, H, I, J, K. So yeah, I didn't put a lot, and I felt bad for him because, you know, he got doxxed on his own account, and it's just like humans are great.
The stenographer. The U and the N and the H button must be destroyed.
I was thinking a little like meme video or something on it, but I I got distracted by something else. So and the timing wasn't good at that point. So
we got emotional damage with the 2. I also missed that one. It means you must be a regular if you have if you're someone's favorite person to troll. I know Ligma. I was Ligma's favorite person to troll, and it was really great meeting him. Well, on Discord, we hung out for I don't know an hour or two with Rock Solid playing poker and stuff. It was fun. So yeah.
Yeah, he's a good guy. I mean, there's great guys everywhere and gals, but regardless, you want to see people do the right things and shit like that guy who just came in trolling, like, nah, I just don't like it.
Honestly, I'm surprised anyone here actually is expressing any sense of like worriment or concern at all. I mean, I can understand why people would, but I figured, given the information that we know at this point and how things have progressed and how things that we've predicted multiple times have happened and other sorts of things like that, it's like, I wish I could like give you all my like sense of certainty about it. Like I'm not even worried. I'm more impatient than anything, right? I'm just like, oh God, hurry it up already, get it over with. I have shit to do, man.
Hey,
That's
dad
really
jokes.
how I
Thank
feel
you.
about it. And like, I feel for you guys who are like, oh, this is like all my money. Oh God, oh, like that's a shitty place to be. But I really want to. If there's some way I could just like give you that sense of certainty of like, yeah, no, we're good. There's nothing to worry about. Just
If
enjoy
things
your
in
life,
life were certain, man,
drink
life
a
would not be
beer,
any
hang out with
fun.
your friends, share memes, that sort of
Emotional damage with a 2. It's a joke, man. Relax. Yeah.
thing.
Yeah, that was emotional damage coming on.
Yeah. Hey.
Yeah.
We'll
He's
put a
not
link in
wrong.
the
I mean,
chat.
he got the us part right. Like I was saying earlier, there are people in the community I would love to. Like Rance is really like the first guy I think of. Like, oh God. But I'm trying to be better. I'm trying to be like Bill Pulte.
I'm excited, dude. I'm trying to work on this music video for you guys, but it's hard because it's hard for me to sleep because I'm just thinking about all the stuff that I'm gonna do now, and I gotta like start making lists and like look at homes to buy and all sorts of shit. And like I'm excited. Like I'm just like, oh, yes.
If you think about Marantz, Rants for a second, like think of it this way: he's a guy trying to make a buck, but like a couple times he came on the PP show and PP had to vote him in, and I'm like, yeah, have him come in. And I was like, no. What I realized is we're talking about Moran's rants because of the PP show. We're talking about Moran's rants because he's like a kind of I won't say a leech, but he has popularity, or he has people talking about him, which is publicity for him. The guy's trying to make a buck, right?
Yeah.
And so what happens? People get mad and they go over to his show and like, oh, that son of a gun, and they watch his show and that gives him money and clout and whatnot. And the reality is he's just a guy trying to make a buck, and his opinion, I think, I'm with you, by the way, Robert. I'd like to punch him in the face.
His platform's built on taking shits on other people. Like, well, here, let me say, like, right. I've known the guy for a little bit. His video content has changed from my point of view, from where it's gone talking GME and some other things to who's the streamer of the week I'm going to pick on and call a piece of shit.
Right. No, and because I think Sleepy said it, people want drama.
Yeah, and that's why, and that's how, yeah, exactly. His whole appeal now is hate based, toxic based, just little shots he takes at the communities.
I mean, yeah, well, look at cable news. I mean, pick your pick your side, right? It's all how angry can we get you?
Yeah, that's true.
Can we get you?
Yeah, I don't buy into that sort of stuff because he's right. A lot of people want drama, but I think now more than ever, like more people want like no drama. People want solutions. People want to be like, what should I do? What should I do with my energy and my time to help solve these enormous problems? Like people are looking for answers, right? I'm certainly was looking for answers. Like I was just like in a mental state several years ago about just how many things are going wrong, and I think that's what people are going to be wanting now, because there's all sorts of different kinds of people out there, and the things that people want change as time goes on, right? So hopefully, like, because I hate that stuff, man. Like I want that stuff, especially in our news programs and how we get our information. I want that shit to go away. And I think that the only way that we can have that happen is if there are people who are part of this community who now have the opportunity to make that happen, make it happen. And I would do it, but I already have too many things I want to do. So like,
you've got, I think you've got a more positive outlook, or optimistic, I should say, is a better way of saying it. I'm not as optimistic. I think unfortunately we're tribal, and it'd be awesome. It'd be awesome if people could, But you got to think who's trying to keep us fighting each other, right? I mean,
Oh, it's the people who are behind the same stuff that we're fighting here in this, like,
exactly. Yeah, no, exactly.
It's all the same people, right? And that's what hopefully people will understand. But they're not going to understand it unless we have people championing those ideas and showing a sense of unity and also competency. That's the key thing, right? Like anyone can say anything, right? But you should be listening to the people who are actually taking the real action that you can see is, oh, this is actually having a positive effect, or oh, this is actually helping me out or solving some problem, right? Like you speak with your actions, but you also have to make sure you let people know who you are and what you're doing. And that's one thing that I think a lot of people, because a lot of people who are usually, the good guys who are doing good things, they tend to be sort of humble and like keep to themselves sort of thing. And that's part of why there's this discrepancy in like how many people who are loudmouths and rage baiters and the decline of our overall mainstream news media is because that's how they can get people to fight each other instead of fighting the real problem. And we got to be like, no, we're done with this. Like we're here to solve problems, not talk about who's the problem, right? Because you can talk about what the problems are all day long, but as far as I can tell, most of these problems that we have right now, like they have solutions. So we should talk about solutions, how we're going to solve them, who's going to be doing what. Like those are the kinds of things that I want to be listening to. And hopefully someone out there who is adept at this sort of thing, like has degrees in communications or whatnot, can start something like that, or look for people who have started already and help fund them and get the word out, because we're going to need like reliable channels of information to share between each other. And that's really hard to maintain in police because all these bad actors, they're not going anywhere. They're still going to be here. And they're still trying to mess it up.
It's education, man. The average investor, you go to the average retail investor and you say, hey, man, have you DRS'd any of your shares? They're going to look at you like, what the hell's DRS?
Exactly, right?
So I think, the solution, and Pulte, and once again, I keep hearing like a pull from him because I think he's right. But it's really education and enough people saying enough is enough, whether it's dealing with whatever company group, whatever. But you need people joining together, educated on what they're dealing with, so that it can be dealt with. Because this will only continue as we stay segregated in our little cliques as investors, and no one's really taking the time to inform the whole. Like, and I've already like this play has brought I haven't. I've been investing since 2017. I have not dived into a ticker before, like I have dived into that, and I'm grateful for this experience in the sense like it has brought me some of that knowledge, and that's my point is not everyone has these crash courses in investing or even cares to have, like I have kids at full time, like I don't have time for this shit. And so
I think that's by design though, and that's one thing I feel pretty passionate about is like how irritating it is that they're preying on people that are busy working hard and doing good things, and all they have enough time to do is maybe have someone else manage their money or put it in an ETF. And to see that that they abuse the fact that someone has an ETF, and then they either use those as locates, or they steal the voting rights or whatever. And it's just it's crazy that so I hope that one, we can create the framework so that people wouldn't have to work as long, that they'll have time to actually learn about how things work and be able to participate. And um, yeah, I'm
Well,
so excited.
let me ask you this. I've been trading, well, not quite that long, Rock, but actually, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do, if this fails, I'm going to do a master class on how not to be a trader. But no, my question is to you guys: has there ever been a community like this on a stock? No, that's one question. And the next question is actually somebody asked another question. I think it would be important for you to answer, Michael, if you know, is what Monday's going to look like? Is it going to be a roundtable type discussion? You know, like a
You know, it's
it's going to be Kai drowning us all out.
Well, but the, you know, the other thing I'm thinking about too is, so we're talking about this play, and it might be a little premature, but I think we need to start talking about at some point, you know, maybe after we moon, what the next play is.
So
because I hate this community to dissolve.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's going to. I think Bill Pulte went on a call recently, and it was, it was about DRS, but really, if you listen to it, he was like, the whole system needs to change, right? Like and he, I mean, I think that, GameStop could buy Quinity. I don't know. That'd be pretty cool. But like, I think that we are moving forward. It's going to be about market reform, and but also probably will be about doing DD. Like I love when someone puts in all the effort to write a DD, and it's like, here's the story, and like, here's all the things you should know, that and it's not biased. Like, it's not like, this is what I want you to buy because these people paid me so they can offload their bags on you. Like, the fact that that exists, and I mean, I see a platform where it's like, hey, give your 5-minute TLDR of whatever ticker you want, and we'll poke holes in it if we think so, or whatever. That'd be cool. I mean, I'm not really sure, but I think that as far as the Pulte thing, like, I mean, yes, definitely going to defer to PP and Pulte on where they want to take the conversation. I'm excited just to be at the table, and because I see what Pulte is doing, and the people he associates with, and I'm glad to be able to support it.
He wishes there were hundreds of RCs in the corporate world when you hear Pulte speak, and that's like, I think, segueing to like EB's point. Like, yeah, as far as what's the next play, like, I know me personally, even if I get money or I just start reinvesting money I make as I work, I feel like I want to invest it in people I believe in and trust and know they're the RCs of the fucking world. And so I think when we talk about what's post BBBY, yes, there are going to be there's money to be made all over the market, but I am like actively trying to shift my mindset to like, I want to back people I believe in, and there aren't that many. And I think it's going to be upon the community to kind of pick out, target, identify like who are the real ones and who is here for a quick buck. And so it's like, I want to avoid investing in C-suites that are there for quick bucks, and I want to invest in C-suites that have shareholders' best interest, or they're putting, like RC, putting their own money up for the company, or that's what you want to see, and like that's where I want to send my money, at least where I feel like I would trust my money the most. But
now we know what to look for, right? When I first got into this, I don't know. I mean, there was an activist in the play I was in. There was an activist investor, well, so-called activist investor, who didn't actually even have the money that he was, anyway. But my hope was actually in the board, but I didn't know really what to look for, whether the board was okay either. And so then it turned out, oh, they're both bad. Okay, well, that sucks, right? So now, but that taught me how to do research and why that research matters. And it's pretty cool. I mean, I guessed of that stock. I actually guessed the EPS way closer than the analysts did. So I think we have the capability, and I think that also after MOAS, you know, if it does pull the market down, you know, it's gonna be bargain hunting. I mean, we're gonna we'll be you know, which one we maybe choose to invest in or whatever might have to do just which one's the best bargain. And I think that's why RC picked GameStop first, was just because it happened to be a bargain at the time.
I agree with that sentiment. Like, he had a bigger picture in mind, and as far as how the pieces fall into the bigger picture, he's just putting the pieces that are readily available. I mean, the picture will be put together. It doesn't really matter the order in the sense of like what makes sense first. GameStop made sense first, Chewy, I should say. But what, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Brick by brick, what he's doing.
Can I ask a question? Maybe take us in a little bit different direction.
Yeah, go for it.
Just curious. Trevor asked an interesting question about inflation. Like for example, let's say the tsunami. When the tsunami happens, I want to get my vernacular correct. So there'll be a big transfer of wealth. So, you know, we're talking about potentially, you know, market damaging change or transfer of wealth. So there's going to be a shudder, kind of like like the bank collapse, if you will. And so governments are going to have to prop up their. I guess I don't know what I'm not going to necessarily ask his question, but what do we anticipate is going to happen with, you know, if there is this, you know, all these hedge funds, all of a sudden they start.
You're asking for what are some of the potential consequences of the fallout?
What do people think they are? I mean, it's one thing to be rich, but then all of a sudden, if you know, I think Trevor's alluding to that maybe the government will have to print money to back, you know, to back these.
Yeah. Ultimately, nobody really knows like what the ultimate fallout of all this is going to be. Like, we know it's going to be an enormous collapse, but like how people are going to respond, what they're going to do, how it's going to affect markets, as well as a lot of other aspects of society, is really difficult to say. One thing, there are a couple of things that I do know. I'm not sure if you guys have talked about this, but in the GME play, there's been a lot of understanding of how deep the shorts are in and what the inevitable unraveling of that is going to result in, with some good DD from some people. And one of those things is going to be hyperinflation, because you're correct that a lot of these financial institutions are going to be bailed out. But what that's going to end up doing is they're going to pay us an enormous amount of money, and inflation is going to go and absolutely, it's going to be hyperinflation. So stuff like you see, like the Weimar Republic that led up to World War II, or what you see in Venezuela right now, that's basically what you're looking for. So what is going to happen is we're going to have to swap to a new currency, most likely. And this is why, you know, Ryan has set up this whole like crypto NFT thing, because if those things all count as securities and coins and things like that, like with Bitcoin, it's a decentralized currency on a decentralized exchange. So he basically has the control. Well, I mean, not really the control, right? But he's starting up this decentralized exchange, and people are going to put all sorts of crazy crap on the market that they're going to try to have value of. And, you know, what's going to stick and what's not is entirely up to who's going to be in what, right? Because
one thing about MOAS though is, I don't know that it. Also, I think you're echoing EB. I don't know if you have the YouTube on. Oh, you're all good. One thing about MOAS though is that what's going to cause the rest of the market to go down is the fact that their long positions will get liquefied, which turns them into money. So they will have a certain amount of money that we get paid with from liquidating their long positions. So I don't know if the government's gonna have to print that much money, and also like they just always are printing tons of money anyway. So I don't know that it's going to cause that much inflation. I think that there's lots of factors. I like in physics where they have like a free body diagram, which is you have an object and then you have all the forces acting on it. And so whenever someone just says there's just one force acting on it, I'm like, no, you know. That's understanding better what the forces are, you know, is really good. Like there's a guy, the Maverick of Wall Street. He has a YouTube channel. Highly recommend it. I don't think he understands crypto very well. But you know, he just anyway. But his perspective has helped me a lot. I mean, I've almost religiously been watching him, and you know, to get kind of that good overview of things, and just at least see how people like him are thinking, really helps. but yeah, I mean, I think we will. That's part of. I think we're starting to understand what money really is, and that what does it mean that we're like. I think other people are pretty like growing up in California. I'm not from California, but being here most of my life, like kind of a joke is that we don't really know anything about any other state. You know, like you could, if someone says they're from California, you could just make up a state and say you're from there, and you know, there's a chance they might not even know. Like, oh, cool, you know. But the thing is, I think that we, you know, don't think about things we don't think that we need to think about, right? So,
Yeah.
you know, people think, oh, well, like, you know, oh, well, we need more money. Like, let's just print more money. Okay, you can't do that. It's like, oh, well, let's just do this. Let's just do that. And it's like, you know, on the world stage, and like, well, what should we do with Ukraine? What should we do? That it's all really complicated, and all we can do is try to like figure out all the forces that are, you know, in the situation, and then go from there to try and optimize, you know, the risks versus benefits of things. But I think there will be a transfer of wealth. I don't know. I think it possibly could be a lot smoother, because I think, you know, if you look at just the Great Depression versus, you know, maybe what was it, 1987 versus like 2001 versus uh versus 2008, you know, each crash, I mean, they kind of learn from their mistakes, you know. Emotional damage, Michael, what the heck are you talking about? Are you explaining my, yeah, well, I'm just saying that, like, you know, the question was about like whether hyperinflation would happen, and you know, whether MOAS would cause hyperinflation. I'm just saying, I don't I don't know. I think it's good to try to better understand all the things involved with the economy.
Yeah,
But
there's a really good DD by Peruvian Bull. I'm not sure if you guys have heard of him. He's talking about a lot of these larger things that are going to affect the dollar, that will be related, or rather happening right in tandem with MOAS.
Is this an RC
So that I'm just throwing that out there to add to, you know, that's going to be another factor that's going to like influence all of this together. Because you're right, you know, it's never one thing that causes one thing. It's never a one-to-one. It's always a multitude of things, and they all have different weights in terms of how they affect, you know, whatever it is you're analyzing, right?
Yeah.
But this is just what I've learned based off of the things that I've read, and I think that both historically speaking, as well as the current, we'll say, indicators, I guess, all over the market that people have been bringing up, because I read all this stuff over the last couple of years in GME, so like that's where a lot of my confidence comes from, and where like kind of where my knowledge base is. So that would be like another stock, I guess, Israel. I think someone was asking about that. But as far as like the full fallout, like I don't know. Like who fucking knows? This is gonna. It's like you said. It's something completely new. We don't know exactly how it's going to work out. So you're gonna have to, you know, trust yourself a little bit, I guess. And I think that's gonna be pretty tough for a lot of people, right? Because you know, when you're stepping into the unknown, there are no easy answers or correct choices sometimes. So
I think selfishly, if we go to this, I think Anisthera, you made a really good point that it's not like, you know, it's not like we're going to mow, we mow ass and everyone gets $1 million, but then $1 million basically is $100 because of hyperinflation. We're not going to get dollars. We're going to get, Michael, you've been saying this, you know, something different, and that's the revolution. So in a sense, I mean, for the people in this play, it's not really a concern, because if it's not dollars, it'll, you know, who cares? You know, if the dollar's inflated.
Right, and
it's just a selfish. I get it. It's selfish. I'm not trying to ignore it, but the magnitude. But it is interesting.
You're fine. I think it's a perfectly valid question to answer, because like not knowing what the future has to hold is both an exciting and terrifying like thing to behold, right? To think about. Personally, like I can tell you what I'm going to do personally. I'm going to be investing in LRC, more GME and Teddy, and probably IMX, because I'm big into gaming, and I think gaming is a recession resistant industry. That's, based on my research, and that's sort of what I'm personally interested in. And also, doing the other things that I've said as far as like responsibility, like investing in green energy and nuclear, and changing things from fossil fuels to just electric based. Like, then that's probably more of a personal investment of like growing things as opposed to something to gain value or earn money, right?
Hey, now I work in the power industry, but maybe after Monday I won't have to. So I'll join you on that green revolution.
I want Disney to keep going down, keep fucking up.
Dude, I want to beat Disney. I want to start an entertainment company that kicks them in their ass because they suck.
You know what?
That's
I'm a big
they don't
Star
really
Wars
suck.
guy.
I Disney's beloved, but that's just what I want to do.
I'm salivating at Disney right now. I'm like, keep dipping, baby, go hard. But the writers, they're about to reach a deal, so that's gonna kind of fuck up that plan for me. But yeah, like Disney's one I'm eyeballing right now because like I want to like I feel like they're one good CEO change and or deal from being a good name again, and so I'm like watching Disney with anticipation, like keeping an eye on them. But yeah, who knows what the next play is? Like, who knows? There will be plenty of them though.
It's got to be a big play, right? Because PP doesn't do 10%.
No.
What's he say? His dick doesn't wake up. He doesn't do 10% plays. Like that just doesn't even wake him up.
But as far as PP goes, like I wouldn't worry about the community disappearing. Like the thing with him is he found his passion and he's got people supporting his passion. So the PP show, that's not going anywhere. I'm sure of that.
I'm pretty sure I mean, I can only imagine how many people are going to watch on Monday. Probably a lot. I mean, if if Pulte posts it, I mean, we could get easily 10,000 people probably watching. But if RC, if we find out, like, if the plan gets revealed, I mean, there could be millions of, like, the Tuesday show, or let's say whenever we find out, the next PP show will probably have hundreds of thousands of people watching live. It'll be crazy.
Yeah, I hope you guys are ready to be fucking world famous, because if Pulte and co are doing what I think they're doing, once this thing takes off, you guys are going to literally be at the center of the fucking world. I'm not joking. Literally everyone is going to be like, who the fuck are these people? They're going to want to know.
What do you mean? What do you mean, you guys, Ennis? There, who do you want to play you in the? I've already picked.
No one knows what I look like, so I'm good, man. I can get out of here anytime I need to, man. I don't need that kind of attention, dude. That shit scares the fuck out of me.
Oh, I don't want anyone to know who I am, but I want Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson to play me. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, like I think Pulte is going to be like, hey, like he's going to get him ready. I think that's the reason why he's asked him to come down there on such short notice.
Did ask Pulte, hey, I can't even use my words, but you got to invite RC, and Pulte said, hey, I'll send him.
RC or DFE, I would be like absolutely over the moon for. Like,
I'm going to lose it if I see RC there. I'm going to lose it if they're drinking RC soda there.
What's up, barbecue hodler?
I think in my mind, when I go there,
evening.
I want to represent the normies well.
What's up, man?
No, just jumping in here. I was going to ask and see what you guys thought, and following a little bit here, back and forth some stuff.
Yeah.
I think Monday we get a little teaser, kind of at the end. The Yom Kippur holiday and stuff. I think Monday night and get a little teaser of a docket drop.
Yeah.
But I don't think that's not the whole thing. I think that's just going to be a teaser. We're incrementally, maybe a little bit through next week, or per the clock of the hand at 10 and 2 in the Teddy books. We just get the teaser next Monday night, and then the whole shebang pops out that next following Monday. Because September 30th doesn't count. It's not a legal business day. So, notice how the docket says on September 30th, on or about the effective date. Well, it's not a legal, business settlement day. So defaults to Monday. So enter BK on a Sunday, maybe Sunday news that first, or early morning on the second.
I think it's a great theory, man. I'm on board with that personally. I'm not sure exactly what we're going to see, but I think that's a good template to work with. Like, I'm pumped.
Yeah.
Dude. I'm so excited.
I think something will get trickled in. That's why it's kind of like a commencement celebration of doing stuff down there at Pulte's on Monday. Something's got to trickle in. I don't believe otherwise.
No, I think you're right. I mean, I think it is. I think we did get a little overly excited about like how fast things would move because, like, oh, stalking horse. Oh, well, RC wants it. He'll just come in as a stalking horse. But I mean, it makes sense now in hindsight. You know, the different each step that they had to go through, and they have to check their boxes. You know, and how much better of a situation it is now than it was even at the beginning or in the middle of chapter 11. So, I mean, getting all the debt taken care of, you know, down to 1.5 billion, and yeah, and plus just getting everything ready in the background, you know, because like I don't know that RC knew the exact timeline that it'd be able to happen, and so it's like, oh, okay, they're actually entering bankruptcy. Okay, like I actually can do the post petition financing. So until they entered, because you can't just voluntarily enter chapter 11, you have to have done things before that. And so I don't know that the timeline was perfectly set. So for him, it also was preparing Teddy and preparing everything else for, because I think everything has to kind of happen all at once. Like we might be getting hints before, right? But like it has to, you know, Teddy has to get launched and be a fully fledged company, you know, when they buy it. You know, you have to get to business because they're going to get a lot of advertising and exposure, and so to be able to monetize that, they have to like have something out there. Like Netflix, they, you know, kind of put their stuff out there, but they underestimated how much traffic they would get, and all their servers just broke down. So they were like rushing around trying to find servers, and it took them like, one, it's more expensive to do it that way when you're, you know, you don't have time to do it right. But it took them like a week or two to even, you know, make the server stop breaking. And so they might have missed that whole hype cycle just because they weren't ready. So I think everything's going around along in the background really well. And basically the switch is going to be switched. And then suddenly, you know, one, we're really rich, and two, we're buying all our stuff from Teddy. So
I hope they're prepared for the influx of like scrambling people on like trying to do trades and whatnot. Because personally, that's my biggest fear is like when the, you know, the amount gets to a point where, you know, I need to, you know, unfortunately sell to sort of make myself good in my current situation. Like, I'm worried about how smooth is that going to be? It's going to be crazy. Like, maybe we're not even going to sell. Like, maybe, I don't know, man. Like, but that's what I'm mostly concerned about. So,
what was that, Rock Solid?
I'm just saying, like, when it comes time to sell, most of us here will have zero issue offloading your shares. People are going to be gobbling them up at light speed.
Yeah, I can't wait. I mean, we're probably going to do streaming 24/7. I'm sure your Beyond Uranus will take the morning shift. I'll maybe, I guess, take the middle shift, and then PP the late shift, and we'll just round the clock.
And it's there. Are you talking about from like a server crashing point of view, not being able to offload your shares, or
servers or like people? I'm not exactly sure how they're going to go about it. I really don't know enough about this sort of stuff, but but definitely servers. They're like providing adequate server power.
Breakfast this weekend.
It's a pretty lucrative business. Like Amazon Cloud Services and whatnot sells that stuff. Like that's an arm of their business. So, but man, yeah.
I'm sure there's a conspiracy conversation there. I mean, you know, I feel like to be that guy wearing the tinfoil hat, like, yeah, would they find a way to literally like destroy records, destroy servers? Like, how can we throw a wrench? You know,
take a picture of your make sure you got your all your
your buys, your costs.
Thank you. Yeah, I can't use my words either, Rock. Yeah, all your buys and recorded, copied down. All your statements. Jesus, that was about statements. You know what that is? That's just being an old man. Dad jokes knows what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah.
See, I just threw him right under the bus, right? He was just sitting there minding his own business, and I just just dragged him under the bus with me.
I just wanna be here with the community. That's all.
But from a conspiracy point of view, like you peer into the past, like times like and I don't want to go too far into it, but it's not really the place for it. But like 9/11, Trade Center is falling, records being destroyed, that kind of like, would there be that kind of foul play potentially? I'm not saying that was foul play. That like I'm just saying there's been people conspiracize on that.
With the amount of money that's going to be lost.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You're damn right. No,
it seems like you could easily almost.
Yeah,
believe
no,
that
this
kind
isn't.
of story.
No, they're not going to roll over. I mean, I think, Michael, they know, right? They know it's coming.
Like on the day of MOAS, there's some solar flare that hits her. You know what I mean? Like, what's it gonna be? How are they gonna?
Yeah, well, the treasury guy or the finance dude with Bed Bath & Beyond last year, he didn't trip his own self out the window.
Yeah, you're not. Yeah.
Epstein didn't kill himself.
Yeah.
Like
that's a weird one.
that stuff is real, and these people are definitely connected to the guys we're fighting right now. Like it's all one big. I mean, I could be wrong about like the specifics of that, right? But I mean, there's clearly a lot of shady, like heavily illegal, wrong things going on in the background that's getting covered up. I mean,
I don't care who you are. I don't care who you are. Who doesn't love a good conspiracy? If someone says they don't like a good conspiracy story, I call BS on that.
That's the truth.
Ooh, hey guys, got a phone call. Jump back in.
All right, sounds good.
You asked for memes earlier. I saw one meme today that made me chuckle. It was a picture of the F-35, and the caption underneath was just "bad luck." Epstein's client list was on board the F-35.
Send it to me, man. Like I really do need memes. Like I need them in my video. Please send them to my Twitter. Like if you're in chat, please, if you have memes, send them to me. I need them.
Yeah, no,
whatever you've got, I'll take them.
What's your X handle?
Fleur is coming. The PP show making an announcement that Fleur is coming.
He said Plur. He said Bill said that Plur can go with him to Florida.
Oh hell yeah!
All right, yeah.
Hey, let's
man,
go.
they worked that out. That's awesome.
Yeah.
So is it that? So you're next, right, Michael? You're working that out.
Oh, Michael's in.
Yeah, no,
Right.
I'm in.
Right.
Locke's
Okay.
in. Michael's in.
Right.
Okay,
Right.
so I don't want to be like that guy, but since we're talking about like conspiracy and and how much like attention that this is going to get, like Tinfoil was talking yesterday about, be careful with your vices and be careful, don't lose yourself. He's right, but there was another thing I wanted to tell people to be careful about is like these bad actors, these people who are gonna like be deceptive and like try to get you to do stupid things with your money or try to take it or and do terrible things to you. Like be careful of those kinds of people too, because like they're out there. And I don't want to like scare people or be like like, oh, always looking over your back and paranoid, but like I mean that's one of the reasons I hope this community still stays, because I mean clearly it's easy to know that there's people here I can trust, but we're also like we're involved in this play. We're going to be doing a lot of things. It's important to have these connections, and it's important to have trustworthy connections. So take care of yourself, guys. Watch yourself and look out for each other. Yeah,
I was a little skeptic to like obviously the want to go on this trip was there. How could I not want to go? But as far as like my life, my financials, is it the smartest decision I'm making to go on this trip? No, it is. And so it's like with the prospect of maybe going to zero, I might look like a real fucking idiot. But at the same time, I told myself the potential here, the tangible experience, the connection to meet all these great guys. Like I owe it to myself. I feel like I should say I deserve to have this moment to do something for myself. Because I am very like family focused, and I'm always trying to do what I can for others. And so I told myself I am going to take this chance. I am going to go meet these people, and I deserve it. And so regardless of what happens, I'm excited. I mean, I'm just saying like it was still a hard decision to make. It's not an easy one to make, but I'm fucking excited.
Dude, I'm fired up that I'm talking to you right now, and I'm going to see you talking to Polka and probably RC on Monday. I'm fired up about it. You joking me? This is kind of like, can I get an autograph moment? I mean, that's exactly. You can't see my face, but that's what I'm doing, dude. So no, I mean, all and Michael too. Like just a chance to be on this show.
Yeah, I think rock solid. You'd be in good company, and I think if this helps you with that, dealing with that decision, whether or not you're worthy of what you're about to get depends on the actions you take heretofore, right? Like, what are you going to be doing after this? Like, how are you going to be using this opportunity to, accomplish things? What are you going to accomplish? Who are you going to help, right? Whether or not, I think that's the way I look at it. It's like, do I deserve this of some guy who is, hasn't really done a lot with his life and like has things that he wants to do, but, has not had the opportunities or whatnot, or had too many shortcomings? Like the answer to that question is, that remains to be seen, right? Like I got to put forth the effort and make it happen. And if I can make it happen and I can do good things and make the world a better place, then yes, I absolutely am deserving of it.
Yeah,
and
that's
the way that I think about it. And I think that's a good way to think about it.
I one of the things, the major thing that I want to do is like get maybe 3 locations, some small warehouse space, not a lot, get some of the trash cans and that have the big plastic trash cans on wheels and put numbers on them as if like you're skewing something. This is my managerial shopkeeping thing going on in my brain here. And I'm like, then I'd like to target veterans that are homeless, being that I'm, a veteran myself, but I don't want to discount other communities either, and so I'd like to have it be open to where homeless people can come and they can secure some of their stuff. Maybe there's a place to shit and shower and shave, too, maybe a snack or something like that. And like, that's what I would like to do. And that's my dream for the world and how maybe I can do something that leaves a legacy.
Oh yeah, man. What branch?
Navy.
Hey, go Navy, beat Army.
My grandfather served in the Army.
Yeah, he's probably a nice guy.
You can find some good people to help you with that. So that sounds like a pretty good thing to me. And don't be afraid to like expand and do what you can, because you're probably like everyone else here. You're gonna have a lot more. You could probably do more than just have a place to shit for these guys.
Right. As much as I can possibly do to give them a space, ideally, like maybe some place to charge phones or something, right? Like a port station of some kind there. Different things would be great to integrate in for sure.
Man, as a vet, I get it, dude. I mean, I know it kind of came off like crass, like, oh, place to shit and shave, but, as ex-serviceman, I get what you're saying, dude. It doesn't, most service guys, it doesn't have to be special. They've lived with hardship,
Right.
Gals, they get it. They know what it is. I mean, to have just some small creature comforts.
Well, having a place to secure your stuff, like, and it's safe, and you can go out for the day and transition the world and navigate it. Maybe bus fares or something. I don't know how far I'd like to go with it, but
or have an address for like getting it. I mean, a lot of homeless people. You're like, oh, go out. You see a homeless person, he's like, oh, what a bum. Go get a job. Well, how do you go get a job if you don't have a place to shower, clean up? You don't have an address.
Yeah.
You don't have a place to secure your gear. So man, that's it sounds small and insignificant, and people are like, what are you talking about? But those are like really big things. So
I mean, that's
on you, dude.
That's the difference. Is you think like, what is it that other what do Wall Street people do? Oh, I'm going to buy a yacht, a super expensive apartment, and that's just something about even just Kelly M in the chat, right? She wants to rescue a lot of dogs, right? That it's like here we actually have dreams that are really good. You know, for me, I want to be able to make, I don't even want to say mental health, you know, just like, but like therapy type things, and even, you know, having a platform for people to be able to talk to someone and whatnot. You know, and so I just can't wait for all of us to have the great ideas that we have that are going to make society a better place to be in. I mean, it's, for me, it's really sad that so many people, you know, like they just would rather not be here. You know, whatever is beyond death is, you know, seems better than the crap that's going on right now. And I think that we can make it a better place, you know, and you know, I think we really are going to.
Amen to that, dude. That's a huge one.
Yeah, I 100% agree. That's my mindset as well, and that's why, you know, I want to help promote these kinds of industries so that more jobs can be made, because a lot of these people, I mean, they're just down on their luck, man. Like these, you know, these parasites that have been like gaming this thing for so long have sucked so much money out of the system and so much wealth. Like they're responsible for these sorts of things happening. There's
Right.
not enough investing going on for these people. Like a lot of our problems would be solved if we had you know, good industries and a overall culture that's like, we're going someplace, we're trying to accomplish something, right?
We are the
You give
change
people
we
a
want
sense
to
of
see.
purpose, like what they're doing actually matters. And you'd be surprised how much a lot of mental problems or anxiety issues and a lot of these social and psychological issues, you just start to evaporate or become a lot more manageable when there's this sense of community that we're all working together towards common goals. And that's an idea I really, really, really want to promote because of how important it actually is. And I think with climate change being something that we can tackle together, as well as new technologies that could take us off planet to do all sorts of amazing, fun things, like create a really cool world. Like that's stuff worth working for and living for, in my opinion.
I just wanted Roxall is going to sign off real quick.
All right,
thank you so
Roxall.
much for coming on. I really appreciate you.
Yeah, dude. Good to have you.
You're the man, Rock.
Hey, no,
Yeah.
you are the man. You are.
Have a good time.
Oh, man,
I'm so freaking excited. I'm so numb right now. I'm so numb. I can't wait. Like, I can't wait. I don't know.
But guys, I appreciate you all. Michael, thanks for letting me come on, or asking me to come on. That made me feel cool. So I appreciate you hyping me up a little bit.
Thanks for bringing your dog too. Sweet dog.
Yeah, no, it's not a choice, man. I don't, you know, I do love her. I shouldn't say that, but like, you know, for some reason she really likes me, and I just don't get it.
It's because your energy is awesome, man.
Like, no, I appreciate that, but guys, I wish you all a great night. It's going to be a great week. You know, I'm excited, but thanks again for letting me come on and ramble and do my thing. And yeah, we'll talk again soon, guys. You guys are all amazing.
You're amazing.
And we just looking forward to it. Seriously.
Absolutely. Good times to be had, man. It's gonna be
living the dream. Living the dream.
All right. Take care, guys.
We got Nick Gar too. Also, oh man, I just missed a fake pull tape.
Hey, Anna, Thera.
Yeah. What's up?
Like when you were talking about after this, you're going to do gaming and things that are economy resilient during downturns and stuff like that. During the 2009 and 10 recession years, I made $70,000 during those 2 years and saved basically our house doing sales. And I remember when the Guitar Hero 2 came out, I ended up landing an entire pallet out of the warehouse on these things, and it was like something like 130 of them, and I sold all of them.
Yeah, that game was huge, and mainly because it was huge for people who weren't necessarily like avid, you know, game enthusiasts. They got a lot of like the general crowd, because it's a fun game, man. And like the subsequent Rock Band that followed it, like it's fun. Like
and people are going to spend their money on that stuff regardless of their financial situation.
Dude, right? I've been poor most of my life, and nothing has ever been more economical as far as entertainment goes than having World of Warcraft subscription, because like if you're invested in that sort of thing, like it's $15 a month for pretty much all the entertainment you'll need, right?
Right.
And that is a bargain. Like it's a model that doesn't really work very well these days anymore because of how gaming has expanded over the last like decade or so. But back in the day, man, like that's definitely helped me out. So, and I'm not just trying to excuse my World of Warcraft addiction from the past. Okay, no.
Don't be a Leroy. Yeah, you know the Leroy where
course I do.
Leroy comes running into the situation.
That is a good one, is a classic for sure.
It's a classic,
That was when
yeah.
I knew gaming was huge in the world because I saw that shit on Jeopardy and I was like, "What the fuck, man?"
when we were deploying to Iraq, we literally watched that in training. You know, to not be a fucking Leroy. You know, when you get in country, don't be the fucking Leroy.
What's up, Nick? Nick saying it's over or something?
It's over. It's all over.
What happened?
Yeah, I agree. The shorts are done, man. I agree. It's over.
Right.
Brother.
Yeah.
Well said.
It's over.
I'm trying to figure out whose voice that is. I know I recognize it.
Well, it's Nick Gar, obviously.
Ingenious. No good.
Do you need some pee-pee slaps or anything?
Yeah, it might be time.
This is Ryan Cohen.
I'll provide the sound effects.
This is Ryan Cohen. This is Ryan Cohen. It's all over.
It says it's Nick Gar. I don't even know who Nick Gar is.
What's all over? What's all over? Is it all over your face? What's all over?
So what's up, Nick? What do you got to say, man?
I think he's got to say that.
Yeah.
He's stuck in a semantical loop.
Yeah.
We got Mr. Zombie Bear. Let's see.
Uh-oh. I'm scared.
What's up, Mr. Zombie Bear TTV?
Hello?
Hello.
Oh, let's see.
Hey.
We got another person. Who else is Meager Tweed? Hey, what's up, Meager Tweed?
Hey, how y'all doing?
Doing great. How about you?
Good. I can't believe you added a guy named Nick Gar.
Yeah. I don't know who that is. That name.
I
is-
just got it.
A few times fast. Okay.
Don't say it. I just feel like a bonehead. I just got it.
EB, you got to help me out because I'm a dad. I don't get it. I missed
I
something.
didn't get it either till he said it. He goes, I can't believe you guys just did that. And I went, what are you talking about? I went, oh,
Yeah.
dang.
Yeah.
Hey, I wanted to ask a question, Michael. So this conversation is really cool and it's really good and everything. I'm really enjoying it. There's an episode of South Park where these college know-it-all hippies come to town and they start talking about how they're going to change the world, but they don't ever really do anything about it.
Yeah.
And so, I'm just kind of wondering, do you have something in mind for what you want to do? You talked about, psychology kind of therapy stuff. Logistically, like what's like your first plan that you want to undertake? Like, how would you go about doing that?
I mean, so I already have a website that I built, and I have a text analysis app. So it did actually analyze text messages. So you could just like put it on your phone, and then it would actually show you how you speak to one person versus how you speak on average. And so automatically it would just say like, hey, you guys don't understand this terminology. So there's like essentially 150. Well, there's like 56 terms, and each one has like there's like both sides to the coin, right? So there's like something that's a tool, but if you overuse it, it's a weapon. And so some people are more sensitive to one or the other. Like, for example, being assertive or aggressive. Some people have a high tolerance for being assertive, and other people don't. And it's so like maybe I might be assertive, be doing something assertively, and then someone else might think I'm being aggressive. And it all comes back to early memories or whatnot when we kind of developed a definition for that thing, and we kept using that definition. And so my app just automatically, you know, for free, no one would have to, it could just tell you what things between you and someone else that you talk to, which one of those terms you guys should probably talk about first. And then, you know, provide resources where you could just, you know, I mean, I started doing it where it's like, okay, like here's a process of how you would kind of get on the same page with someone. I mean, people use a lot of terms kind of loosely, like codependency, but typically people do have, you know, one person in a relationship will be the assertive one, the other one is the passive one. And, you know, that just doesn't really work in a relationship. You need both people to be a full person, capable of being assertive or passive if they need to be. And so it kind of just gives a roadmap for people to know what skills they need to work on, because otherwise, you know, we're just kind of one-dimensional people, and we don't really, you know, be like playing a video game and only having one button that you could press. And, you know, there's no way you could win if you can only press left or right or A or B. So that's like, to begin with, is kind of making that software better, you know, to where maybe you can even like listen to people's conversations and, you know, but even as it is, it already can easily point that out. But another thing is, you know, just making videos about, you know, one, like dreams. You know, I think dreams are significant. I think that it is what paints the emotional context for the world, or for your decisions. It's not telling you what to do, but a lot of people are scared of their dreams because they think they mean something weird, right? But like one thing I've found about dreams, for example, is you are every character in your dreams. So if you're making out with someone, whatever, that's a part of you that you're interacting with. Other people don't, they only exist maybe as like an animal or something, but even then it's just the relationship. And so I think that helping people have the tools of interpreting their dreams, and their dreams could just help them through this process as well. Which I've also started on that. I started making a website, and someone actually posted, and they're like, oh, some Michael tinfoil, you know, because I just happened to have only did, as I'm like trying to fill out each one of the different symbols, I did what a bath means and what a bed means. And someone's like, oh, he's a plant because, you know, he's, you know, has this. But so there's that. And then also I want to have a platform where, and I almost set this up, I've been wanting to set this up, but I've just been kind of busy with all the Bed Bath and Beyond stuff, is basically to be able to schedule either like personality typing or dream interpretation, and maybe even just, you know, soundboarding. I wouldn't want to even call it really therapy, but like something I found is like that different personalities just really can't, like it's a lot harder to do certain things. Like for example, me, I probably shouldn't have ever done medical school. Could I do it? Yeah. But it just, there's no way it would have made sense for me to, so like I like, by me helping people understand how personality works, it could help them find a place where they can work and like working. I mean, some people like doing certain things, and it's like different. I mean, like for me, I did roofing for a summer. That was my personal hell. Like early mornings, getting sunburnt. I mean, I'm a ginger, so like I did not, you know, that's not my favorite. And then just like bending over and picking up heavy stuff, so like my back's just killing me. And so, you know, but I worked with other people like, no, I like it. You just get it all out of the way in the morning. You work hard, you get paid, and you know, you go home. Like some people liked it, you know, and they're like, man, you know, so I think that like one person, for example, I was taking an Uber, and I typed the person in there, and I was like, man, you would be really good at sales, but you would hate it. And he's like, it's really funny you say that, because he's like, I've had like 4 different sales jobs, because like it's the best way I know how to make money, but I just really grinds me. So I could have I could have saved him a lot of hassle of going down that road, and helped him figure out a way. So like me being able to do personality types and being able to career counsel, and also along with that is like education things, right? Like I did a research thing. I ended up being a substitute teacher. Well, kind of like actually permanent teacher, right after COVID. And some of the people wanted to stay online and do online school. And so I typed their personality, and out of like there's 7 approaches to life, and we used 3 of them. 0% had a certain one of the approaches, and it's the one that makes public school like better, and none of them had it. And so it wasn't anything biologically wrong with them. It was just literally a personality trait that made public school way more difficult for them. And whereas, someone else that has that personality trait, well, they would hate homeschool. And so me being able to very early on be able to help people not be so stressed out. We're not biologically made to handle the amount of stress we do. Like the cortisol levels that doctors won't check it because they know it's going to be terrible. And when they just don't even think about it. But cortisol is a stress hormone. And now that they just barely started testing it, I know someone, they went and, they're just in school working hard and stressed. And their cortisol levels were so high that they thought they had some like cortisol producing cancer. And it's like, no, that's just what your body does when you go into fight or flight mode for a long time. We're not made to run away from a lion for 48 hours. We're made to run for 10 minutes and then be safe. And so there's all these things that if I could help people from, get it into education, and so people early on could recognize they have talents. People aren't dumb. It's just some people have different preferences that give them they can more easily do certain things than other things, and they can recognize their talents and recognize, hey, I should learn this other thing. It's going to take me longer than other people, but I'm not broken because it's harder for me.
How much do you think is this? How much do you think this is systemic? Meaning, these changes that you're talking about making and educating and giving people these points of therapy.
Yeah.
I mean, is this generational? Like, could this take several generations to actually go through to the mainstream society?
I have no idea. I mean, I have found that people have been very fascinated, in different spaces, both Bed Bath spaces, and even I was like, just popped into an MMTLP space, and then somehow I ended up just typing people by their earliest memories, and they thought it was hilarious and cool. And there was like a little bit of drama between one of the people in the MMTL community and someone else. I wasn't even there for the drama. And then one person was like, do you think it's a difference in personality? And I was like, you know what? That's actually probably true, is because there's 7 different ways to measure value in life. And they're just different dimensions. Like you can measure how innovative something is or how stable something is, but it can't be both new and innovative and, stable. And, ideally you want to maximize both those things, but they're in opposite directions. And so, there's, if you understand, most people think in 1 or 2 dimensions, and so they just miss out. And so someone else is trying to maximize, we'll just say they're trying to maximize stability. The other person is trying to maximize innovation, and they just crash, and they have no idea. One person thinks the other one's crazy. Yeah. And, knowing that you can easily adjust, like, oh, this person's using that one. Okay, well, it makes sense what they're trying to do, given that they think that's the most important value right now. I can recognize that, and then now I can explain why I think that despite that one being valuable, I think this one's more valuable in this situation. And so it'll create a platform for dialogue. And so I think that it could take off because how much better things will go, that I think people will just start sharing it. And I don't care to put paywalls or anything, so I know, like, if you take the big 5 personality tests, like each one of those is behind a paywall, right? And I think the results are meaningless once you get them anyway. So I wouldn't want to do that. So I think that making it all free, people love, oh, what kind of pizza are you? What kind of Avengers character are you, right? So I could also, other people from the community maybe could help do things like that and help get it out in fun ways. But yeah.
I can attest that a lot of that is good. I also have a degree in psychology from a pretty decent university, and I think when you asked if that stuff is systemic, I think one thing that a lot of people agree with is that the current major institutions in the United States, at least, I can't attest to this to anywhere else because I don't live there. But our institutions no longer fit the changing landscape of business and technology and other things like that. And a massive rework and retooling of not just our education system and not just, how we think about, ourselves, but, how we think about the world is required. Because I think one major idea that Michael has touched on here is this idea of the right person for the right kind of situation. Because in those sort of circumstances, it's not about how good or bad you are at a particular thing. It's like, how well do you fit in a particular space? An example that I can personally bring is that because I have ADHD, I really do not like being stuck in a particular place for very long. I like to move around a lot. And currently, like, I don't really like this job very much, mainly because I'm so like laser focused on what I want to do after MOAS. It's making the whole experience miserable. But I drive around for a living and deliver stuff, and I don't really interact with like a lot of other coworkers or anything. There's a lot of flexibility in my schedule, and like, if it weren't for this situation, like, that wouldn't be too bad of a job, just like a job to like live a life off of for myself, whereas and I can do it pretty well, whereas other people would like suck ass at it or hate it or something like that, right? And I think that kind of way of looking at the world in general is actually really important, because that's how the world is, right? Where like, Americans are obsessed with the best, and like you can see this all over the internet. Like all the clickbait is like, oh, this person did this awful thing, or this is the worst thing ever, or it's the best thing ever. And I don't think that makes a very good place to live for people, because if you're not the best, then you're nothing, and nobody wants to feel like they're nothing, like they don't have any value.
And that actually is what perpetuates the bias of personality, is because we should be using all 7 dimensions of value, but because only the best gets to move forward, we just dedicate all towards that one. And we're like, okay, I'm just going to be the paragon of this dimension of stability, or the paragon of innovation. And being one dimensional then makes us just very we'll just, it doesn't work.
The kinds of people who do the kinds of things like completely rig the stock market and like steal from everybody, like that's where that ends up leading. It's like things have to have a more balanced approach in general, and instead of being focused on the best, like maybe we can focus on like balancing things out. I think a lot of people are too obsessed with finding like the one answer, the one way that I'm going to do it, and then I'm going to finally find happiness. And life just doesn't work that way. You might be doing the thing that makes you happy until for like 20 years, and then suddenly I just fell out of love with it. Like I hear those stories all the time, and we need to like completely change the way that we think about what life is, like how life is supposed to be lived, right? And how we need to structure a society that can cater to all these different kinds of people who have all these different personalities and all these other interests, in a way that's generalized enough that, even if you get kind of really specific about what you want to do, that even if, it doesn't necessarily work out for you, you're still going to be okay, right? Because, you got to have that sense of, I can take care of myself, but also feel like that the world has got you a little bit if things get really crazy. Because, I mean, as we're going to find out pretty soon, things can get very crazy. Like, and yeah, I think that's one of the biggest next steps that not just the United States has to tackle, but the rest of the world. Because we're at a point where we can't really talk about, oh, we're going to do this thing while these other people are doing like ridiculous stuff. Like we're a global community now, whether we like it or not. And that's a monumental task. Like, so when you ask, oh, is it intergenerational? Like personally, I think, yeah, this is going to take a long time to do. And it's going to require a lot of effort and a lot of sacrifice to make it happen. And I hope people are prepared for that, because this is the kind of stuff that you do for your whole life, right? Like this is a life's work. Like there's people who have spent generations in like these tribal like rainforest communities, actually molding like branches and vines and stuff to make living bridges. And like those are the kinds of tasks that like you pass on to your children and your grandchildren. But when you get the end result, it's like something that's absolutely marvelous. And I think that might be one sort of a new way of like thinking about our lives that more people should adopt. Not everyone, I mean, but I think that should be something people should start thinking about, like how can we take this broader approach where it's more about, fitting, the right piece in the right place rather than, always going for the best. Like, I don't know. It's something we have to figure out together.
I like that. Luck and Fan, what's up?
Luck hey, how's it going? You hear me?
Yeah.
I don't know. Just sad the PP show wasn't going tonight. Saw you guys were streaming. I've called into the PP show before. Feel a little more comfortable calling in with a little less crowd, but glad to see some viewers in here. So
this is Ryan calling. It's over. It's all over.
Literally the same guy, different meme name.
But yeah, I like the depth of the conversations on some of these X spaces and here. I just feel like there's some very intellectual people that are involved in this play. I've been holding since about February, I think. I bought it like $1.50.
Yeah.
I have I think I have around 150,000 shares.
Nice.
Just, I don't know. I'm a little nervous. I'm not going to lie, but at the same time, I just feel like there's so much evidence and conviction, and I don't know. I'm either going to be very rich, or I took a shot at something I believed in, so I'm not going to dwell on it. If this goes the wrong way, I'm going to just continue to work on bettering myself, and I like taking risks. I believe that life is worth taking risks. But don't mean to interrupt here.
Oh no, you're good.
No, you're great. I'm glad you came on. I was just looking over. Someone was saying a docket drop, but it looks like they're just doing some housekeeping. I mean, there is a operating report I plan on looking at some point, but anyway, it just kind of seems regular housekeeping stuff. So
yeah, it seems like a lot of dockets coming out lately, kind of after the plan was confirmed. I think it's a lot of housekeeping for make sure everything's out of the way before the news we want. I mean, I can't get over the fact that Polte is having some of you guys fly in. Like I don't think it's going to be announced on the show, but I think we're going to. I think it's going to be a celebration at that point, because I think something's coming out this weekend.
I mean
that could be a strong possibility. Yeah,
the whole thesis of, like, when I was debating the SEC guys, like, it was I was like, well, there's such a difference on how many failures to deliver between Apple and the meme stocks, and they're like, well, then just don't buy meme stocks. And I was like, but they're like, you should get something that has fundamentals. And it's like interesting that their limited idea of fundamental value is just so limited, and that it was like, well, the thesis of GameStop was that it was going to zero. That's why everyone was shorting. That's why I shorted more than 100%. And I was like, have you guys recognized that thesis was wrong? Because it didn't. And you could say it's inflated or whatever. That's fine. I don't care. But the thesis of it going to zero was wrong. And the thesis of it not being a viable company was also wrong. And so similarly, I think at this point already, the thesis that Bed Bath & Beyond is going to zero is also wrong, right? I mean, we got in the court. He's like, if the lien on baby gets lifted, there's probably going to be more than enough for everyone, for all stakeholders. That's what he said. And so I think it's true. And exactly the timeline that happens, I don't know exactly. I mean, I can think like, but I mean, I think at one point, the doorway we cross through, all the doors are open and they're all good doors. I don't know if if IEP is going to buy Bed Bath & Beyond and GameStop's going to buy Bye Bye Baby. I don't know if Overstock, I have no idea, but I know that the thesis is disproved that it's going to zero. And just having, yeah, so it's going to be an exciting ride. And I think we're at least going to get some kind of validation on Monday. Or
I know what you're going to get when you get into Polte's office. I'm going to tell you what you're going to get. You're going to get a non-disclosure agreement.
Hopefully, I'd love that.
Yeah.
That's going to be the first thing you're going to get.
Let's go.
Listen, Michael, I put a post up on the subreddit. You need to bring in a can of RC Cola.
Bring in a can of what?
Of RC Cola. And then if you have to sign a non-disclosure agreement and you know the RC is going to play, just put the drink up on the table and open it.
Yeah. All right. Not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. What's up? Let's go.
What's going on? Hey, I wanted to see if we could talk a little bit about, what the thoughts are with regard to. Sorry. Come here.
There it is.
Oh, okay.
There it is.
Wanted to talk about, what we thought, where the company, Teddy, that is, and the idea behind, multiple companies, the whole 741, and beyond that, what that would look like. I was looking at different companies' market caps. I found something really interesting, because everybody talks about, what the shares could ultimately be worth.
Yeah.
Right. And my mind was blown. I mentioned that I do mortgages for a living, and I was talking to a guy that I don't know how our conversation got there. I was just talking to him about assets, and he was telling me about having a position in a company that his son worked for, and he was telling me that he invested it back in, like, I think it was like 94, 95, and hadn't even looked at it. And he's like, "Have you ever heard the company AutoZone?" I was like, "Yeah, well, of course." And so, of course, I never even looked up their ticker, and I was blown away. And I dropped the bomb on him that what he had invested in it and what it was worth that day. I think he put like $15,000 in it, and he didn't even know that he was holding $800,000 worth of the stock.
Oh, wow.
I mean, if you go look at their share price, it's unbelievable. And then it got me thinking. Everybody's talking about an Amazon competitor, and so I just wanted to go look at like what Amazon was worth before any kind of splits. And I think they split last year, right?
I don't know. I mean, I think somewhat recently, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, when they split, they were what, $2,500 or $2,600 a share, and I mean, that's what blows my mind, and what I don't think I'll ever understand, and maybe someone else could help me understand it, is how a company like AutoZone, and maybe it's the industry, market cap, and what cars are, and car parts, and that service and everything that is involved in it is worth, compared to an Amazon. None of the pricing makes sense to me. right? And so, I was, just kind of interested on, what some of your all's thoughts are for, where it can go, because we all talk about, DRSing, or, I'll just quickly on this, with regards to DRS, my original game plan was to, hold and stream name, and, if we got the signal that it was going to be, in fact, Teddy, then there was no doubt in my mind I was going to put those suckers away in my name and just never look at it. Right? I mean, it was just going to be for the future, and that was going to be my my retirement plan, honestly.
Well, that sounds like the case. Did you do it then?
Did I DRS?
Have you done it? Yeah, because like Teddy seems to be the thing. Like,
okay, good. Thanks for asking.
I think like there's both going to be a squeeze that's going to surpass the value. It'll be a while before it gets to what it was in the squeeze. So I mean, yeah, I mean, each person has to see it. I think the difference is when people look at GameStop, right? Like, I don't think that GameStop was RC's number one play, because back in 2014, they were talking about the gold mine was the baby market, right? But I think that it just kind of fell into his lap as far as it being short attacked and going, almost on the verge of bankruptcy. And it's like, okay, yeah, like I'll just miss this if I don't take it now. So I don't think he was like ready to go with everything to make GameStop what it could have been. Plus, I mean, even maybe the takeover plan, he didn't have. Yeah, so I mean, I just think that like the deep value of GameStop is going to be, for one, is going to be the game streaming, and so they still aren't ready to go with that, right? So the deep value in GameStop is not even there yet. It's just on the horizon. And so once that happens, it will return to, all-time highs, be worth $500 a share, just because that's just what it is. If they took,
isn't it technically already though, right? I mean, if before they're split, I mean, what is it worth pre-split, right? Because
yeah, I think I always think about it. It's like $40 equivalent pre-split, or no, what was it? It's
what is it at now? Like 16?
I mean, I could look at it.
It's like $60-$70.
Yeah.
Pre-split.
Which is the lowest it's been for quite a while. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so I just bring that up because what I'm saying is that the difference between the price at the squeeze and the price, the eventual price it's going to go to when the vision is realized, is there's a huge gap for GameStop. But with Bed Bath & Beyond and Teddy, that on-ramp to getting to that value and to realizing the vision, I think is really short, because I don't know exactly how they're going to do it, but basically, if he has a website and then just integrates it with Shopify, and then has vendors come on and boom, I mean, it could literally come together in a matter of months. I mean, before Thanksgiving, Teddy could be literally selling, everything full speed, right? And then even, Blockbuster, they already have their streaming, or they already have their Netflix alternative type thing. And so they could have that be part of the subscription. So it's like let's say that Teddy comes out, boom, within, who knows, maybe even instantly, maybe it's already ready to go. I mean, Shopify is a big company and they need to make a move like this in order to not die. So let's say that, and then you have all these other big companies that are, and Dragonfly and all these people, and, so I mean, who knows, they might literally just press a switch and everything's ready to go. It might take a couple months, but either way, say they do that and it's like, okay, for this Amazon Prime type subscription to get all these things, it's $100 a year or whatever. Well, instantly, boom, their first financials is they just got $100 up front without really doing anything. And so that first financial report is going to be amazing. Not to mention, then you have all these people that are very loyal and we're advocating for it, telling everyone, to support it. And we have tons of money to then buy on it. So their first financials are going to be amazing. And so that gap might be literally months between, like 2 months maybe, between squeeze value and the actual realized value. And so in that sense, like, it doesn't matter as much to sell the squeeze, depending on how it goes. I mean, if it goes really high, I don't know. I mean, if it goes to certain levels, I'm just have to sell. Like I'll rebuy back into Teddy later. But I mean, if it hits $200, I can't. I'll probably save some shares,
This is
but
going to go way higher than $200. I don't think you're ready for how high this is going to go.
Which is fine. I mean, if it goes higher than 200, that is great. I'm going to have tons of friends, and I'll be the poor person probably. They're like, "Oh man, this paper hand sold at $200 and we all saved for $2,000." Like, great. Like I'm fine being the poorest person in the room if everyone else holds on till thousands of dollars or whatever. But I think that I think that it won't be very long before it does just get to an evaluation that it might just genuinely be at $1,000 or $2,000 just any day, right? So if you just didn't think about it for a couple of years, it might be $1,000.
Well, I think those are really great points. I agree. I think that's a good place where the value is. I think. Can I just add like a couple of things?
Yeah, go for it.
Another part of the value is like, yeah, we're going to have a lot of money, and yeah, we're going to be shopping with them, but we're also going to be giving a lot of money away. Like we're going to be helping communities. Like that's sort of like the Pulte angle, right? So these people are going to need to get food, they're going to need to get supplies, and we are going to be the ones saying, hey, where are you going to go spend this money? You're going to go spend it at Teddy, you're going to spend it at GameStop, you're going to spend it at BBBY Baby, or whatever. Like that's the place to go. We're going to be telling those people to do that, right? Because it's not just the value of the company in terms of like the technicals of it, it's also the value of the people behind this move, right? One thing that RC has tweeted a lot about are his personal values and like what he believes is the right thing to do. And like I think that's it would be a mistake to underestimate like value of that, right? Because I certainly am going to be telling people to do that. And I mean, I'm sure not everyone here is going to, but I imagine quite a few of you will be. So that's a lot of value, because now you have you're telling all these different people. That has a multiplicative effect. And Ryan Cohen has proved time and time again that he knows how to delight customers. So you are going to be the guy who's going to tell all these people to shop at this place that will become their favorite place to shop. And they're going to tell their friends, and it's just going to be this huge exponential like pull. That is a huge amount of value that almost has no limit, right? The other thing I think has potential value, and this is still well within the realms of speculation. I don't know if this is what his plan is, but I personally am on board with this idea. Is that if we are going to get a decentralized exchange, this is the new stock market, right? If you're talking about deep value, like you are in on the ground floor of the next stock market, then this isn't a stock market for the US or any particular country. This is going to be a global decentralized platform. Like you'll be swinging the duck up in here, guys. Like you're gonna be swinging in the gold. Like, I mean, personally, I think that's what this is all about. There's been clauses that have specifically stated throughout the GME thing that
let's go.
I'm glad you're feeling the hype, man. I am.
Keep going.
Clause in so GameStop did a reverse split, but it was the way that they worded it and specifically did it was that it was a reverse split as a distribution, meaning that they would create a certain amount of shares and then hand them out to shareholders, as opposed to just taking whatever stock you had and multiplying it by a certain amount. And there was so much confusion about it and so much like, what does this mean, right? And we were paying attention to it, and without going over a lot of like DTCC and all this other stuff, they basically, most brokers basically, like especially the shadier ones, they fudged it. And there was international fraud that was committed. And one of the clauses is that if, GameStop doesn't feel like they can, have fair or proper treatment under the DTCC, then they can go someplace else. And where are they going to go? They're going to go to the place they made, Teddy, where they are the stock exchange. Don't forget, one of Larry Chang's tweets, who's part of Dragonfly, who's part of all of this big investor group that's part of this play, has said in the past that when that there's a bridge between the old way of doing things and the new way, this change of technology, and when both of those things meet the same stock, there will be fireworks. I don't remember the exact wording. That's not the exact wording, but it was a tweet way earlier on in the saga, like probably back in 2021 by Larry Chang. Go look it up if you want to see it. Like, what else could he be referring to than a cancellation of shares from the old stock market, where everyone is just going to go to zero and be completely liquidated on Wall Street, to the new decentralized stock exchange? That sounds like fireworks to me, guys. It just makes sense with all the things that they've been doing and saying, with all the different companies that are going to be under this, right? You can't have a stock market of just like a couple of companies. You got to have a stock market of a bunch of different places from a bunch of different industries. And that, I think, is the real big play. That's what's happening here, right? And this I don't know exactly why baby's the linchpin. I think it has to do with a lot of the seller boxing and all of ridiculous stuff. If you know about the GME DD, then you know what I'm talking about. But I mean, all doing it in one single. It's like the person pulling the tablecloth and all the cups still stay on there, man. It's like it's magic, man. Like, that's what I think the play is. It doesn't get any bigger value than that.
I like what you think the play is. I am rooting for your thesis.
I'm rooting for my thesis too, man.
Yeah,
that's the thing. Like 200, dude, you are thinking like tiny. 200, no. 2,000, no. 200,000, maybe. Type in gmefloor.com. That's a good place to start. You start with that. That's good.
Well, I'll tell you what. Whether you think it's a value or not, if you're leasing in the United States, Uncle Sam will be taking, depending on when you bought, between 15 and 33%. So.
Yeah, right, I think it'll still be less than 35, or I think it'll be less. Biden was trying to
37. I'm sorry, yeah. Well,
he's got that $400,000 limit. So if you think of it in increments of 400,000, it's easier to.
Yeah. Why do you guys think that Biden hired like 30,000 new IRS members? Why do you think that happened? Do you think that's just coincidence? Why would he do that? Why is he talking about taxing billionaires? Who's going to be the new billionaires? Who do you think, guys?
I mean, I also just think that.
Come on, guys.
I mean,
they know what's up. They know what's
I think that most people have, like, when someone finds a loophole, the first person makes a lot of money, and then it starts to spread that secret. And then when it just becomes common practice, like it just breaks the whole system. And so I think at this point, they're realizing a lot of people just aren't paying taxes. And so
why do you think we're being told to look at the Bahamas right next to the Cayman Islands?
Yeah,
I'm dead serious, guys.
I am not those people.
You know what we really have become, and what we're going to become, which is like my dream, because like when I was younger, I got solicited one time to go to work for Janus, right? And I was like, oh, this is interesting. Yeah. And I didn't jump into it. And then there was this other time that these people, it was like a cult. Not the BBBY one, but like this cult of people. And they were like, if you just buy this product and consume this product. So see, we're going to have all this money and we're going to be the new A.M.E. We're going to buy our shit from ourselves. Like we're our own A.M.E. This is going to be the new A.M.E. For us. For us.
In the NFT communities that I've been paying attention to, that's a common theme, is like we're going to make our own future, right? Like we're going to just make it ourselves. And that's exactly right. You've got it right on the money, man. Like,
Yeah.
we're going to be the ones who are making businesses, and we're going to be doing business with each other here. And like, that's why I'm like really hammering home this idea of like, I'm really excited about BBBY and like getting the squeeze, but my mind is past that. Like, I'm like thinking about, what am I going to do? What
for a long time now.
and like, I don't have a space to talk about that. So I'm sorry if I've like imposed myself a whole bunch just coming in here, but
It's all good. It was
really where my
haphazard.
mind is at.
I
And
enjoyed listening to it.
we're getting
Yeah,
to
me
the point
too.
where, well, this is really what we're going to start talking about. Like, that's one thing I hope that PP does, is like facilitates that, right? Because there's going to be a point where the stock is done and where there's no more stuff to speculate. What are we going to do with the show then? I think that's a good direction to take the show in, right? And we've just had a long conversation about, you know, all these things we want to do and like problems we want to fix and stuff. And like, I think that this show would be a great like nexus point for all of that. Because PP's got the right mindset, man. He just wants to bring on anybody so they can speak their mind, have their opinion, say their piece. And you know what? Like, if we're wanting to find a decent avenue to like connect with the right people, right? To fit in the right places, right? To like fix a lot of these problems and, you know, make this place like actually great again. Like, this is the kind of thing that we will need. 100% we will need something like this.
Yeah.
And I'm willing to bet that Pulte and co, they know that. I think that's one of the reasons that he's called him down there to like maybe pitch that idea.
Yeah, that's actually why I was jumping on here, man. You know, because I know he asked earlier today, you know, what is the reason that he's going down there, right? And it's just everything that's going on, right? And I saw something really funny in the chat, unwavering prediction. You know, I you know, that's exactly right. I mean, we don't, at the end of the day, we don't know what's going to happen. I mean, we know what we think we know, but you know, I wish that I could sit there in front of Pulte and ask him, just be straight up, point blank. I don't think we've ever really done that as a community. I think it's always just kind of been like tiptoed around. Like,
are you saying what the stuff I'm talking about? Is that what you're saying?
He was about
no. That I'm just, the stuff that you're talking about is to come if we're right.
Oh, okay. So what are you referring to then? I think I missed that part.
I think I'm just referring to the whole idea of, you know, would we even be having a show on Monday, going down there, having this conversation had we been more direct, more point blank, more blunt? I don't know how much more blunt or frank you can be about, you know, what is the actual involvement here? Are we going to zero, or like Bill, why are you here? Right? Don't tell me I'm going to be the next president of the United States. Tell me, yeah, you know what I mean? Like,
we're going to Bill's house because of a burger bet. That is why we were going. Just so happens we are also going to be doing a show. That's just all. Anything else is coincidence.
I love
it. Can I just
Michael knows. You won't say he knows.
So the burger bet, which, you know, was just any two people can make a bet about a burger, you know, and, you know, someone has to fill that bet, you know. So
what was the bet, by the way? I missed the whole bet part.
So it was that whether the GME earnings was going to be good or bad, and whether the stock would go up or not. So
can I just throw something in here real quick?
Yeah, go for it.
So I was just looking back, and like this is, to me, this is like kind of crazy. So Ryan Cohen, everyone follows his Twitter X very closely. Every time he tweets or he likes a post, it is completely torn apart. Every possible explanation comes out about every single thing he does on Twitter. He's not that active on it. Probably I would estimate in the last year he's probably liked like 20 posts. I just took a look at his likes. 6 of his last 12 likes are Bill Pulte tweets.
Huh?
Including one that is The Empire Strikes Back, that shows him, Holly Etlin, Bill Pulte fighting against Jeff Bezos. That obviously this has been well discussed. That's one of them. There's also been a deleted tweet of him and Pulte on a horse in front of a Bed Bath & Beyond, which he liked, and then he deleted a couple hours later. Don't tell me that he made a mistake. And
no, he just appreciates good Photoshop, which so do I. As a
yeah,
Photoshopper,
he just thought it would be fun to go riding on horses with Ryan Cohen. That's all that was, you know?
Exactly. So from my perspective, and I don't want to, I'm not going to, you guys all know where this is going. I'm just trying to say that I don't think Bill Pulte is as clueless as he leads. And I really can't convince myself that Bill Pulte is putting himself out there for a show that most people shouldn't show their kids. We have, for one, we have dad jokes down here munching on crayons. We have PP slapping people with dildos, and there's a man
strippers.
Strippers. We have a man out here who's a pretty typical family man. He owns, or I don't know his details with his old company. I guess he's not as involved as he once was. Maybe he's trying to get back involved with Pulte Homes, but he is a public figure and he's wealthy. Why is he going to associate himself with that? Especially at a time like this, when in the last week we're getting more FUD that we're going to zero. The timing is just, I just can't get past the timing of this. And what if before we knew the effective date, which came out yesterday, what he had no idea. Like, you guys could have flown into town Monday morning. BBBY could have just said, "Hey, we're done. Shares are zero." And then you guys are sitting in his office like, what do we talk about? We just lost everything.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you think he's going to take that risk? Like, he like, the fact to me, the fact that he hasn't been engaged in this, I don't know what he knows, but I think he is more aware of something.
And
that
Lucky fans.
Yep.
Lucky fan.
Yeah.
Were you there? Did you hear what I think Dad Jokes nailed it? First thing that's going to happen when Michael and Roxall and all those guys show up and walk in the office, Dad Jokes nailed it. They're going to be signing an NDA. That's the first thing that's going to happen.
I hope so.
Yeah, well, I hope so too. Again, bring it RC Cola and just put it on the table. Okay, that's all you got to do. There it is, right there. Dad Jokes got it. Me and my RC. That's all you got to do. That'll be the signal for all of us.
Right. Oh, that's fantastic. You better do that, Michael.
Watch as RC Cola overtakes Coca-Cola as the number one soda.
Either that or Blink in Morse code.
Right. Puts on Coke.
I don't think RC is going to show his face on the show for reasons, but I do agree with what Dad Jokes mentioned. I would not be surprised if while you're at Pulte's, if Ryan Cohen is in another room and
laughing at you guys.
I mean, I think that that's the thing is, like, Jade said this. She said that Pulte was actually lurking for a while, in different communities of GameStop. And so I think it's kind of like, he is looking for future leaders and people that want to, that he can trust. And so, because you don't know, right, until you talk to him. Maybe, I mean, he reached out to a certain influencer, and that certain influencer just betrayed him, so that I think now that he knows who we are, what we represent, and then trusts us to come to his house. That's kind of a big deal, like so yeah.
I only really decided to watch this show after Pulte had come on. Like, I had seen you guys and You know, he had a few viewers, and I was like, I'm not really looking for that sort of information because I wasn't really sure what it was about. I'm pretty cold about starting new things in general. But after he was on, I was like, okay, okay, let's see what these guys are about. And I think you guys are right. I think like he has a lot of people who follow him, and there's probably a lot of people who are actually watching the show now from Pulte, who have pulled in from an audience they wouldn't have looked at otherwise. So you're absolutely right to say that, like, hey, you know, this person who is a public figure who's been on mainstream media multiple times, he's been tweeting more, you know, about stuff he's been doing with that lately. And, you know, there he has eyes on him. So, and he chooses to come here. What does that tell you, right? Like so yeah, I'm just saying, I agree. And I think you're 100% right.
And like this whole, I think what's being built, and I don't know how the structure is going to be as far as like who's going to, like whether RC owns, whether like actually buys other companies. But what I do know is it's going to be an ecosystem, a fully, like everything you would want in an ecosystem is going to be there. And we're going to be the ones that are, you know, going to be, I don't know, the first people there, you know, that are either showing it to friends, or who knows, maybe we're part of the process of even creating it and or continuing to innovate it. I mean, he did find one of the most innovative communities. And we were all so ADHD, we could think of it like, it's like, hey, sit in this room or just generate ideas of what we could do. And it's like, oh yeah, boom, boom, boom. We'll just like
we're the actual monkeys typewriting Shakespeare, except instead of Shakespeare, we all become multimillionaires.
Yeah.
That sounds pretty good to me, man.
Yeah. Yeah, it's driving me crazy. Speaking of ADHD, sitting here, I want to ask this question, not to divert at all.
Yeah, go for it.
I can't remember who it was. It was in one of the subreddits. Somebody was saying something about how they were matching up what AST had as far as float numbers and trying to get it as, I guess, as close as possible. I thought I was hearing somebody talking about that, but I did see it written out. And they were going to make sure that that was matched and have those filled, and then send the information over to, you know, DTCC or something like that. And I don't think I really understood completely. And the reason I bring that up is because obviously, if Teddy's private, right, and we're going to get shares in a private company. I mean, Michael, you talked about it multiple times, and this is one of my biggest concerns. I had about a $15,000 position in MMTLP. I mean, I said I had because obviously we know what's happened to them, but you know, if this thing is going private, right? What does that mean for you know, private equity? They have a you know, and it's not like the company goes private and it's no longer. It can be a private company publicly trading, right? So I guess that scenario or anything surrounding that, that, you know, with the idea that, oh, well, this could end up with a U3 halt. This could end up, you know, not trading DRS, so that your plane ticket, you're on the plane. You know, you're not left behind. That kind of thing. But is the tinfoil, is the idea about Teddy being private company that it would obviously still be publicly trading, because, you know, if they cancel shares and give you equity in another company, that even if it's private, that's still going to trade. Is that accurate?
Oh, interesting. I hadn't actually heard about that, but it seems pretty. The fact that Overstock's involved, the roadmap kind of seems kind of obvious that we get, and the fact that there's so much reference to a carve out in the different docket filings. So,
but a carve out to where, I guess, is, you know what I mean? I guess that's still going to be speculation. I mean, as far as it's concerned, it's to nowhere right now, right?
I mean,
I know that you're going to say we won, Snorts Wasabi. I know we won, but, you know, if it goes into a private company, right, what does that look like? If, I mean, you know, some of these other publicly traded companies that are involved, or at least we think they are.
I don't know what would it be called if it's if it's trading on T0, whether it's labeled a private company or but labeled a private, well, I don't think it would be.
I don't mean to put you on the spot there.
So like Carl Icahn did something interesting when he bought he bought into the airport, some like Tiger Enterprise or something, and he ended up, what was that the one? He made 2 types of shares and didn't give voting rights to the other ones. That way, like, anyway. So I don't know. There's lots of different avenues it could go, but I think it's going to stay a public, because I think if it goes private, then the shorts can't cover, and that's like important to.
Well, no, from what I understand, if it goes private, and let's say it's changing, they're closing out one and one ticker and opening up a new ticker, right? I mean, the shorts don't just get to walk away from that. They've got to cover, right? They have that's what ultimately what the play was for MMTLP, and we were right. Retail was right. I mean, period. You'll never convince me otherwise, right? There was such a massive short position in MMTLP sold over. You can only speculate that they realized, holy fuck, if we allow these next 2 days to trade, this thing is going parabolic. And at the end of the day, they threw a halt on it, right? And they screwed 65,000 shareholders out of an opportunity to make some money. I didn't want that to happen here. And then I saw 24 The Money was mentioning that the dockets mentioned something about crypto tokenized stocks and securities. Does that mean that we have to, what does that look like as far as our brokers are concerned? I mean, do they just handle that for us, or?
The total difference is MMTLP, no one was driving the car. In this situation, Ryan Cohen, who is the best driver, is driving this car. And so he's planned everything out. And I've kind of actually typed his personality. I was thinking about doing a video on it, but he would have a redundant system, like backups if he needed them, right? So I'm not, I know that he sees the short interest as an asset, and he's going to make sure he gets it from the shorts. How all the technicals of how that goes, I don't know, but I know that he has everything under control. What's up?
Suck my dick. It's over.
Oh my gosh. Get a life, man.
He likes the slap.
Yeah.
He likes the freaking geeky slap.
I like that guy.
Good guy. Great head on his shoulders.
Great head.
I think not knowing the technicalities of how exactly this is all going to actually work is part of the plan, right? I mean, this idea of not giving away your strategy has been reiterated multiple times by RC and the people involved. And I think because of the NFT technology and this, speculation of the, new decentralized stock exchange, I think that's where that's their ace in the hole. That's their trump card. That's how they're going to actually make this happen, right? Because I keep thinking to myself, how is it that these people who were up against these shorts, how do they not see this coming, right? Like, how did it, like,
they see it coming, they don't care. Like, that's the thing. Like, so for example, when people were talking on a space the other day, and they were talking about what were they talking about? Oh yeah, like just how they don't see, how the hedge funds don't see this coming. Or one, they try to make all their money before, you just take as much money as you can until you get caught, right? It's like one of those games where you're stuck in a box and the money's flying around or whatever, and you get to grab as much money as you can until the timer is over. And that's what they're doing.
I like that analogy.
Is they just do that, and they're hoping it goes, but they don't care. I mean, 2008 happened and only one person went to jail, so like everyone else even got bonuses. So they're hoping for the same thing that happened in 2008. It's just not even, they don't even think of it as a big picture. It's like, hey, this trick already happened. We're going to do that trick again.
Yeah, yeah, I guess there's this lesson I learned, or that was taught to my wrestling team when I was in middle school, because I wasn't very good and nobody really liked doing sparring with me because they weren't learning anything, right? And a lot of them were goofing around. And our coach came by and says, when you're at the top, right, you feel like you're invincible, so you don't put as much work or effort into things. And that's exactly how people overtake you and like catch up to you, right? And so I think that these people have been on top for so long and think they're so invincible. Like, you're right, they don't care. Like, they think they're just gonna get away with it. Like, Daddy Fed is gonna turn on the faucet and just make all their problems go away. But it's not gonna work this time. And there's nothing that aside from losing all their money that will convince them otherwise.
It's probably not going to work for them. But like, for example, I studied Iran, and between World War I and World War II, England took control. They had control of the bottom half of, after World War I, they partitioned the world how they wanted, and England took one half, the south half of Iran, and Russia took the top half, right? And both of them, they didn't really, England and Russia didn't really want to work together, but they definitely didn't want Germany part of it, because everyone wanted that like road all the way down to India, right? So I thought of this when the guy that was shorting Bed Bath & Beyond was talking, because it was like, it kind of paralleled this story. Is like the whole time, there's like, you can read letters from the ambassadors, the U.S. ambassador and England and Russia. They're all like, hey, we think that the real allegiance of the king Reza Shah is to Germany, and we need like a confirmation that that's not the case. And they kept being suspicious of it. And actually, like, going up and right up to World War II, they were starting to put more pressure. The West was putting more pressure. Well, England and Russia were putting more pressure on Iran to definitively decide and to make it clear which side they were on. But the thing is they were holding out for Germany. They're like, no, at any moment Germany is going to come back in power, and we want to be on their team. And so I was like thinking, like, Germany had just gotten crushed. Like, why would they want to be banking on that Germany was going to win? And then I started looking at all the Nobel Prizes, and Germany won, like, of the first like 30 Nobel Prizes that existed, they won 20 of them or more. Well, the Nobel Prize was started in France. So why would France just be, it's not like favoritism. Oh, I'm just going to, because it's France and Germany, right? So that means they just genuinely were just doing amazing in science. And the whole world knew it, that they were the cutting edge. And I mean, they almost took over the world. So, so similarly, ultimately, I guess, you could say, well, one, it didn't work out for Iran because they ended up kind of falling right before Germany came into power. So they guessed the amount of time it would take for Germany to get into power. They missed that window by about 3 years. But yeah, so I mean, there's big powers at play, and so that's what the guy that's shorting Bed Bath & Beyond that came on the PP show, that's his mentality. Is like, hey, these people, they're in power right now and they want this thing gone, and I believe that they're going to make it go away. And he hasn't, he wasn't wrong on the other plays or whatnot. And I think that this is going to be the one that's now different. So
well said. Yeah.
I keep waiting for our Bear Stearns moment, where they're all on stage and the stock is just tanking, and he's still buying more. Like, fiction is, was it fiction? Truth is stranger than fiction.
Yeah.
Like, that is just wild. One of the most wild parts of that movie. But that's what I'm waiting for. That is going to be amazing. We kind of got a little taste of it when that billionaire was like crying.
Yeah. Yeah, and we might. I mean, we already had Doug Sifu, pleading
that guy.
on Twitter. So it's kind of crazy.
Bleeding in the entitled billionaire manner of pleading.
Yeah.
Well, and kind of talking about the Nobel thing too. I mean, these guys are so full of themselves too. Like there's a new Nobel Prize that was created. I think there's a bunch of them. Like Ben Bernanke, the guy, the godfather of quantitative easing.
Yeah.
They created this new Nobel. There's nothing related to the actual Nobel Prize, but these assholes created this award for themselves to pat themselves on the back. They think they're invincible. They think they're untouchable.
Oh, man.
It's going to continue until something changes it.
I wonder when people will learn that no one is invincible and no one is untouchable. When do you think it'll be? Ever? You think ever?
I mean, I think that power gets consolidated really quickly, and I don't know. I mean, it doesn't take, kind of like in I raced motocross, and there was a guy, Bubba Stewart, and he literally crashed in the first corner. Ooh. And he, I don't know, pretty hard actually. He shakes out his goggles, puts them on, adjusts them, and then proceeds to then pass everyone and wins the race. And so if your lap times are just a little bit faster, given motocross races, I mean, depends on which class, roughly 30 minutes or whatever. In 30 minutes, if you're 2% faster, you're going to win almost inevitably. And so it's kind of hard to, when you kind of reset everything and try and equalize it, when people, especially people that are good in one dimension, which is that of, in my theory, would be initiation, those people, charisma and confidence, and the business, skills, they're going to be, at least 2% faster all the time. And it's not going to be long before they're pretty far ahead. So, I mean, we're going to see it happen. I mean, even, once Teddy is made, it's not going to be, people are going to see that hierarchy and trying to infiltrate it. And, we will probably live to see the downfall of Teddy as well as it coming up. And it's going to be sad. We're going to be telling our grandkids, man, back in my day, Teddy was amazing. Before X, Y, and Z took it over and, turned it into what we hated in the beginning. Hopefully that doesn't happen, but it's very, very difficult to build something and to fight this I don't want to say equilibrium of like things returning to dad jokes is back.
The equilibrium of dad jokes.
Because like the balance of like you have, we're trying to optimize things, and so it's like so hard to get it right in the center, and it's on the peak of something, and so even a little thing will kind of tip it over. Like we see that in government, right? We try to have a separation of powers. Well, now it's like, okay, well, certain judges or maybe all judges are taking lavish vacations from billionaires, and then so we can work really hard to separate powers, but then they just get consolidated again. And we have to be aware of that process. And I mean, there's a reason we have antitrust rules, and to try to separate those powers so that they don't, because when someone has all the power, you don't really have any reason to negotiate or care about what anyone else wants.
I don't think people realize like how much maybe you should think about like the economy or society as this physical thing. Larry Chang said, turning around a company is like steering a ship. There's a lot of movement, there's a lot of velocity, there's mass and volume to the economy and the world at large. So these shifts and swings take a lot of time. but they can happen quickly depending on, I mean, the point I was going to bring up, Michael, that you were talking about, not at all getting political here, but look at the rise of Trump and how quickly that all came out of nowhere. You could see it building over time, but there's that inflection point where it changed, and the rest is history, as I say.
And that actually seems to be quite a part of this play, actually. The fact that they, the powers that be, right? So like when the mafia realized pretty quickly that offering protection and harassing people physically was, kind of hard to monetize, I guess, without like pissing off society. But what they could do was like they bought like a cheese, farm, and and then they would just go around and make sure that all the businesses were only using their cheese. And so this idea of like you control what commodities get to be sold and which ones not has been, the game for a long time. And you see that, someone steps out of line like, oh, we wanted this politician or this politician, and then suddenly Trump comes out of nowhere and it's like, all right, fine, we're gonna like, the My Pillow guy, got kicked out of Bed Bath and Beyond, because it's like, oh, you're supporting Trump, all right, you're gone. Any item, I guess also Bed Bath and Beyond got rid of Ivanka Trump items or whatever. And so controlling the flow of like which businesses get the revenue is kind of the name of the game. And, that's why, we want our military companies to get all the money, right? And so we have to be aware of that. And, it's hard, because we are voting with our money. And just as much as we want to vote for someone that we believe in, like Ryan Cohen, other people want to vote for whoever's just going to be good for them. Like, I see ours as being, better for everyone. But that's, I don't know, just being aware of those influences helps us be able to see it when it goes wrong better.
Like with the Jewish, the DD, with the Jewish DD that everybody's been talking about the past couple of days. One of the things too with the Jewish community kind of goes hand in hand with like quality and kind of like what you're talking about, Michael. Like, if you're a Jewish person and you make something or you have a business and that business is good, all the other Jewish people are going to come and buy from you within this community. They're going to do it. But if the My Pillow guy is producing a better product than what we're buying and what we're selling, we're going to go to him. So that I think is where we're allowed to have this conglomerate type of situation occurring when you think of what companies survived, what we came out of with COVID and that natural selection that is part of the political forces. And that brings us to the Knowles, in my opinion, which is my whole reasoning and thesis was just the logistical base of a $8 billion company with over 50 years of existence. There's no way that this company's going out of business. I'm going to buy this stock. And then nothing made sense after that. But I think that knowing that I've always said it's chosen. It's been chosen. And I mean, and if you study socialism or anything like that, not to get political, but if you study socialism and the combination, everything coming together in this unity, if we're talking about forcing out products like Trump products and things like that, it kind of is bullish a little bit, but shitty bullish, but it's bullish. But yeah,
well, that's where you have to
I will
start making
always believe that. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, well, that's always like, because value isn't just something that's monetary, right? There are a lot of things that people value and a lot of ways that they can be valued, right? So And there's no real wrong answer to that, because whatever you value, however you value it, that's your decision, that's your choice, right? So that's, I think that's why freedom of information and a free marketplace are very important, and why truth and lack of deception, which is not something that we'll ever actually get, or there's always going to be deceivers and people who lie and bullshit. That's never going to stop, right?
Right.
But the difference between somebody who's competent and somebody who's BSing you is that eventually, no matter how good the BSer is at BSing, like there comes a time where the truth is going to hit them in the face, and you're going to see what they actually are. And that's the event that we're coming up to right now. It's like what what Carl Icahn says is like, you catch people naked swimming. You're like, well, only when the tide comes out, right? Like it's something that is difficult to do because people make it difficult to do because they just want you to buy their thing so they can be successful and have a good thing. And that's why it's important to actually be good at what you do, because then you can do it consistently. And providing consistent value is something I personally value, and I know that's what RC values. And
Right.
that's what we have to be looking for. Like, you can't just be like, oh, this is a cheaper thing, right? Like, you have to be a
Right.
little bit more thoughtful about it. And we have to
Right.
become more sophisticated consumers and buyers. And we have to educate ourselves. And we
And-
have to promote the idea of educating
But
ourselves.
there's like a balance of like, of loyalty versus, innovation. I know that like the military signed a contract back a long time ago for radios with a company, and it was like a 20-year contract or something. And so they built radios, and then they literally never updated them. So for 15 years, they were using these very outdated, radios. And it's because when you don't have competition, you're just not going to try. And so, I mean, it's like kind of hard because it's like, well, what do we want? Do we want to support a specific structure, a specific company, or do we want, to live in have better things, right? I mean,
Mhm. Yeah.
So I don't know. Hopefully I think the platform Ryan might be building is big enough to where there still will be competition, but also
Yeah.
that we'll still they'll pass on those savings, with customer delight, not wasting on advertising. I mean, I hate it when I see ads for things. I'm like, why? Like, why are you paying
You
them?
and me
Just
both, brother. I can't stand it.
like I go into a grocery store and I see a sale and I'm like, unless this is fruit that's literally going bad, what is the actual price of this? Like so when I see a sale price, I'm like, obviously the price I was thinking is not the same.
Yeah, and you're right. It's a delicate balance to hit these things, and it's always a moving target, right? It's not something that you can be like, oh, I've got it, and then you have it forever, right? Because people will figure out the game and they'll try to rig it, and then you got to figure out who's rigging the game and get them to stop. And that's just the nature of life, guys. It's not going to change. You have to be on top of it, or you're gonna eventually you're gonna get got, and that happens. So, but that's why, we try to educate ourselves. And I think that's why I'm here. That's why a lot of you guys are here. We're trying to educate ourselves and be more savvy consumers and, make this good play. But going into the future, like, where you find the point of value is ultimately a personal decision, right? Like, you're ultimately the one. And we can talk about, markers or macro trends or all that sort of stuff in the long run. And those things are important to consider, but ultimately you have to make a decision at some point, right? And, you can go along with the crowd. You can, find your own personal things that you care about or who you think is right and go with them. And hopefully we can at least get to a point where we can be like, okay, we're trying new things. Let's help each other out a little bit more and try to, be the best and compete against ourselves a lot, as well as competing against each other in like an open marketplace, right? Because I think the best things come from those who want to compete with themselves to see how they can make something better and better and better. I think those are the best artists. Those are the best craftsmen. And that's how I try to, aim my life. It's like, how can I do this better? How can I make myself better?
It's hard to know when you don't have pressure. like what you'll continue to do. I know, like I got married later than I expected to. And I remember, all the way back in high school, kind of having a thought, like, what, like, what is it that's going to impress my future wife about me, and like, what are all the virtues and whatnot, like patience, hardworking, all these things, like I could work on them then and be ready for, by the time I met her. Right. And so it was like kind of interesting that it would ended up being a long time. And so here I was like working very hard so that I could impress my future wife, and then just like being single for so long, but then I met her, and then by that time, like, she was very impressed with me because I had been working very hard to be the type of person that would impress her. And yeah, so I don't know. I mean, I think that I wonder, once we have a financial windfall in our favor, it's just gonna like, what's gonna push us to be still patient, respectful, like working hard and, optimistic. I mean, it's hard not to just gonna, just kind of disappear and enjoy our money,
And I've seen a lot of people make that sentiment clear, like in their sort of thing. And there's going to be people who do that no matter what. Like, you have to write at least some people off, but that doesn't mean that you can't advocate for a particular position because you believe it's a good one or the right one or whatnot. And yeah, no, but otherwise, yeah, I agree. Like, it's a delicate balance. It's not easy to do, but quite frankly, in my opinion, if it were easy to do, it wouldn't be worth doing. It wouldn't be interesting. So
yeah.
That's my perspective on it, at least. So.
Well, any other questions or thoughts? I mean, I usually can go kind of forever, but
well, I'm gonna finish cooking because it's late and I need to eat.
Yeah.
So thanks for having me on, man. And
Yeah,
for keeping the show going. There's
Thanks
a good
for coming.
community when even when the host isn't here, we're still trucking it out. So I really
Right.
Yeah.
Like Uranus is kind of nice. Realize is kind of nice sometimes too, because you get people dropping in from the whole community. Yeah.
Anyways, I'm gonna get going. So I'll
Thanks, man.
see you guys next time. And
Hey, what's for dinner?
hang in there, guys. We're almost to the finish line.
What's for dinner?
I'm just cooking up some chicken and rice and peas
Okay.
with some hoisin sauce. I think it's hoisin. No, it's bourbon barbecue sauce. Bourbon
okay.
chicken sauce, something like that. So bourbon barbecue sauce. It's real. I don't know exactly what it's called, but it's really good. So that's what I'm having. All right, guys. I'm out. Have a good night.
Yeah.
Good night.
Yeah, someone asked if this was like the fake PP show or the the knockoff version. Like, yeah, it's the word chafa in Spanish is like means fake. There's like, they talk about things that are a brand and not a brand, like de marca. Like, oh, it's de marca.
Whatever. This is our home. Like
It is our home.
This is our home, regardless of whether PP's here or not.
Oh no,
It's
I know.
always
I
gonna
just
be
was.
home.
It was just funny. Like, I that's actually why I brought it up, is I knew there'd be a lot of people that want to hang out, and so, I was glad I threw it up, and I'm glad you guys all showed up. I mean, man, it's been a party this whole time. So
we may be the Diet Coke of the PP show, but we are still the PPs.
Yeah. Well, I'm excited for after Monday. I think everything's going to kind of change for the better. I mean, it's going to be big,
Yeah.
What are you guys' estimations for viewers on Monday's show?
So, I mean, last time when Pulte came on, he shared actually the Restream link instead of the YouTube link. And so we actually didn't get as many. The people that came actually was just people that from our community that were like, oh, like there's some people just from the regular Bed Bath sub that it was like, oh, well, this is Pulte. Yeah, okay, I definitely am more likely to listen. So I don't think we got very many viewers from actually Pulte. And so even if he just posts it himself on his Twitter, right, like the YouTube link, I'm sure there'll instantly be at least 10,000 people watching. So it'll be crazy.
That'll be crazy.
But I think that once this starts to moon,
that'll kick the FOMO into gear.
I think once it starts to moon, though, people are just gonna be like, "Wait, what is going on?" And so that's why I think we'll do kind of round the clock streaming, is just so we can kind of tell people this is what's going on. They're like, "Oh, it's at $1. Is it still a good buy?" And it's like, okay, not financial advice, but
yes,
this is gonna be the next Amazon competitor. So
right. I knew you were gonna say that, because a couple of months ago, I knew you were gonna say Amazon competitor, because a couple of months ago, my neighbor, the cat lady that catches all the cats and get them neutered, a couple houses up, Kathy, she has her fundraising yard sales, and I'm over there talking to her. Maybe, I don't know, God, 5 months ago, long time ago, and started telling her about Carl Icahn and Amazon and Bed Bath and Beyond, and all of her lady cat friends looked at me like I was out of my freaking mind. Like, it's gonna be the Bed Bath and it's bankrupt, Greg. It's bankrupt, right? I'm like, I know.
Hold on. You're saying the crazy cat lady called you crazy?
Right.
I'm trying to wrap my head around that.
Right.
That's funny.
I can't wait to go back over there and say, "Hey, Kathy."
I mean, the vision, though. I mean, that's the thing is we've seen the G-Merica vision, the Teddy vision, and it takes a while. I mean, for people, it's like so new. Someone was talking about like how boomers were ripping on technology, and now they're finally finding memes for the first time, and Facebook, like,
what's a meme?
Yeah. Yeah, it's like hilarious. It's like, hey, like showing the phone. And it's like, okay, you can just text it to the other person. They can just watch on their own phone. I don't know. It's just funny that like it takes people a while to catch on. But, I mean, it took me a long time. Like I didn't really know anything about Ryan Cohen or, GameStop till well after the squeeze, right? And it just I don't know. I wasn't frequenting circles where people were talking about it. I didn't see it on the news. I didn't really even have time to watch the news. So I mean, going from even within the community, when I've said like, hey, I think that Amazon, that they could have an Amazon competitor within before Christmas, people are like, you're crazy. And and that's people have already been know a lot about the play, and they still don't see it. But then it's like, no, look, here's all the companies that are involved. Like, it's really wouldn't be that hard. And so I mean, we're hopefully going to be able to help a lot of people understand quicker, and so that they can participate if they want to participate. And it's going to be amazing. So
I'll sign off here. But I think the biggest thing too is to really get people to understand, how this stuff works. What I think you're talking about, Michael, too, is the reason that this can all come together so quickly too is how they've invested and picked apart all the infrastructure, all the pieces of infrastructure from those other businesses, primarily Bed Bath. So that allows, it kind of hit the ground running, so to speak. If you have that infrastructure already built out, the wheels are already turning, the gears are greased, so to speak. That can come together really, really fast. And I think Ryan, I don't know, I'm just speculating here, but I think he'd be the first to admit, the mistakes that he made with Chewy probably weren't a lot, to be honest, because that is absolutely incredible what he did in stealing market share from Amazon. And obviously selling the business. But I think he learned a ton from that as well, and spinning up a new business. And, I'm just really excited to see this all play out. I probably can't be understated or overstated. I mean, but
yeah.
Thanks for the time. I really appreciate it. This is really cool. Appreciate you staying on and everyone sharing thoughts. Have a good night, everyone.
Yeah, thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
Catch you later, man. All right, who else wants to sign off? Because I'm not going to kick anyone off. We'll just keep having to stream until, so.
I tell you, I'll go next. Michael, it's been a pleasure. Listen, man, you did great.
Thank you.
At the beginning, you didn't seem nervous at all. And I know you said you were, but You've done a great job. So
Thanks
for providing a space outside of the PP show. You know, I'll be honest with you, when PP posted, hey, I'm not going to do the show tonight. I mean, I needed to take a break, but I was pretty bummed out. So
yeah,
really glad that you came on, and it was a tough day. It was a tough day for a lot of people, and myself included. And it's just, you know, I got a new energy now, I guess.
Yeah, no, I mean, it is exciting, and I realize, you know, I mean, I had the privilege to talk to OK Bet, and I mean, I wasn't that scared just because, but like, you know, so for me to be able to have the opportunity to share that with all you guys, and it's like, hey guys, it's just totally fine. Like the price can do whatever it wants to do. Like you know, before expert market, we would say, oh, the price doesn't matter. I mean, to a degree, it was still a price though. Like, yes, it was a manipulated price, but that was the price. Now it isn't, it just isn't a price because there's no buyers. You can't buy it. So, you know, people, it's like, okay, go up 1,000%, or I mean, I guess if it goes up, you know, that would make a difference, but it just, you know, so to be able to have everyone kind of come and join, I mean, there's over 300 people coming. So I hope that people feel more zen, more calm, and, you know, can enjoy, you know, their sleep tonight better.
All right.
Yeah.
No, that was good. I mean, thank you.
Thank
so,
you.
Hey, the rest of you guys I got to meet, thank you very much. Let's go. I've seen you before at the show, so it's kind of good to see you, share a space with you. I'm a lucky fan, so
Likewise.
I'll let you guys have a evening. Thank you guys so much.
All right. See you, man.
See you. Bye-bye. See you, Dad Jokes.
Good night. Thank you.
You got it, buddy. Bye-bye.
Anyone else have any questions or anything they didn't bring up?
Yeah, man. I don't think we ever answered. I know Andy
yeah.
was pretty excitable, and you know, and truly, I want to talk. I'm going to talk like, you know, I want to speculate on value. You know, like this is what I do, and like right before I fall asleep, my eyes are closed. Like I've read my last story that I could
Thanks,
possibly
Keratin,
read.
by the way. Sorry.
I'm just, yeah, hell yeah. I'm just sitting there and, you know, just trying to find a way to shut it off. Right. Someone said no sleep till moon day. Right. It's so true. Like I'm just like, every day is super exciting. And like, and that's, to me, that is exciting. But what's even more exciting is what's going to happen when it's proven that we're right, and we go where we go, and then we can do what we do. It to be in this play takes a very special individual, and there's no doubt for a risk threshold. But you know, one of the things that I just kind of think about all the time is, you know, what is to be, what is Teddy, right? What is it, right? Is it a bank? Is it a you know, are we no longer going to hold stock? Are we going to hold units, right? You know, I saw someone, same mindset I have. You know, someone asked me, well, what is, and I'm like, you know, think, you know, Berkshire A, right? Like, I don't. When I went and did research on Amazon, that's what I was getting at, and I saw them at, I think it was like $2,600 a share. That doesn't make sense to me, fellas. When I think about Amazon and what Amazon, you know, is, and its price per share, it doesn't ring true to me.
I mean,
Go ahead,
I
please.
think a lot of people think about price per share, and that it does matter to us personally, but it doesn't matter like when evaluating a company, we're just looking at the market cap. Yeah.
Correct.
So I mean, like,
right, which tells you that the share price is at. I mean, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you just have to like think about the market cap of like what would a market cap of a company like this be, and then divide that by the total shares outstanding. So I mean, I don't know what it's going to look like when they turn the bonds into equity, right?
So I got you. Just to be clear. Yeah. Sorry to cut you off, but it's the total shares outstanding, right? So if you look at a company like Amazon, for example, obviously.
Uh-oh. Is that just me? He broke the internet. Let's go. Oh, is it me? Can you hear me, Dad Jokes?
I'm here. Yeah, I can hear you.
He froze.
Oh, dang it. Balls. Oh, hopefully I'll put a link back in the chat.
Yeah, that might be all he needs to find that link.
Yeah, I mean,
I think the value in it is the logistical stuff of everything combined, and then combining all the logistical stuff of all these other companies and businesses that are going to come along. I mean, that's where, I mean, I don't even think like $2,000. Like, I'm like, okay, like I have my numbers, but I'm going to hold 2,500 shares for ever and a day is the plan. But, I'm going to trim off of the 15,000 that I have as it goes up, and I know that incremental plan. Okay. You're back. Go ahead. Let's go. I was just telling him that because you're talking the value, I think the value is in the companies that are all involved, and all that logistical stuff that's involved behind it. And that's where maybe you could end up with like a well-protected Berkshire and Hathaway or, something like that, to where, the stock could be stupid.
Did you just say Berkshire and Hathaway?
Yeah. and Hathaway.
That's so funny, dude. So
like one of these $200,000 stocks. Like, are you shitting me?
No, I mean, I saw them up at like $500,000 and almost 600,000, right? Like, incredibly insane. How many shares are outstanding, right? Like, I think I guess that's a good point.
Well, I think that's where Icon got me excited. It coming and thinking about him being involved in it is just everything that's behind him logistically, is just like crap. Like, this could work. That's when I started really buying into it, was like, here's a supply chain that's like phenomenal, and that's kind of my background is things like that. So it excites me and gets my pee-pee hard.
Yeah, but then I just need just a wiggle. Then there's, but like, that's the other thing is when I look at these, these share prices without knowing the full history of the company, where they came from, what was added to it over the years, what did that company, gobble up and buy, because I mean, at any time, and I guess you can go back and look at the history or, I guess, dare I say, the floor of the company, but just seeing where it came from, where it's at now, what the actual price per share was if it was never split, because that's kind of the hard thing for me to follow, I guess, sometimes, and just trying to understand a company like IEP, for example, versus a company like Amazon or a company like Berkshire Hathaway, A or B. What is truly driving the price of that stock, if we know for a fact that everything is shorted to absolute fuck, and everything's
that's that new market.
real.
That's that new market. Like, if that happens and that's real, man, that will change those things
that's yes. And so I guess to that point is that, unless I know for a fact that there is no doubt that it's going to be a new market, right? And there is not going to be any fuckery. The only answer is play the squeeze, right? Because, I mean, you see what they do, right? They do not like this. There is no doubt. Those who make markets will absolutely not let you have money, and plain and simple. And that is a fact. So, that's another thing. And Anastasia was like, well, you DRS'd all of it, right? Like, no, I didn't. Absolutely not. Because here's the thing. I want to hold if I know what the fuck I'm holding, right? I'm not just going to jump head first, middle of night, no lights on, into the shallow end of a pool, right? The quick way to get your neck broken. I've seen it. I've been a part of it. I've watched the fuckery happen in this market.
Oh no, I broke the internet again. Dang it.
But yeah, so Apple their market cap is $2.72 trillion.
Yeah.
I mean, if Bed Bath, if not Bed Bath, but if Teddy comes in and ever hits $1 trillion from this current market cap, I'm not doing math right now, but I mean that's exponential. That is, to me, what I imagine Teddy being is $1 trillion company at a minimum. And then, I mean, as time goes on, multi-trillion dollars. And I expect it to be kind of what Let's Go's saying is, yeah, if the market stays the same, it will squeeze and then it will get shorted back down, and people who are DRS'd may not have the time to get out. But what I see is if Teddy is the real deal and Ryan Cohen is what we all think he is, which isn't, I don't think Ryan Cohen is anything. He's obviously a genius. He's a very smart guy. But to me, all he is doing is he's looking at this market and he's treating people as consumers. He's treating consumers and he's treating shareholders like people. And that has been completely lost in the markets.
Yeah.
And that is why I don't know how many people have been watching this show for 5 hours tonight, but there's over 100 people in here tonight. There's a Twitter X going on right now. PP streams every night, and people spend their entire night watching that show pretty much because they believe in this Ryan Cohen guy who represents this freedom in the marketplace, or this like, hey, we actually have a voice and our money matters. When I put my money in a stock, I get value back from it.
And just to add to that right now, like why not give the consumer a voice, right? Like it's why pay someone else to figure out what people want when you can just ask them what they want and give it to them. Like they say, oh, people don't know what they want. I mean, Steve Jobs said that you have to tell people what they want. I don't know anymore. I think that people are getting smarter, and we've kind of, it's not that, in Steve Jobs' time, like people didn't know whether they'd want a personal computer. Okay, yeah, I mean, people pretty well know, and yes, there will be times maybe when there's something new, but I think even that, like the idea of like you have an influencer, right? I mean, they share products that they like, and it's like, hey, I enjoy this, and so there's ways of getting it out there that aren't as expensive as like paying psychologists to have some manipulative ad or whatever it is. And I think that all that kind of stems on just like actually just open up the channel of communication between the company and the shareholders, or the company and the consumers, which should be kind of the same thing. I mean, we should be investing in companies we want to be part of. It's like, I remember, I almost bought some stock, back in when I first started college. I was like, well, I like eating Chipotle, right? So, that's what I was going to buy, some Chipotle stock. I mean, if I would have just done that, it'd be pretty good right now, because that was like right when it at the beginning.
It's like Let's Go value stock hunting there again, right? Let's Go, another $2,000 stock.
So I mean, like I think that that's going to be the future, is people are going to have easy access. I don't know who's going to have the stock exchange, whether it's going to be Elon Musk and connected with X, or GameStop through kind of whatever it is. But I do know that it's going to be easy for people to buy individual companies instead of ETFs. I think the idea of ETFs needs to go out the window. I think I don't think it's good for anybody. And, that's going to kind of shift the power.
They just sorry to interrupt,
yeah,
Michael. Sorry to interrupt, Michael, but they just gave the SEC, just gave the go ahead to all the banks to do the ability to do digital currencies and stuff.
Yeah.
They just gave them the green light. So it's coming.
Oh, as of just like right now?
It was earlier this week, I believe. They gave them the green light to be able to do ETFs. right? I
Oh,
mean, nevertheless, it's still an
Bitcoin
ETF. But
ETFs?
yeah, they just gave them the ability to put together some ETFs. I don't know what they're up to, but they're up to something.
Yeah. Well, I think like there's a place for everything, but I think that, some people don't want to. I think that if you set the market right and you actually hold, boards accountable for their fiduciary duty, literally someone doesn't have to have any stock training. It's just like, hey, what companies do you like? Instead, for your retirement, just buy those stocks. Do you like it? You don't think it's going to go away? Great, buy it. It's not like, oh, we're gonna, I hate the idea of ETFs and just
Right.
this the hardworking people.
I want
Not
to add. I want to interrupt again. Sorry,
Yeah, you're
Michael. I want to add to a little bit of politics in here. But how do they expect us to manage our retirements if the market's not fair, and say the Republicans or the Democrats or them combined, they decide to do something with Social Security, right? To where we manage our own future, right? We can't do that unless there's some place fair to do that, that's really transparent, and that you can, as aggressively as you want or as minimal as you want, buy into that marketplace. And that's where, like what you're saying earlier, we're at the bottom. This is the beginning of a new marketplace, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The one
And
thing
I don't think go
I
ahead.
just want to add something really quick. I get what you guys are saying. I think a lot of people in this play are very individual thinkers, and we like to. I mean, we've obviously gotten to this point where we're second guessing the system.
Yeah.
But the majority of people in America, they don't think that type of stuff, and I think there is a role for ETFs and funds. Not that I'm saying it is the most fair way or anything like that, but I do think there is a benefit to it that a lot of people who really don't care, or they're worried about different things, they can have their money in the market that historically grows.
Yeah.
So from my perspective, I'm in the engineering industry. My family before me is mostly in finance, so I was blessed when I was younger that I was kind of exposed to the stock market. My name is Luckin Fan. I did very well on Luckin Coffee stock, just because I've always been looking for these like contrarian plays, and I do have I have a majority of my money in safer funds that maybe aren't as much risk, and I know that they're going to be there if everything goes to shit. Like if some of my riskier plays go to nothing, I still have my fund that is 13% Apple and 15% Microsoft and whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever. I will say though, being in the engineering field, a lot of my coworkers and peers, they don't have families, like they didn't come from a financial family or a business-minded family. A lot of them start working and they start spending their paychecks, and there's a lot of times there's nobody telling them to invest their money, and they get 10 years into their job and they don't have anything. They're living paycheck to paycheck, and I'm trying to explain to them, hey, this IRA that you think is stealing your money or whatever, taking from your paycheck, for the common person in America, if you have 5% of your paycheck coming out from the age of 20 to the age of 60, you can most likely retire. And so,
but
that's
like
a small percentage. On top of that, I'm saying, like, you can, play your BBBY, play that, but at a very small percentage, you have that as a backup.
Right. And I see the value in that. I just, for me, like whether or not we have an ETF or not, like whether, like I think that there has to be, voting rights have to be intact. It can't be that someone that owns the ETF is just voting for tons of people that are just passively investing. I think also, I don't know. I mean, I think the way the market works, they're like, oh, well, you'll get 20% over 10 years or something, if you, whether or not you bought the top or the bottom or whatever. But I just think that that's, especially if inflation right now is 8% and you're gonna get like 20% over 10 years, like, I don't know. I mean, it just, I'm excited for just what happens when there's more accountability, more transparency. I don't know exactly what it's going to look like, how everyone's going to how it's going to go, but I know that whatever the option is, it's going to be better, because I just think that the market doesn't need to actually go up and down. Like it, in my opinion, companies should be adapting. Each company should be getting better. It's kind of like back in the day, there was like crappy movies, like people come out just flop. And now there's not really any excuse for someone to have a crappy movie, right? They have CGI, they have, like all these things to be able to just make something successful. And so I think that if we are holding, board members accountable and everything, that each company should evolve with the times. And so it wouldn't matter as much where you were investing as it does now, where now it's like you have to know, well, are we in quantitative easing or quantitative tightening, and like, I mean, there's companies like I watched something about the Olympus company, right? They make cameras and medical equipment and whatnot, and they were cooking the books, and to make their company look profitable. And, so it's just, I don't know. We've the idea of a bubble, like a economic bubble is in our mind that's a normal thing. And I don't think it's a normal thing. I think it's something, it's a symptom of corruption. And that, they basically in the quantitative easing times, they're just reckless and they just make sure they extract as much wealth as they can so that, and then get out before the bear market. And then someone else has to come in and try and clean up the mess. And there's just too much of that going on, and the fact that the whole process is also, like PP just said, the short hedge funds are then exploiting that process. I mean, I mentioned it earlier, but they're actually, I don't want to make it look bad on Carl Icahn. I don't know this for sure, but I think he was shorting a mall in New Jersey, right? And the thing is that you would get someone that would buy things without, a short-term loan. They wouldn't even in quantitative easing, they get access to all this money, buy it, and then dump that risk off on the public, knowing full well that the business model could not work, that it maybe barely or almost would work in the height of a bull market and at no other time. And so, then people just short it back down. So for Carl Icahn, I don't think that he, was part of the beginning part of that. He just noticed, okay, well, it's going to go down, so might as well short it. But I think that we just can't be benefiting people that are going to make money. Like, we have to stop this whole process of the pump and the dump, right? And what does that look like? How can we do that? And one is shareholders actually have to own shares. They have to have the ability to vote, and we have to be able to keep the boards accountable. And part of that is just there's nothing a CEO could be doing to merit such a huge salary. I just really, I mean, when you actually think about like how many, not to rip on like Adam Aaron or anything, but like for $27 million worth of salary, how many, like what percentage of each bag of popcorn is he taking just for his salary? Like, what does he possibly do that would be worth that much? And I just don't think the value is there. And I think that there has to be a mechanism for, maybe the average consumer might not know, like, well, how much should a CEO be making? Like, is it reasonable that he makes that much? Maybe he works really hard, and it's like, I mean, that's like thousands of dollars an hour. Like, I mean, that's like what a lawyer pays. Like, I don't know, lawyer fees for like a whole firm. Anyway, I just think that there has to be a balance of regulators doing their job, transparency, and people actually owning shares, and actually, their vote mattering, so that the companies can change with the times, because the shareholders will say what they want. It's like, hey, do you want to go to Chuck E. Cheese and eat freaking plastic um, plastic cheese on this nasty pizza? No. Okay, then you can have your voice heard, and then there'll be an orderly process to make that happen, so that companies don't have this life cycle, which shouldn't have to exist. So that's my rant.
No, I agree with you. I mean, like I think that for the majority of Americans, they look at the market as like this crazy like puzzle, when what you're saying is, yeah, they should be able to. They like McDonald's. They eat McDonald's every day. Yeah, I'm gonna invest in McDonald's, and it should
Yeah.
go up because McDonald's makes a ton of money. But instead, you have shorts and you have CEOs making outrageous amounts of money that affects the stock price, and the casual retail investor looks at it and says, "Hey, why did my stock go down 30%? They just had positive earnings." It doesn't really make sense for the casual investor, and unless you're trained to know that you have to be you kind of have to be long in the market to see the positives. And I don't know if I'm not going to say they're positives, but to see your money grow, you have to have a long-term view in the market.
Yeah.
There's always going to be ups and downs. I mean, it's not just going to go straight up, but in a general sense, you should have a little more confidence as a retail investor when you invest in a company that you like, that you know is innovating and making money. There should be no fear that their stock is dropping or getting shorted. You should be giving your money to them to say, hey, like, I'm investing in you guys to take my money and continue innovating in your future company.
Yeah. Sorry, I was just getting caught up in the chat. PP was
Yeah,
like,
me too. Me too. Right. I agree.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of actually want to write all this down, and start, actually, so that to make it concise, that what's the value of, what it is that we hope happens, because like you were saying, you kind of have to have skin in the game. I mean, it's kind of not exactly what you say, but you to have the long-term view, right? Like, you have to, like, really, I guess, have skin in the game. For me, like, I didn't really think a lot about the stock market. I was pretty adverse to the whole idea of finance, because I didn't like anytime someone said it's just business. I kind of just totally hated that mentality. But man, I just lost my thought. But oh yeah, but now that I've had skin in the game, and now I'm like, well, okay, well, now I'm learning. Now I'm motivated to learn, because it's like I have money on the line. It's kind of like playing poker without actually playing with money. It's, who cares, right? So EB says some DD on PP subreddit about Judge Kaplan, our stand-in judge for PP also says he's impressed, still going. Machine, yeah.
Is that the real PP?
It is the real PP.
Do you what do you guys think about the RC account that's been on the PP show lately?
Yeah, I don't know. And we'll have to see whether. I mean, I think like, it's like
You can come give me
like for me, it's like when I watch videos about people riding motocross, I can like almost read their mind because of their posture. Um, and so I mean, I can like predict what's going to happen in a video. I mean, not just because they're like, oh, they're going to crash because this is a clip on YouTube or something. But I think similarly, someone who's really in the finance world can see what somewhat a reasonable person would do. So you wouldn't even have to have really insider information to be able to say like, well, if I was Ryan Cohen and I had this money and I had these connections, like this is the most logical thing. So I think that there's people who are either loosely connected with him or just know of him or just appreciate him, but that actually have a good glimpse of what he's doing, even without him saying anything. And, you know, someone saying it's verified that it's Corey from Twitter. But I mean, even that, I mean, like it really doesn't have to be anyone directly connected with him because, I mean, not that I've seen seen the G America vision, and it doesn't mean that I have the financial background to know what that really entails. I just can see what the result will be. I don't really know the roadmap. So, I mean, I feel like I could guess some things, right? But that's why I like call someone, like it was nice that I on the Twitter space when I had an idea and then Jake 2B got on and was like, oh yeah, no, that actually would work and blah, blah. And I'm like, okay, cool. So, yeah, we're all figuring this out. And, but I do think there's some people, I don't know. I think to some people it's kind of obvious. I mean, like, just talking to OK Bet, I mean, like he's like, it's very clear. He knew what was happening like 2 years ago, bought in. I mean, yeah. So, it's, yeah, I don't know. Any thoughts?
I know that you're, I guess you're into like psychology and stuff like that. I'm probably not as like trained to the eye, but I mean, there's things that I think about and I don't know that not to dwell on the RC character, but it's like the timing that account just kind of randomly showed up, and it wasn't if it was a troll or if it was obviously somebody that was very sophisticated because the riddles or hints that were given all led to something that made sense.
Yeah.
The train song with Yom Kippur, 25 hours. Yom Kippur consists of a 25-hour fast. Yom Kippur is next Sunday into next Monday.
Yeah.
It's just a very very random part of that song that there was definitely that was a very well thought out riddle. Then the guy with the 6 hits, that was on the day that Roosevelt signed the SEC filing. I mean, this is that's backwards thinking that somebody. It's almost I will say almost a genius mind would only think of some of those riddles. The triple I don't know. There's been theories passed around. There's multiple thoughts on what that could be. And then at the end of the show, I believe that RC character even messaged PP behind the stage and said, I'm not RC, but I'm an acquaintance of RC's. And so to me, if you're going through all that effort, it's either, okay, there's the hypothesis, okay, it's a troll. It's a hedge fund. He's some smart dude in New York, knows we're going to zero, and he just wants to fuck with us. Okay, cool. Okay, so he's not going to come in at the end of the show and say, hey, I'm not RC. I'm a acquaintance of RC. You know, he's going to act like he's RC. He's going to a troll is going to take that a little further.
Yeah.
So to me, it was just a very interesting timing that character came on, and I think that the intellect behind some of the riddles, to me, were kind of like, whoever made those riddles knew we were going to dig into them, and they knew that we were going to say, okay, we are on the expert market now. Don't be scared. We got someone's communicating to us to keep us through this, like, this end game. And I kind of feel like that's kind of what's going on with Polte as well.
Yeah.
With him bringing you guys on the show.
Well, it's something concrete to look forward to, right? Because,
Yeah.
you know, it's one, I don't think anyone can talk about when things are going to go down, but like, we can at least have something to look forward to. It's like, okay, well, it's going to be a magical night for everyone involved, whether they're watching or whatnot. I mean, even just the validation of our community getting, you know, broader appreciation, you know, we'll see the chat like flooded with people, and, you know, and it's like, I don't know, it'll be.
Yeah. I mean, I've either wasted the last, what month is it now? 9 months watching the PP show every night I can, tuning into every space. Either I'm just an idiot and I've just tuned into all that, but now this is going public on with Bill Polte, who is a face, in, like, he's got multi-million followers on Twitter. He's part of a publicly traded company. His name is literally a publicly traded company. So that pretty much validates the show from, okay, this is some sick obsession I have in some bankrupt stock, to, okay, this is actually a community that's doing something. And I don't know, it does kind of validate it to me in a way. Like when he popped in the show a week ago and started the tips for PP.
That was magical.
That was way magical. Beautiful. And even last night with what's the Tinfoil Guru, it just made me tear up a little bit. And I'm like, I don't ever really call in. I'm always kind of watching on my phone or listening in my car. And I'm just like, man, there's like a community here that is special. And if this stock goes to zero, if this stock just disappears one day from all of our accounts, I just can't see that happening, because I see such a massive community of people that have formed around this. And if some billion out there, maybe it's Ryan Cohen, can't see that and say, hey, if I step in here and spend the money up front, get this short squeeze, start this company, and form this transcendent change in the market, then it's never gonna. Then I just don't really see another. Like, when's that ever gonna happen? You know?
Right.
Yeah. I'm gonna call this out real quick. EB said, Michael, dad jokes, luck and fan, let's go. And those listening, you are the best. I'm out, and we'll catch the rest of this tomorrow. If you know, you know. Thanks, man.
You know.
We know. I mean, it's, like you're saying, Luck, and there's a lot. I mean, I really appreciated, Milk. Man, what was his username? But when he did like the whole, these are the reasons, and it's a lot pointing towards this, and we still have to, but what we're believing in isn't just Jim Cramer telling us something has fundamental value. This is us just actually being inspired by the people involved, right? We're inspired by what Ryan Cohen has already done, and the fact that he doesn't take a salary, and is gives shareholders a voice, and we're in this because of Pulte, and that he's doing the same things, and that making charity a focus, right? So that's why we're here, and I'm glad we get all these like validations that we're on the right track, that it's not just a dream. This is coming into reality, and yeah.
Well, think of the term of a fundamental value. When I played high school basketball, I was extremely fundamental.
Yeah.
I'm a white guy. I 6'2" center. I could set the screens. I could do it all, but I didn't get any scholarship offers.
Yeah.
The Golden State Warriors, they're all of a sudden just firing 3-pointers from half court and winning championships. Fundamental to me, I mean, there's a difference between fundamental. I'd invest in a storage unit. People are always going to need storage. It's a safe play, like probably recession proof.
Yeah.
To me, this play is not not a fundamental play. This is a wild card play. This is go big or go home. It may turn into a fundamental play at some point if it is Teddy and it starts, having positive quarters, which I expect. But right now, it is not a fundamental play. But I don't think there's anything wrong with it not being a fundamental play. I don't think Bitcoin was a fundamental play when it ran from whatever it started at to almost $100,000. It was a wild card play, and I don't know. I got kind of off topic there. I was just thinking like fundamentals to me aren't everything in a play.
Yeah, Alpha State, real quick, with the 5. Great job, Michael. Enjoy the discussion very much with all of you tonight. Night, everyone. Let's go. Yeah. So, thanks, man. I'm super excited. Well, maybe we will start winding this down. Anyone else want to sign off? Have last thoughts or anything? I know we didn't actually we didn't answer your question completely. Let's go. I know I mean, I think back to my personality thing, there's the expansive approach leads to ADHD. And so most of us we're good at bouncing around on tangents. But to your answer, I don't know. All I know is RC's in complete control. And whatever the best case scenario is what he's going to have. As far as evaluating the company, I think that that was when I originally got on the PP show. Was actually I felt passionate about the book value, like the not the book value, just the fundamental value of
the
just
intrinsic
actually
value.
Bed Bath and the intrinsic value of Bed Bath and
Yeah.
Beyond, and
That's
comparing
exactly why I did it.
And comparing it to, Wayfair and Amazon, and saying like, look, like they actually have margins to improve. They could beat Wayfair, and that's not like an irrelevant thing. Because say that they take half of the revenue from Wayfair, well, that would put the market cap of Bed Bath and Beyond at whatever 10 billion, or $10 billion. So I mean, that would put it at, what, $15 a share or something. So that's just without even Bye Bye Baby. If like, it's very likely that they could take that market cap. So then you think, well, Bye Bye Baby. Well, if it's better, if it has more potential than Bed Bath and Beyond does, I mean, that alone puts it at, let's say another 10 or more, so that like $25 billion market cap. That's like without even really putting RC in the picture. And so I think that, that should be somewhat of a baseline. As far as when we're watching prices, it's like, okay, well, the squeeze starts after the fundamental value ends. And yeah, so it would be, to take advantage of that squeeze, right? So, each person has to kind of figure out what that fundamental value is. And, for me, I've kind of been comparing it to the different companies, and, yeah, so even, Teddy, whether it's going to go the Berkshire Hathaway route or whether it's just going to be a platform for other companies, if it goes like an AWS kind of services sort of route, whether, I don't know. I mean, I think it might be an AWS like kind of route, but whatever it is, I mean, it's probably going to be more than a $25 billion market cap easily, so divide that by, whatever the TSO is going to be. Well, actually, if they convert the bonds into common stock, that would increase the TSO. I'm not sure if they have to use the shares that they have in a treasury or anything. I'm not sure how that works. But also, if they kind of issue more shares into the squeeze or whatever it is, I mean, who knows? We could be looking at 1 billion shares, or more. But even taking 1 billion, let's just say it goes to 1 billion shares, and we'll say that the market cap, without any sort of Teddy spectacularness, could easily go to, $25 billion, right? Well, that's $25 a share. So that's 100x, seems pretty doable. Yeah. So that's my 2 cents. I don't know if that answers your question or not. I know you're talking about like the private companies versus not. I don't know that portion. But I do know that T0 is probably involved, and that's where the magic's going to happen. So.
Yeah, man. I lay there and think to myself, hey, because this is a dual play for me. It's a short-term gain. I want nothing more than to, get my pound of flesh, as they say, out of just the pain and suffering that's due, right? But I mean, even if I took half of my position, which I finally had the ability to clip 100,000 shares, right? I mean, if I just set half of it aside, I mean, and just never touched it, the possibility, the dream of what this company can be with those who we speculate are at the helm, put at the helm. And if they do what we believe that they'll do, which is, I mean, if RC's behind this and he's creating lifelong, loyal customers who, and it is that give and take mentality. I mean, there is not, I just kept picturing, like in my mind, especially when I hear ABC talk about all these different companies under one umbrella and then just keep adding on to it, right?
Yeah.
I picture the lawyer. Have you been hurt by naked short selling? So recruiting companies under the umbrella, but I mean, that those actions, what's to come will speak louder, and I just don't see an end to it. Someone was telling the story of like the shareholder meetings around a campfire, out in the middle of nowhere, just and later on you find out it's Berkshire Hathaway, right? It's pretty incredible to think that the right people steering the ship and doing the right things, right? Like, I want nothing more than to see the Amazon killer evolve.
Yeah.
And not just to destroy Amazon and make them obsolete. That's not the idea or the intention at any means. It's just getting rid of this monopoly, right? This and the evilness that grows with that, right?
Right.
They want that to thrive and be the only one because it feeds this idea that they can just destroy the companies that cannot compete, right? As long as those companies don't want to evolve. A long time ago, I read somewhere that Bed Bath and Beyond and the nefarious actors that sat on board, right? They were presented with options time after time after time on how to become more, in tune with the way that the world is going, right? E-commerce is the way, and it was just like they wouldn't even update their cash registers. I mean, you were still hearing the ding when the drawer popped out, and you know what I mean. So,
Yeah.
I mean, shit. The only thing that I heard people sad about when they heard that Bed Bath and Beyond was going under was that they weren't going to be able to redeem their coupons, right? And and that's another thing though too. That's nostalgic, right? That doesn't disappear. The idea that my kids, all right, I have an 8-year-old. I've got
Yeah.
a soon-to-be 6-year-old here in 3 days. I've got the 1-year-old that you guys were looking at, and upstairs I've got a 2-week-old.
Oh wow.
Right? I want them to be able to experience. Here's my ADHD brain. I want them to be able to experience what I experienced on that Friday night before the weekend, right? And we all pile in the car, and we're going to Blockbuster, right?
Yeah.
And we're going to browse the rack, stay out of the back section.
Yeah.
and like that was amazing. That
Yeah.
does not exist when you literally are either on your device and then you're on your device, like in there's something to be said about that human interaction that can't disappear. And these kids are being served an injustice if that is allowed to continue. So the hybrid idea, that whole idea of we can get with today and still enjoy yesterday, and that would lead to a better tomorrow in my eyes. I just don't see how you can lose when you bring and have the best of both worlds. I'm a salesman at heart. I mean, that's what I do, and
Mhm.
part of it is the idea that when you do business with me, and this is why I believe in that idea. When you do business with me, regardless of the competitor, right? You have Target, you have Walmart, right? If I walk into a Target and I just pull up the Walmart app and I show it to them, they're going to match the price. I don't have to go anywhere else. I ended up there because that was convenient for me, right? So I don't know. There's just a lot to be said with what it could be, and that's when I
Yeah.
lay there and I dream about where is this thing going, what does it look like. And I think that, and I'm gonna sign off so that you can start winding down, because I know it's
Yeah.
Jesus, it's 2
Oh, I'm
a.m.
fine.
over
I
here.
mean, yeah.
You-
I'm West Coast time, so it's actually
are
only
you
11.
okay?
So yeah.
I'm East Coast, right? I'm
Yeah.
so and for me it is, I don't want to miss out on the ability to catch the squeeze, but
Yeah.
I am not going to I'm guarded, man. Once bitten, twice shy,
Yeah.
right? If you, there's only a handful that I've noticed that have actually raised their hands and been like, yeah, I was a part of it. But when you see um, you know from the buy button being turned off to U3 halts and chills and everything else that's going on, right? I mean, there's a lot of things that I worry about, right? And so I that's one of the things that I like to breathe into this community, because there some people just don't even recognize the uncertainty. They haven't traded long enough. They have no idea, how just how nasty that when you have criminals leading, or excuse me, when you have criminals monitoring criminal activity and allowing it to happen only so that those criminals can then do that criminal activity and right off into the sunset. I mean, that's why FINRA's compromised, man. There's no doubt about it, right? And they're going against S1s and ignoring requests and just waiting for hopefully we'll get this senator and that senator on our side, that kind of shit. Like, this needs to end. So I am praying to God that when we look at what this play will do, not just for the industry. I'm not talking about, I don't want to destroy the dollar. I don't want to destroy people's lives. In fact, like, the whole idea of this is to make people's lives better. That's why we were in it. The money is it's either going to come or it's not, right? And if it doesn't, I'm just going to hold that thought in on my own, right? But I will let everyone hear.
Yeah, well, just real quick,
listening.
Hold on, before you sign off, one thing you said made me laugh, like, because it made me think, like, you're like, people don't, if they haven't been in the market long enough, they don't understand the uncertainty. Well, I've been shilling Bed Bath to, like, whoever will stand still for more than 5 seconds, right? So I actually ended up calling a friend because of something, and he called me, and I hadn't talked to him in years, and I was like, "Oh, bro, dude, just trust me. Whatever money you go gamble with the casino, just buy Bed Bath and Beyond." And so it's gonna be funny where it's like, trust me, bro, and, like, it's like, okay, cool, like, even one of my friends, she's a chiropractor, and she's never done any investing. I'm like, just buy it, and she that's funny. She bought some Bed Bath, right? And so it's just going to be hilarious when they know nothing about the market. All of a sudden they open up their account and there's just tons of money, and they're like, wait, what is going on? I don't even know what's happening right now. Like, why is there so much money?
I'm going to say it. Hold on. I'm sorry. Fuck Roach. Okay. Go ahead.
Oh, that's what the reference was. I didn't even.
We're going to eat the fucking roaches.
Seriously. They're going to scatter, or they won't.
They're going to scatter.
I thought you were eating legitimate, like, lobster or something. I was like, oh, wow, fancy over here.
Cockroaches. You want one? Giant cockroaches.
I hate
I raise them in my yard.
I lived in Mexico for a little bit, and man, where I was at, there was quite a few cockroaches. It was crazy, but
continue. I mean,
just that. I was just,
Michael, you're awesome.
Yeah, thank
you. Thank you so much for doing this.
Yeah, I mean, I've been having a really good time, and I actually, I'm not sure if who was it said it is like, oh, it's easier to come on when there's, like, less people. Like, yeah, I mean, I had no idea really going on the PP show. Like, I mean, I kind of just stumbled into it right before I'd come on, and I wasn't even really planning on. I'd been doing some DD, and I was like, I feel passionate about the intrinsic value of Bed Bath and Beyond that other people seem to not be talking about. And so anyway, I wasn't aware of, like, even the community really behind it. I hadn't really been on Super Stonk or anything like that much. I mean, I'd posted a few DD things, but it was actually Lance that convinced me. He's like, bro, just come on the show. But anyway, like, so I just well, one, it's going to be interesting, this experience, for everyone. The people that have been here for a long time in this community, the people that have been here for a medium amount, and then the people that literally the day of the squeeze, they're like, it's at $4. What do I do? And like, just buy it. And then it, like, goes to 200. They're like, oh my gosh, like, I have no idea what I'm doing. I just YOLO'd like $100, and so I don't know. It's going to be exciting to see everyone at these different stages and just enjoy it together, so.
For sure. Yeah, man. I'll leave it with this. There is, I keep seeing this Cold Dish Carl asking the question. I saw the question. Do I think Icon will strike soon with Ryan? We're about to find out. We've already fucked around, so we
Yeah.
are about to find out. And whether it's I think it's it's bigger than just Ryan. Nobody can do.
Oh no.
Oh, did we lose him?
He keeps breaking the internet, man.
You're breaking the internet.
I think along the ICANN thing, I had that thought where if he owns most of the company and he did, used his shares to buy Bed Bath and Beyond, and dragged all these short positions into his stock where like he has control, like that'd be hilarious to watch, like the new shorts from Bed Bath and Beyond get pulled in and have to fight the old shorts that are already there. That's like when I thought that the other day, I was like, wow, that would be magical to watch them fight each other. And he's just
You son of a bitch, you're gonna have fucking front row fucking seat.
Yeah, that's true. I haven't even bought a return flight yet because I couldn't afford it. But now
He's
I'm
probably gonna put.
I'll come
he's
down and pick
probably
you up,
gonna
man.
put. He's gonna put envelopes in your guys' hands, and you're gonna be fine. You'll be there all fucking week.
I mean, part of
All
me kind of
weekend.
wants to just gamble and see. I mean, I have some friends in Florida. The one I think he's sick. So, are you in Florida? Let's go. Is that where you live, or?
No, I'm in Georgia, but
okay.
sorry.
Arizona.
Before I lose, I have to agree with Revenge Sir Cold Carl because I think that that's exactly what it is. What I was saying is I'm afraid anybody that thinks that RC is doing on his own, we better hope to God he's not, right? You better surround
Okay.
yourself with the best. And if there was anyone that was, considered the best, I would say that it would have to be, Carl, right? From just a knowledge and wisdom standpoint, right? These are things. This could be very well a legacy play, right? I mean,
Yeah,
and
that's
if
right.
it is,
Legacy. Yeah.
great. That's great because he has nothing to lose, honestly, at this point, and everything to gain. I don't think that he would do anything that would destroy what he's already built, right? He's not going to destroy it. The people that don't like him are going to try to destroy it. And I think we all hang on to those words, right? He's got something planned for him, and they're never going to forget it. And I don't
Yeah.
think anyone will. And in the words of Holly Etlin, right? There's a story to tell, but it's not hers. I cannot wait. I think it's all of ours, right? It's
Yeah,
not. It's not
it is.
Ryan's. It's not Icon's. It's not Bill's. It's every single one of us, right? Everybody that's experiencing this is going to be our story to tell, and it's going to be told forever.
And that's
And
just to add to that really quick, is part of that story I just realized is, let's say that Ryan Cohen's rallying the troops and he's like, look, these people are loyal and enthusiastic. Do you want to be part of this, or do you want to be part of Amazon? Do you want to be part of Walmart? What do you want to do? And I think that they see our enthusiasm, see how smart we are, how creative we are. And it's like, yeah, I think that him onboarding all these other big companies makes it a lot easier. The fact that we are so enthusiastic. So, I mean, I think you're right. It is in part our story because it couldn't really happen without us.
100%. And I always like to think about the big brains that are in this, the people that write up, those that are have made themselves probably known, that are right. Make no mistake about it. Those in control, those that make markets, they hate us, right?
Yeah.
And so, but I think that, to what Bill was saying, these connections that are being made in this, these people who are working together to to make a change. Literally, this is what's making a change. These guys that are in positions that like literally would be crucified if they even sat in these rooms and came up with this kind of stuff and pushed the charge to take it down. They want us. They don't only want us, they need us, right?
Yeah.
And this has been a long time. This has been a long time coming. Some of us are getting in here 6 months, 9 months, a year ago, and we are the tail end, and we are the fire. We're just like the extra logs being thrown into this fire that's been burning. If you just go back and look at it, I mean, there are so many people out there that have they've just tried to silence them, and you know, and that fire just can't burn out. So I'm really super excited to see what this is happening. Yes, a collective hive mind here is genius. In fact, it's just it's awesome. Everybody keep their heads up. That's it. I appreciate you letting me come and hang out with you guys.
Hey, yeah, I really enjoyed it. Thank you. So
yeah,
all right,
we catching you later.
Yeah, man. Y'all have a good night.
You too.
Let's go.
Let's go. All right. So who else wants to say? Oh wow, that's loud.
Yeah,
Let's go.
Getting past my bedtime as well, so I'm gonna sign off. Thanks for having the show tonight.
Hey, no problem.
Some good discussions. Bullish, you know, I'm excited. I don't know. It's coming to an end in the next few weeks, and I feel like it's going to be a good outcome. Regardless, I hope that this community, you know, stays together, and if it doesn't work out for us here, like I really think that we have some great minds, and I really want to stay engaged with the PP show and with these X spaces, and with I hope you continue to grow this show as well, Michael.
Thanks.
I think there's a lot of very smart people that call into these things, and every time I listen in, sometimes it's talking about bed bath, and sometimes it's talking about life, and I just always feel like I'm learning something, and it's a very refreshing community compared to some of the others out there. So
yeah.
Right, for sure, for sure.
Good because of the people like you
Right.
supporting it and coming on, being part of it.
The PP show is the way.
Heck
the
yeah.
PP show is the way. No, I mean, like I remember Luck and Fan all the way back to like hanging out in Wall Street's bets, and as soon as it started going south and Ryan Cohen walked away, man, these people became like ruthless. They just I'm like, God, well, what happened? I thought this was a community, and then I was alone for so long until I found the PP show.
Yeah.
And Kaz, of course, you know, and Uranus, you know, yeah. It was slow at first, but you know, once I realized the community, man, yeah, I've said it before. It's like kind of makes you feel like you're at home.
Yeah.
And we're at Michael's house tonight.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I've been shocked. I've frequented a lot of different circles in life, and this is an addicting one. Not gonna lie, you guys are addicting. I love being part of this. There's a lot of synergy, and I love it. So
cool. I'll leave with one thing. Just no matter what happens to the stock price tomorrow, who knows? Just go on Ryan Cohen's likes on his Twitter.
Yeah.
Results, and scroll down. You'll see a bunch of Bill Pulte tweets. Yeah. And then just realize that Bill Pulte has invited Michael, PP, Kai's to his house on Monday to have a show.
Yeah, and if you need to visualize it, Elling's on Twitter has some pictures of it, and it's legit. So
yeah, I mean, that right there. I mean, that's a culmination of just a lot of growth in this community, and it's really cool to see.
Yeah,
I for one, I'm hoping that it's a sign of great things to come for us with the stock price, but we'll see. So
yeah, thank you so much.
Have a good night, everyone. See you.
You too.
Take care. Like a
dad jokes and rad jokes.
Oh, man, this reminds me of the night that PP did his first late night.
Yeah,
and Dig Dug was there, and I don't know how late we were up, but man, I stayed up until the very end with PP, and I remember Dig Dug was his sidekick, you know, the whole time, and you know, just the evolution that we've all gone through, you know, and how the community has evolved just blows me away from way back when everybody was sitting around with no shirts on, and you know, even one time ABC was in bed with his wife and he was watching the PP show, and you know, AJ, like I wonder about people like, where's AJ, like whatever happened to AJ? And the cowboy I had on earlier was kind of a tribute to Pete the Pilot, you know, like I picture Pete the Pilot wearing a cowboy hat, you know, but I got my Kaz hat on, and when Monday happens, I'm going to put my burger hat on.
I have hope that Pete the Pilot will come back. Actually, I mean, I you know,
there's a lot of people that I'd like to see come back in and you know, like say, hey, either they're happy for us or you know, you guys did it, whatever, you know, just like have that community. I know supposedly PP, you know, has a you know different relationship with Pete the Pilot as far as you know what their relationship is. I hope that survived. You know, whatever the show was, but man. I'm very thankful, Michael, that you did this tonight for everybody. There's what 117 people lurking still, so
yeah,
you know, pretty good, man, pretty good. I was up over 200 and something earlier. Yeah, I'm just like so thankful for everybody and everything that you guys do, you know, and I just like to make fun of you and enjoy you and like just celebrate you guys. That's how I feel about the PP show. Is it's really for me it's a celebration of the community, because without it I'd be kind of you know feeling lost, you know, like I know probably go back about 3 years ago. I remember you know the whole cycle with the GME and the squeeze and everything, but you know I was like one of these people who had always dreamed about the market and to do it, you know, like when do you do it? And I literally sat down with 2 brokers and talked to them, and I was just like, man, these fools act like my $10,000 ain't enough, you know. So I was like, well, shit, what am I gonna do, you know? So I started talking to my life coach and telling her I need to do something, and I watched this whole cycle for the past 3 years happen, you know, and then sometime last August, early August, before everything popped off, you know, I had told her I'm doing it, you know, and so I'd been doing it for a little while, you know. I took that leap of faith and did something that my life and my passion had always wanted me to do and led me to do, as far as I'm concerned now, right? So this means like so much to me as far as just doing something in your life, whether it turns out the way we want it to or doesn't. I know that I'm just going to keep pushing away and going forward. Like, I mean, partly because I'm a dad, but the other thing is you know, I got goals. Right. I got things that I'd like to try to do. And if this happens, you know, that'll facilitate a lot of that, you know, so they don't have to just be dreams.
Yeah.
No,
I mean, I think that how we work and like our body, even like just stress versus like us functioning right. Most people are operating at 10% capacity physiologically because of stress hormones is literally killing. Whoa, let's go with a 20. Thanks for the seat. Thank you for letting me release some passion. I'm grateful for the community. Please use this for a turkey sandwich. No drink, obviously. at the airport.
Right.
Don't you dare get the ham. That's funny. It's sad that airport food is that expensive.
Right.
You're the man. Thanks. Let's go. So, I don't even know that we like our short-term memory, everything is operating at 10% capacity. And I'm excited for what it would look like when we don't have that stress.
Mm,
But part of how our bodies work is that we have to have a reward we want, a roadmap to get there, and a way of measuring progress.
right.
But the thing is those none of those can depend on someone else. And if we're missing any one of those, our body just starts putting up the stress hormone until it gets fixed. And if we're trying to do something that relies on depends on someone else or is impossible, our body will just keep putting up those hormones until we go down to 10% or even sometimes less, and we just are just kind of knocked out. And I mean, I can go into depth later. I mean, that's what I plan on doing more so after MOAS, is just talking about, the brain and the body and, the soul so it just made me think of it because, you're like, we have dreams and, like we're actually make progress towards them, right? We have the reward we want. The roadmap, it's like, hopefully, Teddy, right? Like, it's been hard and it's been becoming more a real thing to imagine Teddy being the roadmap to our dreams. And the last one that's hard, though, is the measuring progress, right? We keep wanting hype dates. We keep wanting, and, but I think that, who was it earlier? Like Rock Solid said earlier, right? Like, we don't need to have all this money to start doing the things that really
Right.
matter, right?
Right.
And so I think that, yeah, we having that rock solid kind of mentality. Wow, that's actually fits really well. That rock solid kind of mentality of making sure your dreams don't rely on MOAS, right?
Right.
MOAS is going to happen at this point. We're really close, but the way our body operates, if we're relying on MOAS, which, I mean, I'm one to speak, right? I didn't even buy a return ticket because I can afford it, right? Now I
Oh.
can, because people in the chat were amazing and you guys all hooked me up, and I can even probably maybe help some other people that are going on the trip. But yeah, I mean, like it's something we have to keep reeling ourselves in when we start having either rewards, roadmaps, or ways of measuring progress that are out of our control. Either we can't or shouldn't control, and yeah. So
I think like what the PP show really brings with the community and the way everybody does the DD and stuff is like, and I think this is what Palte probably sees, is like there's a level of integrity, and you being with your psychology background, integrity is like one of the last things that we achieve as human beings. And it's just the integrity to have the passion. And somebody mentioned earlier the unconditional, or unshakable point of view. And once you realize these things, you can become really at peace with what it is that we're involved in. And I think that that's, for me, on a psychological level, that's where I've ended up. Like, I've been through so many different emotions, like I said, last week when I got membership in stuff and was able to use the special PP in the chat stuff, like, it meant so much to me, because I'm a cheap bastard. Now, I gave PP $100, $50. I throw money out there every once in a while, but like, just like that was the love that I needed in that moment, and I will forever always be grateful to everyone in this community that they made me feel that way, because like somebody did it. Somebody just like gave me one in a moment when I just needed it. Like I didn't know what I needed. I just needed something more than the pee-pee show that night, you know?
And, you know, I needed you guys. I didn't, I mean, this has been like my cup inside is full and overflowing, right? You know, you guys coming in, you know, financial and emotional support. I mean, Luckin fan over here is $5 to upgrade me to a window or an aisle seat. I'm actually pretty tall, so you know,
buy you a travel shot.
yeah. So I mean, you know, in I don't know. I think that building a structure where synergy can happen, you know, that's a big deal, and we have to appreciate the efforts that people make to build that structure that brings us together. Otherwise, we're just not. We're all going to be, you know, doing things solo, and it's a lot harder that way. So.
Yeah, it's a lonely world that way.
Well, thank you so much for coming on. You're
Thank
the
you.
man.
Oh, I love you guys. I'll be prepared for Monday myself too. I'll have to come in and make an appearance and stuff, because I've got burger hats, and I think I might even put a hibachi or a barbecue in the room here with me and make a burger. And I've got some TA on the bulletin board, so we'll see. I don't know what time it's all going to happen. What time of day it's going to happen. I don't care.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I'll be on my best game. Dad will be ready.
Heck yeah. All right. Well,
thank you so much, Michael.
Hey, no problem. Thank you. Thanks again.
Good night.
Night. All right. Wow, this feels surreal. It's been a journey. Anyone here, there was you guys are all amazing for being along. I'm excited to see what happens when this starts, when MOA starts, and you know, people don't have to show up to work, and they'll probably just be joining the 24-hour stream to cheer on all the other people that are new, and it's gonna be great. So thanks again for coming in. I really do appreciate all the tips and stuff, because and you know, the Venmo and everything, because yeah, it's been a tight squeeze. I'm very optimistic though, and yeah, thanks again. Love you all.